Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Naruto had unhealthy harem with cute Mizuki? Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. 6 years after the Kyuubi attacked. Hai no Kuni, Konohagakure no Sato, Forest. Konohagakure, the village hidden in the leaves, was amongst the most prosperous villages in all the elemental nations and recognized as the strongest amongst the hidden villages of the shinobi. Yes, the village was one whose population comprised of actual ninja, of course as far as ninja went. He village was a tad coddling in the upbringing of the next generation. However, Konoha also had a number of dark secrets, and amongst those was a small blonde offspring of the fourth Hokage, a boy named Naruto. The small form of Uzumaki Naruto pored over the contents of a large scroll. Slowly he spoke to himself aloud. It was by far the largest jutsu scroll the 6-year-old had ever seen, to the point of it being ridiculous. Probably why it was for the test. Alright, let's see. Mizuki said that to pass this year's early graduation test I have to master one technique from this scroll, and point will be deducted if I am spotted. Damn, guess I should have been more careful, grumbled the ninja in training as he recalled the events in the tower from where he had gotten the scroll. Hell, I wouldn't have believed Mizuki if Oji-san. Of course the Hokage had been referring to an actual legitimate method of becoming a shinobi early. Himself hadn't told me about the early exam himself, and now is planned to copy the scroll for future use. Murmured the blonde, whipping out the materials needed, namely smaller scrolls and a brush and ink. Yes, I have to agree, Kit, he never did seem right. Thought the Kyuubi, the massive 9-tailed fox demon, who was sealed within the child's navel 6 years previously by the fourth Hokage, who was, as things happened, to be Naruto's father. The blonde first read the scroll's first few items before he began to copy. Naruto called out the name of every couple of jutsus as he finished copying them: Kage Bunshin check, Omit and Ura Renge done, Ten no Juin and Bunk Juin, Rasengan and Hiraishin. Sometime later. This is cool, forced Kake Genkai generation. Naruto thought as he surveyed the forbidden technique with interest. The Kyuubi did not immediately respond to the announcement. Kid, let's do this one and then finish copying. Be advised that this will hurt like fuck, since I will be helping, since I being the ingenious demon I am. Naruto waited patiently for the Kyuubi to finish, he heaping amounts of self-praise, and I have witnessed countless Kake Genkai throughout my lifetime. He didn't respond to the kitsune's ego vocally, knowing it wouldn't do any good. Naruto slowly replicated the seals needed to use the jutsu. Oh shit, this hurts like hell, thought the blonde as he completed the forbidden technique, which really was not of any surprise considering his body had been changed down to the very chromosomes of his DNA. Unfortunately, as far as things went, the complicated, from the standpoint of what the jutsu did, forbidden, and IGHLY chakra intensive, usually requiring multiple people, technique wasn't really meant to be used on someone who had a bloodline limit already or had a demon in their belly. Stop bitching, Kyuubi hissed. And finish and then learn that first jutsu, it's useful, especially for training. Snarled the Biju as he too felt the pain, it being the effect of the seal. Really? Inquired the young blonde. The demon fox growled irritably. Yes, really, responded the Kyuubi, annoyed at being questioned. Naruto slumped over, though immediately wished he hadn't, as his back hit one of the trees. Konoha was called Hidden Leaf for a reason. Yow www. Fuck. Still sore. From jutsu. However, must learn new jutsu to grow stronger and become strongest shinobi of all. Kage Bunshin, he murmured. With the completio of the artificial Kake Genkai jutsu, well, new doors opened up for one Naruto Uzumaki and old ones closed. The fact of the matter was, Naruto had taken the first step to creating his own legend, a path which would be fraught with blood. Naruto tapped his foot for an exam. This thing was really late. I mean, seriously, students came late to school, but the teacher, really, that was a bad example, he mused. Not that it really mattered, he was ready. After all, Sandame, Oji-san, Hokage Sarutobi had gotten him started on the basics of the ninja arts, including basic sealing and jutsu. In regards to Ling, that was where he had stored his copy of the scroll. Iruka jumped down from the trees. There you are, Naruto. The chunin instructor yelled in relief as he found his wayward young student. Hey Ruka, I'll show you this awesome technique, which is super useful for training apparently, Naruto remarked, and I can pass the test to become a genin early, he stated, pleased with his progress. Who gave you that idea? Inquired Iruka curiously. Something was suspicious. Sure, there was an early exam, but still Naruto was good but not nearly ready to be a shinobi yet, at least in his opinion. Mizuki-sensei told me that this was this year's early exam, explained the young blonde to his chunin teacher. Suddenly a Fuma shuriken slammed into Iruka's back. Hand over the scroll, Naruto. Dem. Anded the silver-haired chunin, dropping down from another. No, don't do it, Naruto. Mizuki only wants the scroll to betray the village. Mizuki tricked you, shouted Iruka, still in a great deal of pain, as he extracted the absurdly large shuriken from his backside. Tell me, Naruto, did you ever wonder why everyone in the village hates you and sends you such cold glares? It's because, began Mizuki before being interrupted by the senior instructor of the academy. No, Mizuki, it's forbidden, the law, he shouted. Naruto perked up. Secrets were the lifeblood of ninja. If Mizuki was gonna share, he wasn't going to stop him. What's forbidden? What law? Inquired Naruto curiously, interested on exactly what was the point of a law that was against the law. You were the nine-tailed fox that killed Iruka's parents, shouted Mizuki with glee. No, you're not, Iruka protested painfully. Naruto, you were Uzumaki Naruto, my friend and favorite student. Oh, that law, thanks sensei. Actually, you're incorrect, Mizuki, I am not the QB. Really, did he look like a giant 100-meter tall red fox with 9 tails? Hell, he didn't even have 1 tail for that matter. Iruka is correct about that. I thought you were going to tell me something that I did not already know, stated the blonde. Now suffer your punishment for breaking Sandaime sensei's law. Ninpu. Taju Kage Bunshin. Naruto was many things, but when he came to practical studies like fighting or really anything that he could use to get away things, he was not someone to play around with. Sandaime sensei, murmured the 2 journeymen ninja in surprising unison. 1000 Naruto flooded the clearing in a plume of smoke. Naruto and his clones all made a set of hand seals at Jonin level of speed. Doden. Tsuchi Ryu Enden. 1000 A-class RO. CK Jutsu struck the traitorous chunin instructor simultaneously. That was awesome, Naruto. Now close your eyes. Iruka ties his own height 8 around Naruto's forehead. Congratulations, you pass. Yosh. Of course, in the years to come the blonde would later deny ever saying the word Yosh on that night in question. I passed. Hello, Jutsu Library. Thanks, Iruka, stated Naruto as he jumped into the air. Ow. Naruto clutched his side and fell to the ground. Naruto, are you alright? Exclaimed Iruka, worried that the blonde was suffering from chakra exhaustion to his use of extensive jutsu. Hai no Kuni, Kanahagakure no Sato, Hokage Tower. The next morning. Finally, I'm not sore anymore, thought the blonde walking into the tower. Ohio Oji-san. Naruto greeted the aging Hokage with a PL. Naruto-kun, responded the aging shadow of fire. I'm not going to become a genin, am I? Those bastard counselors. He muttered the last part more to himself. It was a pity he didn't have full control of his bloodline limit, then he could pull some, what was the old man calling it, fancy political footwork. Unfortunately not Naru, stated the Hokage, reverting to Naruto's nickname, the earliest they will allow you to become a ninja of Konoha is with your own class, and perhaps that is for the best. However, since you have already graduated, you no longer have to attend the academy, commented the Hokage. Oh, that means you will have more time to train. He nodded. He understood to an extent what was going on, but this did open opportunities for him in the interim at least. Yay, no more stinking academy classes, stated the blonde in reply. But you've only gone 1 year, how can you already be glad to be out? It can't be that bad, can it? Inquired the Kage. The blonde perked up. Did they even have the academy when you were a kid, old man? Jibed Naruto. So anyway, here your graduation presents. The head of the Sarutobi clan ignored Naruto's friendly jab and handed Naruto 2 scrolls. Thanks, old man, responded Naruto. It turned out one of the scrolls that Sandaime had given Naruto contained a new outfit, and a new set of high-quality ninja equipment. Yeah, 3 new scrolls in the course of 48 hours, stated Naruto, pulling out the ninjutsu scroll that Iruka had given him, twirling around. So what to do now? He pondered. Training is only going to get me so far. He commented. I need real-world experience and more power. Quote. The blonde slumped over, energy flowing through his veins. Is that all you need, my other self? Whispered a voice that would make the blonde in even the harshest men's veins run cold as ice. This was definitely not Kyuubi. Naruto blinked in confusion, looking around as he gripped the blade he had drawn on instinct. No one was supposed to be here after all. He was alone. The young blonde had always been alone. He was an orphan after all. Heltanza's notes. Feel free to make suggestions. As for pairings, I will bring them up later. The next chapter, when I rewrite it, will have be completely different in what it covers than the present chapter 2, of which covers the later part of the original copy of this chapter. Also, since I am rewriting this, I am starting some of the polls early. They are as follows. Iruka's elemental affinities, one of them is going to be water. What do you want the other to be? Vote on that as well. Wind affinity 1, earth 3, lightning 1. Vote whether you want Sasuke to stay in Konoha, or whether he should go to Oto. Whether he is retrieved or not is also up for a vote. 5 for Sasuke stays, 10 for Sasuke leave, 9 for retrieval. 3 no retrieval. The number of contracts unless there is a sudden swing toward either 3 or 5 will be 4. Vote on if you want Iruka to have a Kage Genkai. 4 votes for. 4 votes against. Also whether the 4th should come back or not, 3 votes against. 6 votes for a temporary return, 3 votes for. Hai no Kuni, Konohagakure no Sato. Officially Naruto was an orphan, and officially his parents were listed as unknown. This of course was completely bogus, but that was how it had been for a while. Itachi slipped into the room much like a specter. He was after all a highly skilled-led member of Konoha's elite Ansatsu Senjutsu Tokushu Butai. Ah, Itachi, you are just in time for breakfast, remarked the blonde as the meat sizzled on the stove. Ah, arigato Naruto-kun, murmured the stoic Uchiha quietly. Have your eyes been hurting, Otoko? He questioned. Naruto shook his head. No, the pain has since faded since the day after Mizuki was dealt with, answered Naruto. I think I shall travel. The blonde commented offhand. Really, there wasn't much else for him to do in the village given what had happened. The Uchiha prodigy nodded silently before speaking. What do you intend to do? He asked before helping himself to the plate of food the blonde had set in front of him. The blonde sat down opposite him holding a mug of steaming tea. I will be training. That is my main goal. Other than that I have no idea. Naruto commented before drinking from the glass. How fares the Uchiha clan? He asked, lowering the beverage. Why haven't they married you off? Itachi stared at the blonde in silence. And to what of many would have considered terrible manner. After all, the Uchiha clan's vaunted prodigy didn't like his marriage status being discussed. The clan is fine. As for my marital status, the Uchiha are not those tradition-bound Hyuga that said father will probably start arranging interviews if I haven't married in 3 years. Commented Itachi after a few moments. No emotion filtering through his voice. He nodded, acknowledging the statement. Have you gotten a girlfriend? Remarked Naruto. No. The blonde smirked, his eyes glimmering. Do you have any hopeful choices? He inquired. No. Itachi paused and considered for a moment. However, there are a few choices I would rate over others. The Uchiha heir remarked. Naruto didn't respond to Itachi's borderline hypocritical statement immediately. Ah, the lovely and eligible Yugao of the Azuki family perhaps. He spoke in an easy manner. The young blonde, despite being young, understood what men and women did together. It was a little hard not to when one had a demon fox in their belly and the Hokage kept extremely graphic porn around. Itachi's expression didn't change even as he spoke. She is an acceptable partner. He remarked at last. She is in Anbu now, isn't she? The blonde remarked after his own pause to consider what he knew about the sword user. Itachi nodded after a moment, confirming the inquiry. Yes, acknowledged the pride of the Uchiha vocally. The Azuki are a small but moderately powerful family, he stated, considering the clan in question for a moment. I am sure they would agree. Stated Naruto. Yes, the clan can be persuasive. Itachi acknowledged. How fares your Sharingan? He asked. Your Mangekyo is certainly unique, there is no record of it. The Anbu captain commented. It seemed to trigger the other 2 Mangekyo forms as well. Itachi added, perhaps in what many would mistake as enviously. Naruto nodded with a slight frown. Being such a powerful member of the clan, Itachi could easily take the Azuki girl by force and there would be no repercussions. As for my Sharingan, I have mastered Tsukuyomi at least to the extent where I can cast it with the barest of eye contact. And I can dispel it. Sharingan, the genetic trait, the advanced bloodline limit, of the Uchiha clan which made them such famous ninjas passed hereditarily from parent to child. It was hint as to who precisely his parents were. Naruto knew that the blood of the prideful Uchiha clan flowed in his veins. And the Amaterasu? Itachi inquired. Itachi, Uchiha Itachi, the only blood tie that Naruto acknowledged. Naruto raised an eyebrow in amusement at the question regarding his progress on the technique. It is a fire jutsu, replied the blonde. Of course I should have expected no less of you, Otoko, responded Itachi in amusement with the blonde's heritage and chakra. One, amongst other things, would expect him to have mastered the jutsu. What about the third? I as of yet have made little progress with it, admitted the prodigal heir of the Uchiha clan. It has uses. If I could master it would be of great use, but it is proving more complex than I would have thought. The blonde nodded. The advanced form of the Sharingan was powerful in its capacities, especially in that it had the inherent ability to warp space and time. That is to be expected, I would think. Itachi finished off his breakfast, bowing politely. Thank you very much for the breakfast, Otoko, he stated with a formal stiffness that made up his public facade. The Uchiha clan didn't recognize Naruto as a member, mainly because they were unaware of the blonde's connection. If they came to know of his possession of the Sharingan and, as it stood, the Uchiha were one of the powerhouses in Konoha's political landscape. They could be powerful allies or deadly enemies. If it was found he possessed the bloodline limit of the Uchiha, then there would be problems. He couldn't stand the idea of being accepted into that clan simply because they learned he had the Sharingan activated. The whole idea disgusted him. Naruto evaded the bandit with ease, caused the common thug to curse violently as he swung his cudgel haphazardly around. The blonde released a senbon which impaled the man in the back. The brigand's eyes bulged as the needle literally melted and mixed into the wound, entering his blood stream. The sclera and the man's veins turned mercury silver. He, Naruto, attacked again, this time attacking his true target of the night, the leader of this group of scum. The blonde's sword cut through the air, severing the minor warlord's head. The man's eyes widened in shock and the head hit the bamboo floor. Tch, another one bites the dust, remarked Naruto. The black energy warped space and Naruto vanished, eliminating rogue samurai and ninja. All of this was just to get more experience. Oh, the money was nice, but really fighting these people was not a problem. To kill them all he could have just attacked with shadow clones and used a Earth-style jutsu, but then he would have learned nothing, and that was only one method he could have used to kill the thugs. Naruto had let to full grasp the changes that had been wrought to his body, but he would need to figure them out. If he was going to live on his own, he needed to get stronger. Simply relying on chakra was out of the question. Right now he could use chakra to overwhelm his enemies. Yes, with that he could win, but fighting that way taught him nothing about the other ways to kill. To become strong enough to survive he needed to master all the ways of war. To do that he needed to have the skill to kill with a blade, or with his bare hands. He needed to be strong enough not to have to rely on his natural talents like a bloodline. He lashed out angrily as he reappeared in the physical world. Using the Sharingan was out of the question. He couldn't be identified as a member of that clan, it would complicate things far too much. Power. It was a word with a number of definitions. The Uchiha were not only feared as powerful ninjas, but they wielded a great deal of political power as well. Old man Sarutobi was the same. In that regards he had a great deal of political power as not only the head of the venerable Sarutobi clan, he was the third Hokage of Konoha, and of course he was a very powerful shinobi even as an old man. The Sandaime commanded around 1,000 ninja who were on active duty, and there were many more who were on reserves. The Kages, the Shadows, the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages were like the daimyos in that regard. Daimyos, the feudal lords who ruled over the lands, employed their own armies. The samurai, that was a type of power as well. Energy, black, dark, shadowy energy coated his hand as he angrily lashed out and punched a tree. He needed to get stronger, that much was apparent if he was going to be able to avoid the machinations of those with power. Naruto flexed his fingers. All in all, dealing with the missing ninja in the countryside was easy, but one or two. The darkness seemed especially potent as a method of delivering a lethal blow, but as the blonde noted, it had side effects. His hair turned fucking silver and his eyes were purple. I look like the damn Shinigami. Naruto grumbled. Oh, that might be cool. The now silver-haired son of the Hokage remarked as a thought struck him. He could felt the dark, exceptionally potent chakra flowing through his body. It was easily recognizable as being different from the chakra of the demon fox. That very fact made it very interesting. The blonde turned away from the water. In his hand was a long white tachi he had liberated from some Yakuza thug in one of the towns he had passed through. Swords were something he would need to use. It was only a matter of time until something likely forced him to use the cursed blood of a parent he had never known, and when that time came, everything would change. Chakra, the combination of spiritual and physical energy, allowed for shinobi to perform superhuman feats, to be able to harness the very power of the elements to strike their foes. Yuki, the energy that demons used, raw and powerful, which could restore the dying to health with little effort and make them able to fight even harder. It was an energy which could not only heal but could destroy mountains. He could use both, but that wasn't all. He could use something else, something that killed and absorbed the dead, something which overpowered the potent power of his own Mangekyo as well as even overpowering the Kyuubi's potent energy. This power, like all the others, made changes to his body, like all the forms of energy made changes, but chakra was the only thing that he really had any concrete evidence as to what it was doing. If he was going to survive on his own, a choice Naruto had decided, he would need to become powerful, not simply physically but to grasp power in all its forms so he could be independent. Whatever cursed blood flowed through his veins was both a powerful asset and also a potential weakness because it would attract the attention of powerful figures. To avoid their intentions, Naruto knew that he would have to become powerful enough to deter them from seeking to interfere with him. For everything he killed, he became more powerful. He learned something new. He was a Shinigami. But at the present he was still not strong enough to stand on his own against the powers that existed out there. Slowly Naruto considered the dark energy that he used to travel from point to point. It was passing through a realm that was different from the ones humans inhabited, but not the Makai that demons inhabited. It was a realm which responded, however, to the terribly potent dark energy that Naruto could use to kill. Even so, even if it was somewhere he could go to train on his own, without fighting real opponents, people who were actually trying to kill him, he would be limited. Years passed for the blonde, time he spent carving out a bloody reputation and growing stronger. However, he had long since realized that power as a person did not make him invulnerable. Since he had left the Hidden Leaf Village so long ago, he had learned things about the world and learned secrets about himself. Bloodlines were extremely valuable gifts and coveted by those with power, and they were noticeable. Naruto was interested in acquiring power. When he had been younger, he had been interested in becoming a strong ninja like the third Hokage, but that had just been something of a dream, not a goal. The difference between a dream and a goal was that a dream was what children had. They didn't understand the complexities involved in such tasks. All of that had changed, though Naruto now was a powerful shinobi. But having that power complicated matters immensely. He had power, and that power went beyond simply his own abilities. People were now under his command. He had become like his dream, yet not. He had responsibilities and he had his own sources for intelligence, but he wasn't Hokage, he was Hitokiri and more. The blonde assassin turned, he was the being which kept the Kyuubi imprisoned. But unlike other containers for the tailed demons, he was Shinigami. Death was of course only one facet of his occupation, but he was an assassin, but as someone with power over other ninja he did have other tasks. Obligations were owed to him, and in turn he had his own obligations to fulfill. This was the way power worked, and Naruto understood that. Now, and those obligations were calling. At one point in time, Naruto Uzumaki would have been ecstatic to learn who his parents were. Now it was something he was forced to deal with. His heritage put further obligations on his shoulders, but there was little that could be done. Because those obligations, as bothersome as they were, also had Thapter Heltanza's note. So Sharingan is revealed earlier well to the readers. Wave. Chapter 3 Wave I Will Strive. Disclaimer. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Summary. Mizuki attempts to get the scroll early. The result of Naruto's involvements could never have been imagined. Nor could they have imagined what Naruto would find inside that scroll. Now Naruto's life as a genin has begun, but how has he changed over the last 6 years? Heltanza's notes. Haku will be female if need my reason read Naruto the Emerging Darkness. Also another warning, this story features a servile Haku. Also Naruto will have a sister but she won't show up. Until later, after the chunin exam. Here's chapter 3. This chapter has been added on too. But eventually it will be rewritten in whole. Chapter begin. Hai no Kuni, Konohagakure no Sato, the village ninja academy. It had been a long time since Naruto had left the village hidden in the leaves. And a lot had changed. The threat of the Uchiha's political power had waned as time had gone on, only to be replaced with far more potent threats to his independence. Time had passed and finally there was a reason to head back to the academy, even as troublesome as that reason was. Iruka stood up and began announcing this year's genin teams. Team 7 will Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto. But Sensei Naruto dropped out. The pink-haired girl whined in her usual and very annoying voice, which she used to suck up to the teachers. Iruka wasn't exactly sure the reason behind it. Naruto's leaving or his sudden return, but it reeked of some kind of political move by some faction or other, and the girl's voice was getting on his nerves. You will shut up, Sakura. Naruto graduated 6 years ago. In fact, if Naruto wanted to, he would already a jonin instructor. Growled Iruka as the blonde in question appeared via the shunshin. Now, as I was saying, before being interrupted, your jonin sensei is Hitaki Kakashi. Iruka finished calling out the team and the jonin arrived and picked up their teams. After 4 hours the cycloptic jonin showed up and led them to the roof. My name is Hitaki Kakashi. I have hobbies, I dislike things, dreams for the future, don't really know. Okay Pinky. Sakura growled. Shirano. She announced boldly. My name is Haruno Sakura, not Pinky. I like. Looks at Sasuke and blushed heavily. I hate Ino Pig. My dreams for the future. Sakura looked at Sasuke, blushed and squealed loudly. Okay, you next, Emo. Kakashi sighed, and pointed to second Konoha genin. The supposed rookie of the year. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. He stated proudly. I like training, I dislike weaklings. My dream, no, my ambition is to kill a certain man and rebuild my clan. Kakashi sighed again. This really was looking bad for his team. Alright, go ahead, Gray. Stated Kakashi, glancing at Naruto. The blonde nodded. A lot had changed over the years. As he had grown more powerful, he had learned that as one grew more powerful, it attracted more attention. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and gentlemen, I love war. Naruto had an insane expression on his face. Gentlemen, I love war. Gentlemen, I so love war. Gentlemen, I so love war. I love Holocaust. I love Blitzkrieg. I love onslaught. I love defensive. On the plains, in the streets, in the trenches, on the prairies, on the tundra. In the desert, on the sea, in the sky, in the mud, in the swamp. I love besiegement. I love it when we retreat for the day. I love mop up. I love it when we withdraw so we may return home. I cherish each and every way war can be waged upon this earth. I love the thunderous roar of all our most powerful jutsu be used all at once, as it blows away at the enemy lines. My heart dances when the bodies of the enemy troops are hurled into the air, bloody, burned, torn, and cut to pieces from a direct hit. I love it when a summon smashes an enemy summon. I love it when the infantry overrun the enemy line spears first. It moves me when I remember the sight of a young ninja in a state of panic, stabbing an already dead enemy ninja over and over. I can hardly contain in myself thinking of decapitating defeatist deserters and impaling their corpses on streetlights. And it is superb when the enemy prisoners scream in time with the howl escaping from the fire dragon I expel to burn them to nothing. I even remember distinctly the jutsus, which flung 4 tons of shrapnel and pulverized entire city blocks. Where the pitiful resistance fighters stood up against us with their assorted pitchforks and bows. I love it when the Kiri Jonin divisions when they are thrown into disorder. It is a very, very sad thing when the villages they should have protected to the death are overrun and the women and children are violated and killed. I love as the Kiri and stone war machines being crushed and annihilated by my Raiden and Doden jutsu. Their navies destroyed and capsized by my Suiden jutsu. They're creeping about like vermin, chased by my summons as the height of humiliation. Gentlemen, I wish to see a war worthy of one in hell itself. I wish for a merciless war, a stow. Like conflict for striking steel and howling flames. A great war. Naruto laughed darkly and smirked. I like my friends. I dislike weaklings and cowards. My dreams none of your business. Okay. Began Kakashi, thoroughly worried. He'd of course heard the rumors, but rumors and direct proof were two very different things. For a shinobi, taking a rumor at face value could have fatal results. Well, meet me tomorrow, meet me at training ground 7 o'clock for survival training to see if you can become genin. But sensei Naruto vanished in swirl of leaves halfway through the pink-haired girl's protest. Already genin. Quote, actually the test you took was just to see if you had the potential to become a genin. He announced, pausing for a moment before continuing. Also don't eat or you'll puke. Hai no kuni, Kanahagakure no Sato, training ground 7, the next morning. Naruto had managed to arrive about 5 minutes before Kakashi would. Naruto, you're late. Naruto looked his watch. No I'm not, you were early. He commented. Years had tempered his urge to kill, but still he felt the urge to lash out. Everyone knows Kakashi shows up 3 to 5 hours later than he says he will for non-lethal things. Sorry, I had to meet up with the Hokage about and Aburame streaking. Kakashi stated in a voice that was perfectly serious despite how absurd his statement was. Sakura's face bunched up angrily. Liar. She shouted at their tardy teacher. Anyway, you have to get one of these bells to pass. Naruto vanished in a plume of smoke. Okay, go. Sasuke and Sakura both rush into the brush to hide. Kakashi is barely mid-class anymore. His abilities have decreased drastically since he left Anbu, so it would be easy enough to gain a bell, but for a real ninja of genin level it would be impossible. A test of teamwork, how foolish. Naruto mused. This whole thing, all of it was a farce. The years had passed and things had changed, but there were political powers who he really couldn't afford at the moment to make enemies of. Well, not yet. In time he could afford to destroy those interfering powers, like the civilians on the Council of Konoha, without worrying about the consequences. But for now there were too many political powers interested in him doing this. Eventually Kakashi pulled out and started reading Ika Paradise and started reading. A few moments later Sasuke attacked. 4 Tsuchi buncheons of Naruto popped out of the ground and attacked in sync with the young Uchiha. It was a very convincing illusion of teamwork. Of course all of this was just a farce. The team would pass because politics demanded it. The real Naruto appeared as Sasuke launched his Goyaku no Jutsu, and he made a series of hand seals. Kakashi's eyes widened. No way. A Jonin-level elemental ninjutsu technique. The chronically late Jonin thought as he narrowly dodged Sasuke Grand Fireball and the Earth Elemental clones. Kaden. Karyu Enden. Roared Naruto. He had used the seals simply so as to conceal what he was able to dally needed them anymore. No way, thought Sasuke as the dragon hit the Jonin and blasted him into a tree with highly superheated air. Kaka. She looked up to see a spiraling mass of black chakra pointed at his throat. Surrender, you are beaten, remarked a cold voice. Be glad you are not my enemy, Naruto stated, holding up both the bells with his free hand. Congratulations, Kakashi said with a nervous chuckle. You passed, good job on grasping the hidden meaning of the test, though you should have worked with Sakura. Meet me at the Hokage's tower first thing tomorrow. Naruto released his jutsu and vanished using the body flicker. After all, it wouldn't have been prudent to use his other abilities. No, that would have attracted far too much attention from people who were already watching him carefully. Naruto brushed his shaggy blonde bangs as he surveyed the hidden village of the leaves, contemplating everything that had changed over the years since he had been gone from the village. The blonde's eyes were narrowed in pensive thought, a look hardly appropriate for a boy just entering his teenage years, but then he wasn't a normal boy. A shinobi bowed. Is all this really necessary? Inquired the other ninja respectfully. What purposes does watching the Uchiha serve? Everything between the lands are tense, Naruto responded. Despite being tied by marriage, fire and lightning are not on the best of terms. It is much more prudent for us to go along with this, by strengthening the bonds between the nations. In the east of the continent we are invariably in a better position, he commented. As it stood, things were going on behind the scenes. Watching over the Uchiha was important for political reasons. The clan had been a powerful force in the political landscape of not only Konoha but the Fire Nation as well. More than that place they held, the Uchiha possessed a powerful bloodline limit, something which made them useful shinobi in battle. Right now we stand at the crossroads. Something will happen in the next years and this continent will be bathed in blood, Naruto announced. When that time comes, no matter what conflict it is, we must be ready, whether the threat is from the west, or the south, or even from across the seas from the other continents. There were powers that were growing and the land of Earth was expanding. Though some of that expansion was curbed, at least with regards to an eastward path. Far to the south past Suna's great wastelands of sand, the southern nations of the continent were stirring as well and might challenge the north. Still more threats were out there, even further in distance, other continents and the ambitions of other feudal lords, and the cravings of other shinobi leaders. And even the machinations of other emperors. Step by step power would be consolidated. After all, the nations of the east, despite the tensions between the great lands of lightning and fire, had already started that. They had already started down that path. In the years to come, smaller nations would be folded into the dominion of the larger, more powerful nations. All the great nations would do this, and only the nations with the strength to fight would remain. Naruto knew that there were handfuls of S-class shinobis and even samurai and others in this coming war. When it did erupt, would reveal which of those had the potential to go beyond that. Anson's path is clear, he remarked. No matter which enemy it is, our choice is the same: let the enemy be crushed, and the corpses trampled underfoot. Krieg. The assassin remarked. Hai no Kuni, Kanahagakure no Sato, Hokage Tower. Dobi, I demand to know where you learned that technique. Sasuke growled, shaking his fist angrily at the blonde. Naruto yawned. Was really related to this conceited brat? Unfortunately the answer was apparently yes, still much as he wanted to put the upstart in his place, even if he could legally do it. It wasn't worth the trouble. Naruto baka answer Sasuke-kun, shouted Sakura, continuing their usual morning routine that had been going on every morning since their test of teamwork. The blonde assassin ignored them. Oji-san, Anson has sent their response, stated Naruto, pulling out a scroll and tossing it to the aging Hokage. Anson? Queried Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura in unison. Kakashi of course knew fully well who the blonde was likely referring to, but what they had to do with anything was a mystery to him. He smiled condescendingly at the trio. Oh, of course, Onsengakure no Sato. It is a very powerful shinobi village, yet very young shinobi village. Their military strength makes them excellent allies for waging war, stated Naruto, his eyes shining at the mention of the word war. Oji-san, might Team 7 be given a real mission? But if you do insist on giving us an escort, please do not assign Anko. He paused. She is quite bothersome and insists upon ruining my fun. However, I would understand assigning one given my teammates' inadequacies. Tora, the daimyo, a wife's cat, chose now to meow as if in agreement. Also, if you would not assign Guy, that would also be appreciated. How can that cat like Naruto? He's insane. Who likes war as much as him anyway? Sakura's eyes twitches. Wait a minute, that cat was insulting Sasuke-kun. Sakura lunges at Tora. Nah. Ruto dodged the charging pink-haired Kunoichi without disturbing the cat sitting on his shoulder. As the fact of the matter went, the cat liked him because he was related, even if only by marriage, to the owner. I will consider. Please return Tora to Madame Shijimi, remarked the aging Hokage, amused at the antics. I will have your answer then. The blonde was rubbing his now sore back after the returned to the mission assignment room. Woman's strength rivals Tsunade, Naruto muttered in irritation, referring to the fire daimyo's wife, but then again, generations of samurai lead to that kind of physical build. The elder Sarutobi chuckled. I have decided to grant your request, Aoi-kun. I trust you and Kakashi will be able to handle a C-rank escort mission. However, should things get out of hand, I want you to promise me, Naruto, you will send for backup. Remember, I know what you are capable of, but nonetheless your powers were not meant to be used amongst teams. It was an easy rapport the two shinobi had with one another, but still there was serious tone to the latter part. Everyone, minus Iruka, was curious now as to what the Hokage meant. Iruka had at least some passing idea exactly what Naruto's abilities were. Team 7, do you accept this mission? The old man inquired. Hi Hokage-sama, stated Kakashi and Sakura. Sasuke and Naruto gave nods in response, both in the affirmative. Sarutobi Sasuke. The Sandaime Hokage nodded. Very well, then send in Tazuna, the leader of the village hidden in the leaves, ordered. These two brats are supposed to protect me, remarked the man. Named Tazuna loudly before taking a swig of his cheap sake. Ha, that one even has pink hair. 2. Everyone looked around for Naruto. Naruto wanted to be done with this assignment, and that would happen once Sasuke could stand on his own, or rather once those parties interested though he could. 3. Tazuna, stated Naruto staring down at the bridge builder from the wall he was hanging off by his chakra. Tazuna nearly had a panic attack, and Naruto chuckled darkly at the reaction, scaring the bridge builder further. Ha, ha, no need to fear Tazuna-san, I am Uzumaki Naruto, however you may h. Avenue heard of me, more infamously referred to as Grey Satan. The bridge builder gulped. At the title even Kakashi looked surprised. Kakashi hung his head. Well, at least that confirmed one rumor, not th. At he really wanted the rumors to be true. Getting paired up with a legendary assassin and a pair of green genin was not going to end well. Naruto over the last few years had achieved his dreams of power. He had grown powerful, that was indisputable. In time his reputation had become a shroud around him, a bloody assassin few could identify on sight. Still the spiky-haired Jonin was surprised. He knew of course that a lot of Uchiha clan, a lot of powerful people in particular, but for an infamous assassin to be assigned to the team, Kakashi had to wonder what was going on. The blonde had changed a lot over the years. In the years since he had left a great deal had changed, and he had learned much. There was a reason he adopted new names and altered his appearance, his family, and the ties that they brought because of the blood that flowed in his veins. It was so much easier to take a new name, hide behind a title which he had earned on his own, and focus on his own ambitions, but life didn't allow him to do that. His bloodline had obligations, his titles had obligations of their own he was bound to complete. This was life. Hai no Kuni, outside the walls of Konohagakure no Sato. Sakura squealed. This is so cool, Sasuke, our first mission outside the mission. Don't be so excited, Uke-kun. Sasuke scowled at Naruto's nickname. This is merely a C-class mission, it is most likely we will encounter enemy shinobi from a foreign village, he remarked, waving his hand dismissively, but we may still be able to slay bandits and such common swine, they are better prey than civilians. The blonde didn't really have any interest in killing civilians of course, but from time to time it was necessary to fight a total war. The pink-haired fangirl shrieked angrily, Naruto, how dare you call Sasuke that? Sakura shouted at the blonde. He ignored her. The trip continued normally until the group passed by two puddles. They had barely walked 5 meters when two mist village chunin Issing ninja attacked the crushed Kakashi with their chain before moving on. Sensei! Sakura exclaimed in shock. Sasuke, to Naruto's mild surprise, actually dropped into a fighting position, though he was far too stiff and textbook, showing the dark-haired boy had little if no real fighting experience. Naruto turned and glared at the chunins, Shikumi no Jutsu. Both chunin froze suddenly in mid-s. Tep assaulted by visions of their deaths in horrible gruesome fashions. An advanced form of an Anbu Black Ops technique. Kakashi thought as he jumped down. Even with the rumors to pull it off so Asily, I've got to wonder just how accurate are they. Kakashi, the next opponent will be a Jonin, he remarked. Send one of your mutts to Konoha to get reinforcements, we are moving on. Sakura and Sasuke stared the two detained ninja in confusion, and Sakura inquired as to what exactly was going on. Kakashi explained that their two attackers, currently bound to a tree, are Chunin class ninjas fr. Own the hidden village of Mist known as the Demon Brothers, that Mist shinobi are trained to keep fighting no matter what the cause. Kakashi knew about them because there was a puddle on the ground. Naruto nodded at this as Kakashi continued on about the situation. He thought that was strange because it hasn't rained in several days given that it was the Fire Country's dry season. The Cycloptic Jonin, and then waited to learn who their real target was. He then reprimanded Tazuna for not revealing the actual difficulty level of the mission, which is not C but above a B. Sakura wants to give up and go back to the village. Naruto turned a dose-killing intent on her, and remarked, cowardice in the face of battle constituted desertion, which means I get to kill you. You mean you'll finish the mission? Asks Tazuna, somewhat worried, and prepared to tell his pathetic sob story, however he doesn't get a chance. Naruto smirks. The next opponent will be a Jonin, maybe an A-class missing ninja and an Enjoya. BLE fight most likely even if they decided to withdraw I would continue simply for the opportunity this presents but you won't be going anywhere will you Uke-kun, Pinky might. Though, Naruto chuckled, his laugh as dark and evil sounding as ever. As far as things went he was back to mostly ignoring the two preteens, after all as far as he was concerned people got stronger. Faster on their own. Sasuke was the last of the Uchiha of Konoha. After all Itachi had left the village, and Naruto would never be of it now, so as far as certain parties were concerned it was tantamount that Sasuke become strong. Obligation. That was what this was. Sasuke was a means to an end, the last of the Konoha Uchiha, the last ninja of the village with the Sharingan genetic trait. In time the bloodline would restore itself. Those who carried the bloodline would have children and in turn they would have children. As it stood amongst those who survived right now, discounting Sasuke, the strongest Sharingan wield. Heirs of Uchiha blood were alive at this time and with the exception of one, all were male. Each of those shinobi possessed exceptionally powerful forms and advanced states of the feared Kekkei Genkai. But none of them were of Konoha not anymore only Sasuke. That was the problem, only Sasuke. For Leaf to be ready it was better for them to have the Sharingan at its disposal. When the next war broke out, Uchiha Sasuke needed to be able to fight for the village of the Hidden Leaf. Naruto had his own obligations, and of course his own agenda, but the fact remained that this was something that was the political machinations of others. Pressing on others, who in turn pressed upon him. Nami no Kuni. The boat trip was amusing if boring. Naruto enjoyed the sound of the churning waves, his insane smirk back. A line flashed through the minds of the other Konoha shinobi, their navies destroyed and capsized by my Suiten Jutsu. The other ninja shivered. This trip's going to be fun I can feel it. Naruto stated. He has a sixth sense about these kind of things. Sakura then asked about the country of Wave and why this mission was so important as the mist clears a little. The four shinobi Naruto, Kakashi, Sakura, Sasuke, as well as the person rowing the boat and Tazuna are able to see the big bridge that is under construction. Tazuna explains that a wealthy and super dangerous shipping magnate by the name of Gato is after his life. This was because Tazuna was organizing the building of the bridge. He pointed to the bridge that was now visible, which would interfere with Gato's monopoly on shipping. He then explained Gato's company was also responsible for the sale of numerous amounts of illegal goods, amongst other things, and uses shinobi and ronin to take control of businesses and countries. The bridge builder further explained that the reason he didn't pay for a B or a rank mission was because Wave Country is very poor because of Gato. Tazuna says that if they abandon him now, he will die. And his daughter and grandson will be miserable and hate Leaf ninjas. Naruto snorts and mutters something at that comment, but no one really wants to hear the assassin's response. When the boat reaches land, Naruto and company begin to escort Tazuna towards his home. As they walk, Naruto's ear twitches. He throws kunai into the bushes, claiming he has detected something. The thing Naruto almost hits this snowshoe rabbit. Kakashi and Naruto realizes that it is not a normal rabbit and gets suspicious. All of a sudden, Kakashi shouts at everyone to get down. They all duck, except Naruto who melts into clay. Just as a massive zanbeitu, a weapon designed to slice rider and steed in half with one stroke, flies over their heads and into a nearby tree. Zabuza appears standing on his weapon. Naruto smirked at the sudden entrance as does Sasuke, but Kakashi tells him to get back, identifying their new enemy as a hidden mists. Missing ninja, Momochi Zabuza. Kakashi says that against Zabuza's high skill level, he will need to use his Sharingan. Zabuza states that his goal is to kill Tazuna. Naruto laughs. I don't think so Cyclops, you had your chance with the chunin mister. No brow Zan. Beitu is my prey you can babysit the children and Tazuna, I shall enjoy my battle. Naruto stated amused with the situation. Zabuza jumps to the water and unleashed the ninpu, Kurigakure no Jutsu, ND with it he seems to disappear into the mist. My silent homeside what a fun style you know but it is good as Jigen against the Shunjin-po of my hidden Mitsurugi. States Naruto drawing his sword FRNG his chakra at the same time. Try and keep me entertained. His pony-tailed hair floating ominously as the energy seeped through. Kakashi looked surprised. What all are you hiding Naruto that tech? HNIQUE you showed I didn't get a good look at it but it was like the Rasengan but different, and to know a legendary style of the sword. How much is true of the rumors about Sasuke? Shiver feel the immense powers and feels that this much pressure could drive him crazy. Kakashi stands in front of Sasuke, and Sakura who are in front of Tazuna. Don't worry, I will not allow my comrades to die. Rather suddenly, Zabuza appears behind Sasuke and Sakura and in front of Tazuna. Zabuza shouts, "It's over," and swings his weapon. Kakashi sees the attack coming and tries to run in towards the group. However, all of them, Tazuna, Sakura and Sasuke, vanished in a bloom of smoke, revealing them to be in fact shadow clones, and Zabuza is destroyed by Naruto's sword, creating a blast of wind exploding into water, revealing Zabuza to be a water clone. The real Zabuza appears behind Kakashi and attacks him with his head splitter, appearing to cut him in two. Only this time it is Kakashi who turns out to be a water clone as well. The single Sharingan user having copied Zabuza's Mizubunshin no technique. The real Kakashi appears behind Zabuza, holding a kunai to his throat. "Don't move, Zabuza, the fight is over." Naruto lets loose a dark laugh. "Is that so?" he states. "You aren't very smart, can't that Sharingan tell you that is also a water clone? Who is this brat? Is he a Jonin in disguise?" thinks the real Zabuza. Wait, gray samurai garb. He uses hidden Mitsurugi, and the brat moves with the grace of an assassin worthy of the old hidden mist. Exceptionally strong shinobi and chakra. Is this boy Aoi Satani? The mist Jonin wonders, as the sense of impending dread increased within the pit of his stomach. Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi. "Oh, and Kakashi, I didn't feel it was relevant, but Zabuza is an S-class missing ninja. He was promoted just prior to you leaving the Konoha Anbu Black Ops," stated Naruto in an oddly cheerful voice. "Futon. Furyusen. The wind dragon destroyed the water clone. I should hurry. Kakashi will be running out of chakra using that useless Sharingan, but that would spoil my fun." Naruto thought, "I will show that I do not need that bloodline." Hokage Tower. "What did you want, Oji-san?" Naruto asked. The Hokage sighed. "Naruto, I want your promise that if things get out of hand you won't hesitate to use your mother's bloodline," the aging village leader pleaded. Naruto's eyes darkened, his teeth bared into a snarl revealing the sharper than normal canines. "I have no need for her bloodline," growled Naruto. "I am strong without it or my other Kake Genkai." Times had changed his perception of things like the traits he had inherited. These days he would prefer to rely on simple ninjutsu or the way of the sword to handle his battles. Though the Uchiha's power had waned as the years had passed, the use of that bloodline and others would do nothing but draw attention to him, attention that he was loath to draw upon himself. Power pulsed through his blood, his power. The powers of his bloodline, his blood itself, power was a part of him. If he blood, from his blood would come his summons. If he willed it, his blood would become flames. Haijutsu, closely guarded jutsu. They were secret techniques that were unique to families and individuals. All notion of affability vanished. Rest assured, Hokage Dono, should I find anything worth the use of that cursed blood that pulses through my veins, whatever it is will be destroyed," he remarked finally. Zabuza kicks the chronically late cycloptic Jonin, sending Kakashi flying into the nearby river. "Is that the best you can do? I was expecting better from the great Kakashi of the copy wheel eye." Zabuza follows after Kakashi only to come across the Makabishi spikes Kakashi had thrown in the dirt to stall Zabuza. "You'll have to do better than that." The ex-mist Jonin and Kakashi meet on the water, using chakra to walk upon the surface of the river. "That's odd, this water is denser than normal," thought Kakashi. The mist Jonin laughed as the silver-haired dog summoner fell into his trap. "Ha, I have you now, you idiot Sweden. Suroi no jutsu." Kakashi is trapped in a sphere of water. "Get out of here, your mission is to protect Tazuna. Zabuza's clones won't be able to go very far, you should be able to escape." Naruto's chakra flares as more is unbound, as a result his high R begins to turn silver and his eyes begin to turn partially red. "Defeatist dog," Naruto roared. Meanwhile Zabuza's clone kicks Sasuke and takes his headband. "Ha, you brats call yourselves shinobi, yo. You can call yourself that when you can face death without flinching. Your hands are all clean as fresh fallen snow." "The devil of the bloody mist," Kakashi murmured loud enough for them to hear. Zabuza perked up. "Oh, so you've heard of the graduation exam. You see, in the village hidden in the mist, the final exam is that the cadets are paired off and made to fight to the death. People you've studi. D with your friends, with those who you've trained with, shared jokes with, eaten lunch and shared food with. It doesn't matter, you're made to fight to the death, but 10 years ago a boy, not even a ninja. Cadets slaughtered the entire graduating class, more than 100 students without pause or hesitation. That is why Mist changed their exam, because of the devil of the bloody mist, Momochi Zabuza. Finished Kakashi. You think this dinky headband makes you a ninja? When you have earned a spot in my bingo book, like Satani over there, then you can call yourself a ninja, says Zabuza, jerking head at where Naruto had been. I suppose it's better for you to say that, Naruto remarked, looking a bit irked as he glares at Kakashi for ordering them to retreat. Uke-kun, Sakura, I'm sure if you two were together you can beat a clone that only has 10% of the power of its maker, Sweden, Haijutsu. Dai Tokubaku. Zabuza is struck by the S-class water style. Both Jonin land on the shore and begin coughing up blood and water. Meanwhile, Zabuza's clone has been destroyed by Sasuke. What was that technique? Thought Kakashi. The chakra was massive, and Naruto isn't even winded. How much of that? Know how large are his reserves? That jutsu was an S-class one. Zabuza was visibly shaking. Not even Haku was able to use that jutsu, even with the reduced amount of chakra due to the Hyoten bloodline. Zabuza stands up a bit unsteady. You two irk me. Naruto's chakra settles as he rebinds his chakra. His hairs returns to its normal golden color. Neither of you are my equals. He's been repressing his chakra this entire time, think both Jonin. But that would mean that if his levels of chakra are that of an S-class level shinobi, his chakra reserves are enormous. Zabuza and Kakashi resume their battle as Naruto sits on a tree branch. Kakashi uses his Sharingan to disillusion Zabuza, even going as far as to complete Zabuza's sentences. Sweden. Sweryuden. Roar both Jonin. The two water dragons curl around each other and the two attacks cancel each other out in massive spray of water. Zabuza and Kakashi begin circling one another. Kakashi uses an illusion technique to make Zabuza see himself. Kakashi then makes a series of hand seals. Sweden. Debakufu. Kakashi impales the struggling Zabuza with kunai, effectively nailing him against the tree the former seven swordsmen had collided with. How? The Zanbeitu user demanded. Is it possible that you can you see the future? He questioned. Yes, your future is death. Suddenly two Senbon needles impale Zabuza's neck and a mist hunter nin jumps down, only to be met by Naruto. It appears your prediction was correct, stated the hunter ninja. Well, Naruto has his wakizashi at the hunter ninja's throat. Naruto, wait, she is from the Kiri Anbu Black Ops. Naruto snorted. Mist's Anbu no longer posse's advanced bloodline traits, defeatist idiot. The blonde sneered. The masked shinobi grez in a swirl of leaves as Kakashi collapses from chakra exhaustion. He snorted, sheathing the short sword. Defeatist dog, mutters Naruto as Sakura picks up Kakashi. The hidden village of the mist was no longer worthy of Baron G, the title one of the great hidden villages of shinobi. Their power had waned over the years, and the village, like its home country, had been wrought with internal strife and civil war. Even so, the F.A. court still remained that the village had produced some very dangerous shinobi, and had born into it powerful bloodline clans. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Oh yes, this would be very interesting indeed, very, very interesting. Chapter conclusion. Helltanza's notes. I have decided I will be giving Iruka a bloodline trait, and Naruto will have one from his mother. However, his bloodline will be altered due to the jutsu from the forbidden scroll he used. His dad will be, like in all my stories, Kazama Arashi, Uzumaki being an assumed name. So votes on what Iruka's Kake Genkai will be, and whether or not Naruto should inherit a Kake Genkai from his father. If you vote, suggest something, because I don't have a clue as to what to make up. Wave 2. Chapter 4 Wave 2 I will strive. Disclaimer. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Summary. Mizuki attempts to get the scroll early. The result of Naruto's involvements could never have been imagined. Nor could they have imagined what Naruto would find inside that scroll. Now Naruto's life as a genin has begun, but how has he changed over the last 6 years? Helltanza's notes. The bloodline Naruto inherited from his mother's side is in canon, and I've already decided that one, but his father's Kake Genkai some suggested one that will work quite nicely. However, I am still open to suggestions. Also, there will be quite a lot of Sakura Taisen in this story, especially after Naruto 2. You will also get to witness Naruto's bloodline or part of it in the last part of this arc. Also, if you don't know, ansatsu means assassination in Japanese. Naruto does use taijutsu, however he primarily uses kenjutsu or ninjutsu when he fights. I also modified certain people's ages. Here's Chapter 4. Chapter Begin. Kakashi wakes up to a woman replacing his bandages. Oh my, you're awake. Naruto appears seemingly out of the shadow of the wall. The assassin hardly seemed pleased by the situation at hand. Reinforcements have arrived, a jonin and 4 genin. Kakashi's eyes widen. Hokage Sama sent them. Recognizing what was supposedly the next generation of prodigies, at least as far as the Council of Konoha was concerned. The door opened. That's right. Came a shout from the doorway. Hello Kakashi. Another jonin from the village hidden in the leaves greeted the silver-haired bed-ridden shinobi. Ebisu. Kakashi replied in his typical lazy fashion to the other ninja. These are my student, states Ebisu, indicating the 4 genin in front of him. I am Hyuga Hanabi. The other 3 shinobi step forward. We are the Uzumaki Corp. Kakashi looks over to see Naruto rubbing his face, probably from irritation at the name or embarrassment, while Hanabi looks irritated for being cut off. I am Sarutobi Konohamaru, announced the young grandson of the Hokage. I am Yugato Moegi. The second boy of the group stepped up. I am Ichiro Udon. We are the fearsome Uzumaki Corp trained by the legendary Uzumaki Naruto. Udon makes a hand seal that creates a genjutsu that makes a spotlight appear to be shining on Naruto. Naruto suddenly begins fusing back into the wall. A warning: don't use any techniques unless you want them stolen. Naruto glares at Kakashi and then Sasuke, even though he is aware that he hasn't activated his Sharingan yet. Kakashi sighed. The Council of Konoha was impressed by the progress that the team had made, hailing them as prodigies because of their ages. Even though each of them were older than the Kakashi had been when he had become genin, and each of them hadn't yet been permitted to take the chunin exams, the child's olgers were rumored to be extremely skilled in battle. Naruto frowned from the shadows. As far as things went, the team dispatched was one he was against. Oh yes, he had had a hand training them, and yes, the 4 of them. Yes, the 4 preteens had potential. Konohamaru would one day be a dangerous shinobi of Fire Country. As an adult he would be a powerful member of the Sarutobi clan. Hyuga Hanabi had the potential to be a powerful member of the Hyuga clan, a clan with a powerful bloodline limit. Time would tell what Udon and Moegi would go on to accomplish, but they were already on the path to become powerful Leaf Village shinobi. Such was a path that was necessary. Naruto was not of the village hidden in the leaves, but he did have obligations to the Land of Fire, and there were other important reasons to ensure that the village, and by proxy the Land of Fire, prospered. If the next generation of powerful shinobi just happened to be loyal to him, well, that was just an added benefit. After all, political power and influence was still power. Time would pass, days would become weeks, and then months, and years. Throughout this, young shinobi would grow and get stronger. The team which had been dispatched had potential, yes, but their deployment spoke of a favoritism not found in his own village. Konoha's council's goals could not be any less clear than they were. They desired to pamper the Uchiha. But really, to send a Hyuga and the grandson of the 3rd Hokage, how very foolish. His own village was young, merely a few years old, but its power was growing because of the power that Naruto had at his disposal. It wasn't like other shinobi villages, more arranged like the structure of the samurai as far as political organization went, and perhaps that was what was needed. Assassination. That was something he could do, it was something he was beyond simply good at. Naruto. No, it didn't matter what name he was given, he was the wrath of heaven, a slayer of men. Assassination was a skill he had refined to the point of an art, and then taken it even further. To destroy the Council of Konoha and bolster the power of the Hokage, arranging such a task was by no means difficult, not easy, but not difficult. Civilians had no place in governing the actions of warriors. Ascetics could fight, samurai could fight, ninja could fight. Warriors must govern warriors. This was a fact that Naruto held to be sacrosanct. A truth that was quite clear. Each nation, no matter how small, was ruled by a feudal lord, a daimyo who in turn ruled over lesser lords who administrated smaller regions. This was how the world was governed. And while there were flaws with hereditary rule, someone who did not understand war was unsuited to rule a land that was always in conflict. Yes, if he removed the civilians from the equation. Then perhaps he could persuade the daimyo of fire to support him to convince the Hokage to allow ninjas to be appointed to those positions in their stead. That would make Konoha stronger. With Zabuza, the masked shinobi reaches to remove the devil of the blood mist's bandages. Zabuza grabs the extended arm before removing the bandages himself, revealing his mouth to be filled with shark-like teeth. He then proceeds to roughly yank the needles from his neck. "If you do that you really may die," she remarked. "I swear you're a butcher, Haku," growls Zabuza, rubbing his neck. "Next time will be different. I have figured a way of defeating the Sharingan. However, Satani will be a much larger threat. Optimally, we can kill the old man while he's away from Grey Satan." The big man grunted. "That should minimize any danger since, as I said, have devised a plan to defeat the threat of the Sharingan." Meanwhile in the forest, "Kakashi-sensei, what's the Sharingan?" asked Sakura. Naruto looks up from his book for the barest of moments. A darker than usual expression crossed his features, though only for the barest of moments. Of the surviving Uchiha, only Itachi was on. Who was truly and gladly welcomed within his territory. All the others of Uchiha blood were likely to receive a lukewarm at best reception. To explain the genetic trait of which had made the Uchiha bloodline so famous and powerful. The Sharingan is a dojutsu class Kakei Genkei, or in layman's terms a pupil technique advanced bloodline inheritance trait. The blonde boomed, silencing the others. Such allow the clans who inherit them to claim inherent superiority over non-bloodline trait-wielding clans. This is however incorrect. The Sharingan and most other advanced bloodline inheritance imited traits are in fact a weakness because the clan is inherently predisposed to use the traits they possess. Kakei Genkei, like the Sharingan, are nothing more than crutches that inferior shinobi rely on to win all their battles for them. The Sharingan is in fact the reasons for the Uchiha's rightful extermination. In a twofold form, Naruto pauses. This is the fact that, as I stated, the presence of a Kakei Genkei within a clan leads to the inherent belief of superiority of clan and reliance on the Kakei Genkei. These two are the reasons for Uchiha clans' termination. "What the hell would you do? You don't even have a clan." Sasuke lunged at Naruto, throwing a wild punch, which went way off to the side. He is no better than the other Uchiha. Itachi should have executed him as well that night. Naruto sneered. "Of the 3 Kakei Genkei I possess, I can count on my fingers the number of times I have wielded them in a state that requires conscious distribution of chakra. A Kakei Genk, I should be a shinobi's trump card, are used only in extreme situations. If you use it constantly and neglect your other capabilities, you are bound to be defeated," Naruto stated, easily evading Sasuke's lunges and resumes, reading the book he was holding. Ma, Kakashi interjected. "That's enough, boys. We are here to train, not tear each other throats out," he chastised. "Today we will be learning how to climb trees." Sakura looked like she wanted to say something to Naruto, but though better of it, "Sensei, we already learned how to climb trees," she announced. Kakashi walks up the tree. But Sakura, you will be doing it without hands." Hanabi snorts. "I can already do that." "Hanabi-chan is right, all of us can. Naruto Shisho taught us," announces Konohamaru. Of course he would have been expected to be able to do it, as he was from not only a powerful clan but the grandson of the legendary professor. The young Hyuga glared at Konohamaru for upstaging her, yet again, and of course the way he constantly referred to her as Hanabi-chan. Naruto didn't frown. Still, if the two were to work together to make Konoha strong, they would really need to get along better. Unfortunately, that as not something he could address himself. Kakashi explained the principle of the exercise to Sakura and Sasuke, with everyone else listening in with various degrees of attention paid to the lecture. Akira managed to make it up all the way up to the first branch of the tall tree. Sasuke only was able to make it several meters up the tree before falling down. "Okay Naruto, go show them," Ebisu encouraged the assassin. Sasuke perked up. "Yeah Dobi," he challenged the blonde. Naruto reluctantly closes his book. "Naruto, what are you reading?" asks Sakura. Naruto held up the worn copy of the book. "Sun Tzu, The Art of War." The rest of Team 7 face faulted after reading the book's title. Of course he would read that. Naruto walks all the way up and then back down. An eagle flies down to Naruto, a scroll tied to its leg. Kakashi's eyes narrowed, perhaps because of the letter, perhaps not. The Jonin was not the only one with a reaction. Naruto frowned to himself. direct messages to him were not usually a good sign. Still, Naruto was not some green genin. He understood the obligations of politics and the obligations of his various titles and status. He had carved a bloody and imposing reputation out in the years since he had left Konoha for the first time, and he had obligations, which he was required to attend to. Sasuke may have been raised as a member of the Uchiha clan, a clan with great and powerful political and military influence, but he was really nothing more than a spoiled child. He was a child in regards to responsibility. He failed to understand the responsibility of his bloodline. Naruto would admit that he too had once also been like that, blissfully ignorant of his obligations of his inheritance. For all his statements that the Sharingan was a crutch for weaklings, it was also a powerful tool for shinobi, but it as Naruto realized so very early on, it had its disadvantages. The largest of those disadvantages was that there were strings attached. When people aren't you had a bloodline, things changed, and there were people with political power who would seek to use the Kekkei Genkai. In time Sasuke would learn, but that would be in time. For now the boy was just that. Despite being on the road to being a shinobi, he was nothing more than a child hiding behind his family name to get what he wanted. Still, there were a number of people already taking an interest in Sasuke. Because he was after all the last Uchiha in Konoha. That was part of the reason Naruto was partnered with Team 7 in the first place. Sasuke had the potential to be a powerful asset for the village hidden in the leaves. He had the potential to be an asset for the village, and for the whole of the Fire Nation, an asset which both could need when the time came, and the next war broke out. Chapter Conclusion. Heltanza's Notes. I added a little humor. Wave 3. Chapter 5 Wave 3 I will strive. Disclaimer. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Summary. Mizuki attempts to get the scroll early. The result of Naruto's involvements could never have been imagined. Nor could they have imagined what Naruto would find inside that scroll. Now Naruto's life as a genin has begun. But how has he changed over the last 6 years? Heltanza's Notes. I should point something out. Haku is Sannin level shinobi. The reason for this is that I made Zabuza stronger, and Zabuza states that Haku's skill exceeds his own Zabuza's skill level as that of a Jonin. Thus I believe Kishimoto-sensei screwed up in the fight, in canon, between Haku versus Sasuke and Naruto. I mean, yeah, Haku could have been unwilling to kill them and Naruto tapped Kyuubi's power, but still, and as Kakashi said, there are kids your age who are stronger than me. Here's Chapter 5. This will be the conclusion of the Wave arc, finally. Chapter Begin. Nami no Kuni. Naruto emerged from one of the trees in the clearing. He wasn't bothering to actively try to hide his presence. The few enemies who could and would challenge him were all far too showy. The girl already within the clearing looked at him. Hello. Greeted Haku. Naruto glanced at the girl gathering herbs. Good morning. Replied the blonde. I trust Zabuza-san is recovering well. Haku tensed at his statement concerning her associate. He tilted his head. Don't worry, I have no intention of fighting you. Here, the blonde remarked, which was true fighting. The dark-haired girl was in no way mandated at present by his mission. Haku relaxed as Naruto began helping her pick herbs. So you train quite a bit. Naruto nodded silently in response. Is it Becca? You have someone precious to you, someone you wish to protect. He paused. Someone to protect. His eyebrow raised slightly at the odd question. Zabuza surely should have shared the information he had on the blonde. Why would she bother to ask such a question? He was Hitokiri after all. To ask that kind of question to him didn't make sense. When a person has someone to protect, they become truly strong. She stated from her tone and the way she postured herself, it was clear that was what she believed. The blonde straightened slightly, causing the dark-haired girl to freeze in concern. Is that what you believe? Naruto asked her. Haku nodded in response to the inquiry by the assassin. You believe the same thing he did? He commented. To him the philosophy seemed foolish. Then again, perhaps it simply couldn't be explained to the wrath of heaven. Naruto handed her another bundle of herbs. Frankie, miss. He stated, praising her abilities in the healing arts. Huh, what do you mean? Was Haku's response as she blushed at the praise from the assassin. Haku's almond eyes met his blue. For now, despite my complex attacks and lethal knowledge, he began, I have little to no talent in the arts of life. The ability to heal, I suppose it's because I never needed it. my regeneration capability is in itself will regenerate any wound I may ever sustain. Yet while I can master an lethal technique with ease, even the simplest techniques of medical ninjutsu are painstakingly difficult for me. I suppose I am envious of your ability to foster life. Naruto hands Haku a final bundle of herbs. Give Zabuza-san my wishes for a speedy recovery. Haku nods and walks away, but turned back to face the assassin. Oh, and by the way, I'm a boy. Naruto glances at Haku curiously before he smirked. How foolish it was to try and deceive him. No, he commented amused, you're a girl, you do a good job of hiding, but I can smell the hormone difference. The two parted ways, and Naruto considered the present state of affairs. Konoha, and more broadly, though still accurate, Fire Nation, specifically the members of the court, wanted him to ensure Sasuke lived through this mission. They wanted, both Konoha and Fire, to see Sasuke become a strong ninja. He was obligated to assist in this, such was the nature of his ties, and his own interests dictated he take steps to keep Fire and Kono on a path that would lead to strength if it was within his power. War would come sooner or later, that much was quite apparent. The conditions had been building up for years now, and things would reach a boiling point soon enough. As things stood, a full-scale war would break out. It was inevitable. Fire, Konoha, and others needed to be as ready as they could for this. Nami no Kuni, Tizuna's house. Naruto stood up. Weakling, just stay in your own little world of drama and keep crying, he remarked distastefully at Inari's whining. We'll hang his corpse up like a pig, then hopefully you'll have grown a spine and learn to defend your home with your own hands. Inari runs off crying. Naruto, you go apologize this minute. Sakura ordered rashly. The blonde glared at the stupid pink-haired girl, causing her to squeak and moved to hide, cower, behind Sasuke. Konohamaru smirked, crossing his arms across his chest in an effort to look tough, somewhat difficult to do even if you were a prodigy to do when you're a preteen, and cool. Ha, you sure told her boss. But Konohamaru-kun, his teammate, piped up. Shisho didn't say anything to the Sakura when she was being stupid. The third Hokage's grandson nodded in an attempt to appear sagely. It's the spirit of the swordsman, he doesn't need to speak, he proclaimed. Ooh, that's so cool. Moegi squealed in amazement. Both of Gato's men exploded in a shower of blood. Naruto had appeared standing slightly behind the two, now very dead, thugs, and sheathes his sword. Such poor excuses for practitioners of the sword arts. Both of the parry criminals' bodies hit the floor, and the swords they had been bandying about both broke in half. Tsunami-san, I'm heading to the bridge, Naruto remarked to Tizuna's daughter as he walked out of the house without any further comment. Meanwhile at the bridge, Zabuza and Kakashi are evenly matched, while Ebisu, Hanabi, Konohamaru, and Sasuke are fighting Haku, and unfortunately the Konoha shinobi are still losing. As it was, despite being prodigies, there was still a good reason Konoha tended to keep people, except the most exceptional, from graduating early. Kakashi avoided Zabuza's slash, nay, that would have slashed through his transplanted Sharingan eye, which was only slightly of use in the heavy mist. A voice pierced the thick fog. Kaden, Su-en-zan, roared Naruto, the fire style attack succeeded in literally vaporizing Haku's mirrors, creating a mass of hot steam. The lithe ice bloodline user turned, retaliating by using Hyoten, Sensatsu Susho, and sending dozens of icy needles at the blonde assassin. Naruto countered by raising his blade over his head. Energy pulsed through his arms and moved through his sword with well-practiced precision. Kaden Katatsu-zan, a dragon Shaw, head arc of flame shot off the sword and vaporized the needles. Haku quickly formed a few dozen more needles and hurled them at Naruto in response while making one-handed seals. Hyoten, Hyatatsu Enden, Hyoten, Hyo-ne-ro. Naruto responded in response. Massive pillars of ice shaped like the roots of a tree wrapped around and then crushed Haku's dragon of ice. She's good, I may have actually to decrease the amount of chakra I'm suppressing. Haku formed a mirror and then attempted hurled more Senbon needles. This time though she chose to unleash her preferred weapons at Tizuna. The young L-80 was of comparable level to the Sannin, even stronger than Zabuza, as the pointy-toothed swordsman had claimed. Resourceful, Naruto commented and unbound his chakra, allowing it, the dark extremely potent energy, to freely mix and saturate his body. In an instant his hair bleached, becoming silver, and his eyes turned violet. The surge of chakra boosted Naruto's speed exponentially greater than Haku's could ever hope to match in this battle. As it stood, it was really for a psychological effect in raw power. His expertise at his style of swordmanship, to be specific hidden Mitsurugi, gave him all the speed he needed. Impressive, but speed can't hope to match mine, he remarked, but I must congratulate, only an S-class level shinobi has capacity to force me go to unleash this % of my power, the blonde praised his opponent. Which saying something, given when I fought Makumori I had to go to 60% and forced me to utilize my own bloodline. Raiden. Raimazan. Naruto's sword C. Aimed down in an arc and Haku was forced to dive to the ground to avoid the slash of red and black lightning that emerged from the blade. Naruto's definitely has entered the fight. I have to finish this. Kakashi thought. Hey Zabuza, we are both busy shinobi, let's hurry and finish this. He remarked far more jovially than he actually felt right now. The silver-haired nin made a series of hand seals within the mist. Kuchiyos. Doden. Suga no Jutsu. Zabuza suddenly found himself held in place by Kakashi's ninja dogs. As the mist begins to clear, Kakashi made another set of hand seals, this time for his original jutsu, the Chidori. Unfortunately, at the same time, Gato and his army of thugs decided to arrive at the bridge. An arrow soars from amongst the thugs and struck Zabuza's bare chest directly above the missing ninja's heart. Zabuza-sama. Haku rushed over to the missing ninja, grateful that the blonde Hitokiri had made no moves to attempt to stop her. Gato laughed at the event. Ha, this worked better than I had hoped, he exclaimed, mentally reminded himself, since he was now in a really good mood to reward whoever had shot Zabuza. Haku and Naruto stood beside the injured Zabuza. Hey Satani. The former member of the village hidden within the mists greeted the Hitokiri. Zabuza-san, there is little I can do for you, he stated, surveying the wound with a critical eye. I have lived my life governed almost wholly by the principles of Sasuke Ken, the blonde remarked. Zabuza nodded jerkily in response. That's all right, he muttered, after all I've lived a similar life. He principles of the sword that brought death, it was the path most swordsmen followed. The only comfort I can offer you is to assure you that you are dying a warrior's death, he stated before pausing. And to avenge your demise I will go and kill Gato and his thugs. Naruto turned on his heel towards Gato. Satani, hold on, I have a favor if it's not too much trouble, Zabuza grunted. I have a favor to ask of you, if you'll hear it. Naruto turned, considering the statement. I will offer any assistance I can, he remarked after a moment's pause. If you could take care of Haku for me, the missing ninja coughed violently. I'm sure you're pretty aware of the situation he commented. Naruto nodded. Haku is welcome within my home for as long as she desires to be there, he stated, inclining his head to the young woman. Thanks Satani. Zabuza grunted, his eyelids closing slightly. Help me up, I want to see that pig's death, he muttered to Haku. Naruto unsheathed his wakizashi, his second shorter sword, and dashed toward Gato and begins massacring the thugs that the shipping magnate had brought to the bridge. Who are you? Stammered one of the Ronin as he stumbled back in fear of the assassin who was in process of killing the other thugs. The blonde smirked. I go by many name, but I best known as Aoi Satani, founder of Onsengaku no Sato and head of the Black Sanctum Council, Naruto whispered before cutting the Ronin down with one slash. The other Ronin all begin trying to run away, only to be cut down until only Gato remains alive. Naruto sheaths both his swords and grabs the crime boss by his fat throat. Black and silver light glows around Naruto's hand. Gato struggled around helplessly against the assassin, all the while screaming obscenities at the blonde. A minute later Naruto drops a Gato's corpse which looks like it's been mummified. What was that? Sasuke demanded, staring at the corpse and then at Naruto's hand and then back again, wondering precisely what was going on. The grandson of the third Hokage perked up. Huh, he muttered. Oh right, this must be you first time seeing it, the younger prodigy remarked. It a part of boss's bloodline. Limit ability, but more than that, it's also the first stage of Shisho's ultimate assassination jutsu, Konohamaru stated. Well brat, you grew a spine used to protect your home before I killed Gato, Naruto remarked. Not bad for someone like you, the blonde stated, congratulating Inari and his group of assembled villagers, most of whom were inching away from the assassin. Chapter conclusion. Arc conclusion. Helltanza's notes. Like I said, the conclusion of the wave arc, yay. Remember to vote please. Jutsu list. Doden. Suchi Ryu Enden Earth-style Rock Dragon Missile Futon. Furyusen Wind-style Wind Dragon Flash. Sweden. Haijutsu. Dai Tokubaku Water-style Hidden Technique Great Waterfall Explosion. Hyoten. Hyone Ro Ice-style Ice Root Prison. Hyoten. Hyatatsu Enden Ice-style Ice Dragon Missy. Le Kaden. Katatsu Zan Fire-style Fire Dragon / Kaden. Suen Zan Fire-style Twin Flame / Raiden. Raimazan Lightning-style Lightning Demon / Interlude I. Chapter 6 Interlude I Subtitle Return to Konoha I Will Strive. Disclaimer. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Summary Mizuki attempts to get the scroll early. The result of Naruto's involvements could never have been imagined. Nor could they have imagined what Naruto would find inside that scroll. Now Naruto's life as a genin has begun, but how has he changed over the last 6 years? Heltanza's notes. This mainly just a ch. After I wrote to pass the time and for plot development purposes. There will be some mentions of escaflowne such as sword styles based off of Balgus of Fanalia and Vaughn. From the movie, there will be transgender events or mecha however like in the anime of Visions of Escaflowne. Chapter begin. The day Team 7 departs Nami no Kuni, dawn. Naruto laughs darkly suddenly remembering the Ronin's question. I will have many names throughout my life. What is the point of asking my name? It will change with time. Naruto draws his sword at such a high speed it creates a vacuum strong enough to clear a vast expanse of trees. The chunin exams will be coming soon. I hope to see my cadets fare well in this competition between nations. It will be worth to see Onsen's new warriors draw their blades Agai. NST an enemy worth it enough to endure seeing my annoying kin. Indeed this will be well worth it. Hoshimaru. 2 days later. Sasuke's dream memory of the Uchiha massacre. Itachi had just killed Fugaku after he had impaled Mikoto, leaving his mother to bleed to death. A shadowy figure emerged from the wall. Sasuke gasped. His eyes were identical to Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi, you should leave now. I have finished eliminating the last of the Uchiha clan within the complex. My barrier will stop any Anbu Black Ops who would attempt to enter the compound, but nonetheless you should leave. Itachi nodded. Just one more thing, Otoko. Itachi turned to Sasuke and sheathed his standard issue Leaf Village Anbu Black Ops katana. If you want revenge, hate, detest me, despise me with all your being. Itachi told Sasuke. Tsukuyomi. Sasuke was taken to the dimension of the moon god. For the next 72 hours you will witness the massacre of the Uchiha clan and endure every WOU. ND inflicted upon them, and I can assure you little brother Otoko and I were quite viscous. 3 seconds later. Are you done? Asked the figure, his own Sharingan perfectly still. He was eyeing Sasuke with a bored expression. Itachi nodded. Yeah, let's go. And then Sasuke passed out as the two left. End dream. Hai no Kuni. Main road to Konohagakure no Sato. 1 day's travel by civilian means to the hidden village of the Leaf. Sasuke bolted upright, sweating and panting hard. Naruto walked up with Haku, the later carrying a new katana. Have a bad dream, Uke-kun. It was more a statement rather than a question, as if the blonde shinobi had been present watching inside the young Uchiha's mind. Where the hell have you two been? Demanded Sasuke in an attempt to sat his curiosity and change the subject. Getting Haku started on her training regiment. How long? How long for what? Replied Naruto, tilting his head while speaking in his overly cheerful, insane tone of voice. How long have you been up? Growled Sasuke. 3 hours. Quote, Kakashi chose to arrive now with Ebisu and his team. Oh good, you're up, Sasuke. If you could wake Sakura we can start on this morning's training exercises. Saku. Ra grudgingly got out of her sleeping bag. She grumbled the entire way. So I've taught you tree climbing. Correction, you taught Pinky and Uke-kun how to climb trees using chakra. So how about a taijutsu spar to evaluate level? I would not advise that. And why is that, Naruto? In the background Ebisu gulps. My taijutsu forms are primarily a very lethal form, meaning they inflict a large amount of painful damage. What are we talking about here, broken arms? Asked Kakashi. I'm sure the others can handle that. Not quite, Cyclops. Try ruptured tenketsu and internal hemorrhaging of the vital organs. Plus broken bones. Kakashi winces. You might have a point. Don't you have something a little less dangerous? How would one go about rupturing a tenketsu? I wonder. I've only heard of the Hyuga being able to block them. Then again, this is Naruto we're talking about. He probably invented this just to inflict pain. Naruto throws a punch towards a rock some 10 meters away and it turns to dust. Unfortunately no. The force of my attacks is so significant I don't have to actually make contact to inflict damage. Everyone stares star-struck at the destroyed rock. What idiots. That could have been some seal-less wind jutsu. Whispers a voice, almost an imperceptible hiss, in Naruto's ear. Genjutsu then. I'm sure we could all do that for a little bit. Maybe some ninjutsu practice later. So who knows any genjutsu techniques? Naruto, I'm sure you know a few. Please try and pick something that won't leave permanent mental scars. Kakashi chuckles, trying to lighten the mood. Ebisu groans. Don't encourage him. Heal my students and they'll use them on me, Kakashi-san. Whispers Ebisu. Well then, so be it. This is one of my more favored techniques. In fact, it is perhaps my favorite genjutsu to use. Everyone perks up, especially Sasuke and Kakashi, the latter somewhat nervously. Kami, help us all, moans Ebisu. Kokuongyo no jutsu. Ah, I can't see, screams Sakura. Hanabi and Sasuke both try to use their dojutsu to pierce the dark area. Even Kakashi unveils his transplanted one to no avail. Naruto, if you could disengage Ujutsu I am rather partial to being able to see. Asks Ebisu. What was that? It's Sharingan. My improvement to the Shodaime Hokage's Kokuongyo no Jutsu. The jutsu is an S-class variant capable of stopping most dojutsu site cement ability to pierce through genjutsu, meaning you would have to rely on your other senses. Besides myself, I have taught only 4 other people who are from Konoha. No one missed the bar begins. Chikake Genkai reliance in his statement. Who did you teach? Demanded Sasuke after Naruto had disengaged the jutsu. Manners Uke-kun. Sarutobi Sasuke the Sandaime Hokage, Uchiha Itachi, and Yumi no Ir. Uka the other one. Well, I don't think I will tell you. Naruto said with a smirk. Sasuke paled before lunging at Naruto. A useless endeavor. Naruto just turned into mud as soon as Sasuke's kunai hit. You done acting like a petulant brat, or do I need to beat some sense into you? Stated the blonde sitting on a tree branch. Akaden. Gokaku no Jutsu was Sasuke's response. The grand fireball dissipated harmlessly against Naruto's chest. Naruto yawned. Is that the best you can do? What a pathetic flame technique. That's enough, Sasuke, ordered Kakashi. 25 minutes later, Sasuke had sufficiently calmed down. So anyone want to volunteer to go first? Complete and utter silence. Kakashi groaned. How about you, Naruto? A dragon of blue flame shot off Naruto's hand, incinerating a tree not a foot from Kakashi. Naruto had not even looked up from his book. No hand seals. That was unwise. Whispered Kyubi in the back of Naruto's mind. He will no doubt be suspicious of that ability. This is his first time seeing it up close. Single quote. The ability is rare but not unknown. He will ask the old man and that will finish the matter. It is not like he is a threat at his current level. Oh, I was key. ND of hoping everyone would show something we hadn't seen yet, so we would better know what everyone was capable of. Hai no Kuni, Kanahagakure no Sato, Hokage's tower. The remaining leg of the journey to the hidden village of the leaves was normal. Team 7 and its backup Team 12 returning from S-class mission to Wave. Announced Kakashi. Of course the Hokage will see you now, please go on in. The secretary gave a glare to Naruto, who flicked his wrist, sending a black razor-sharp stiletto into the wall beside the clerk's head. Ah, welcome back. I am glad to see you are all well. Stated the Hokage. I would like to congratulate you on completing your first S-class mission. Thank you, Hokage-sama. So I believe all there is now is to determine Miss Haku was it. Haku nodded. Living arrangements. Obviously she will be staying with me. Stated Naruto. I don't think that's such a good idea. Objected Kakashi. I am afraid that your objection is of no concern and thus irrelevant. Snarled Naruto, baring his thickened canine and almost serpentine hiss emanating from within his throat. But he's a teenage guy. Naruto is correct, Kakashi. Naruto owns several homes in the village. And he is quite capable of looking after both himself and Miss Haku. But Hokage-sama, the matter is over, Kakashi. If you and Ebisu would remain behind Naruto, why don't you help Miss Haku get Edled into the village and you can give me your observations later. Of course, old man. Also Naruto, the Fire Lords were present in the village today, they may still be in town. Of course. Puzzled looks came from the genin. Except the Uzumaki core. Oh boy, I have a feeling tomorrow's exercises are going to be. Don't jump to conclusions, Konohamaru. I don't let my mood influence my training regiment. Hi no Kuni. Konohagakure no Sato. The western residential district. Naruto touched the massive gate, which glowed and swung open. I have a bit of an unspoken agreement with the Hyuga, we leave each other alone and in return I don't destroy like my Otoko did to the Uchiha. Does your cousin live here as well, Naruto-sama? No, he is officially labeled a missing ninja, he like you is. Ranked as an S class, though that is only because the rating stops at S. He works with a couple of my friends in an organization called Akatsuki. Knowing Zabuza, you has probably heard of Hoshigaki Kisame, he is also a member of Akatsuki. The daimyo killer. Naruto nods. Yeah, that one. Well, let's go inside. If I should dally any longer, those bloodline fools will come to see why I'm standing in front of my gate. Haku nodded. The first thing Naruto had begun training, 3 days prior, Harem was not to use her bloodline in fights, as much and to really on other skills. As the old man stated, this is one of several houses I own. The others are all inheritance, this one I constructed using my own funds. Stated Naruto, opening the door. Haku gasped. The house was exquisite. Naruto walked up the stairs and down the hall. This is the main family wing. I have rooms for various relations who drop by from time to time. This is my room. Naruto gestured to a door. The rooms on either side are for my cousin or for my friend Kazuma, respectively. As you can notice, there are nameplates, so you may simply take your pick of any of the unchosen rooms. Should some pompous noble drop by, tell them I am out, and if they ask, you're my apprentice. Hi Naruto-sama. Heltanza's notes. I've kind of been busy, so I'll try and update later, hopefully maybe day after tomorrow. Remember to vote. Thank you for any reviews submitted. Also, Naruto is obviously not as short as he is in canon, however Sasuke and Sakura plus everyone else is still their canon height. Naruto is now his height in the part 2 of canon of 166 centimeters or approximately 5 foot 5 inches, making him tall but making it more realistic of the fact he uses a full-size katana. Chunin I. Chapter 7 Chunin I will strive. Disclaimer. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Summary: Mizuki attempts to get the scroll early. The result of Naruto's involvements could never have been imagined. Nor could they have imagined what Naruto would find inside that scroll. Now Naruto's life as a genin has begun, but how has he changed over the last 6 years? Heltanza's notes. To answer certain questions, last chapter involved foreshadowing. You'll see what it means later. Additionally, I have no idea as to the pairing. Also, I will be using the chakra affinity system used in canon, not that it really affects Naruto as he can use any element. That isn't his bloodline, it's just a trait he has. Arc begin. Chapter begin. Hi no Kuni. Konohagakure no Sato. Naruto walked down to the Ichiraku for some of the restaurant famous name sake ramen. Naruto had not been to the dinner since his return to the village, having been quiet busy training Haku. His chakra was unbound to around 30%, meaning to the idiots of the village, those who believed he was the fox, he was rather unrecognizable, as he went by the name Yamazaki Shinosuke, with violet eyes and a long flowing mane of silver hair, a trait that was oddly common among shinobi. Additionally, his whisker marks were completely invisible. The marks caused by the kitsune ceiling were masked and would eventually vanish naturally the larger Naruto's chakra sources grew. Something is the binding of his chakra sped up, or if Naruto completely released said chakra binding system, of course for the later the marks would return once Naruto re-established T-He system and the more potent chakra faded, which would be at least a few days in most cases, even if the release was only for a few minutes. The people were really fools in Naruto's opinion, for kamis. Sake, they lived in a shinobi village where young children could transform into other people. Additionally, kitsune were notorious tricksters capable of transformations. You think they would figure it out, or at least suspect it, if they really thought he was the fox demon. Naruto sat down next to Iruka. You know you don't have to do that. I don't care what people say, you're one of our #1 customers. If anyone has a problem with that, well, screw them. Stated Chuki, the old man who ran the shop. Yeah Naruto, it isn't necessary. Bah, I will not be responsible for you losing customers even if they are fools. Chunin exams are coming up, are you looking forward to watching it, Iruka? Iruka nodded, downing a bowl of ramen broth. So how are things? Well, nothing much happens. I was thinking going ahead and taking the Jonin exam. You would be a Jonin, already had accepted one of the Anbu invitations. Yes, well, I enjoy teaching. I'm not much for the Anbu type. You can outfight most of the mainstay of the Anbu of Konoha, retorted Naruto. Using your techniques, yes I can. Agreed Iruka. You would fare well enough just using elemental ninjutsu and taijutsu. You would not actually need to use those techniques, though it would be easier. Naruto countered before draining another bowl of ramen. You already have all the qualifications of a Tokibetsu Jonin. I think you're rating me a little high, Naruto. I'm nowhere close to level we both now. Your abilities are easily Kage level at 30% now. Hell, you took down Makumori and you didn't even have to go 100% in. You didn't take off you cloak or weights. Naruto snorted. That does not say much. You're playing down the fact I activated my Kakei Genkai and used Tsubasa no Hikari to fight the bat. Yeah, well, it could fly. That's probably the only reason you needed your bloodline. I have to agree with Iruka. Naruto, you giving the demon too much credit, stated old man Ichiraku. Naruto strolled down the street when he heard Konohamaru's battle cry. Now what? Naruto turned the corner to a fairly amusing sight, in his opinion. Konohamaru was preparing to snap some sand ninja neck, the ninja in question as in a black suit with odd ear-like flaps. That is enough, Konohamaru, orders Naruto, appearing on the fence post. Shisho, chimed the other two members of the Uzumaki Corp, in greeting. Sorry boss. The young Sarutobi released the sand nin, while accidentally bouncing the sand ninja head against the fence. Ow, damn brat, muttered the ninja, rubbing his head. I know that Suna and Kono are allied, but you need to registration too. Are you stupid? The blonde Suna Kunoichi produces her passport. Don't you know anything? We are here for the chunin exam, obviously. Humph, so much for your so much greater intellect. Obviously I would have killed all of them if they were not supposed to be here. Uke-kun, Gaara-chan, get out of the tree, barks Naruto. Gaara and Sasuke join the shinobi on the ground. I apologize for Kankuro's actions, Yamazaki Dana. Yamazaki Dana, sorry I didn't recognize you. Yes, well, I take it you're all glad Azumo letting you participate in the chunin exam. I would suggest you get Kon-chan to the hospital. Konohamaru-kun seems to have fractured a few of his ribs during their scuffle. July 7th, Ninja Academy. Naruto stepped past the two chunin who had set up the genjutsu. Hey, where? Oh hey Naruto. Shit, oh shit, I probably just signed my death warrant. Hello again Katetsu, it has been a while, greeted Naruto, smirking. I didn't realize you were still genin. Good luck on the exam. Naruto enters the next room. Sasuke growls and follows, Sakura and trots after Sasuke. Rock Lee jumps down and fights Sasuke. I apologize oh lazy to write fight between Lee and Sasuke, though Sasuke got his ass kicked, yay. Guy appears and reprimands Lee, and then introduces himself. Ah Naruto, I missed you during our training sessions. Yes, I apologize Guy, I have been teaching a new pupil. Yosh. Then I must meet this youthful new student of yours. The genin go inside the exam waiting room. Sasuke is immediately tackled by Ino and Naruto walks over to go and talk to a group of foreign shinobi. Naruto only rejoins the Leaf rookies upon them being approached by Yukushi Kabuto. Kabuto tells the genin about Lee and Gaara. Do though, say cards of yours have any info on the other candidates? Individually, they might. You have someone special in mind? Respond Kabuto. I might. I would ask about Naruto, but if I and Uchiha does not know about my own teammate, then it will look bad. Rock Lee from Leaf and Gaara of the Sand. Ah, that's no fun. You have names, that makes it easy. Kabuto pulls out the cards. Rock Lee is a year older than Sasuke. He's done 20D rank missions and 11C rank missions. The squad leader is Guy Sensei and his teammates are Tenten and Hyuga Neji. His hand-to-hand combat skills have increased dramatically this past year. But his other skills are questionable. This is the first time taking the chunin exam. Gaara of the Desert completed 15C rank and 11B rank mission as well as 9A rank and returned from all his missions unharmed. This is his first time taking the exam. Naruto blatantly yawns, and Kabuto gets attacked by the sound ninja. Ibiki and the proctors arrive. Chapter conclusion. Helltanz's notes. Bloodline submitted by Hoyt. 1. It's based after a video camera. 2. It looks like this but it's golden yellow. 3. It lets a person using it to speed up their brain's neurotransm. Iters in the eye to make everything seem in slow motion. 4. It can zoom in and store images and texts like a computer. 5. It lets you learn a jutsu fast, not copy, because it automatically records justice. And files what they look like so the dojutsu user can sort of refer to the video of the jutsu and see every detail of the process like a frame by frame, like on TV. 6. While using it to fight it, automatically files their style like jutsus so the dojutsu user can predict the next move and eventually, but faster than a normal person, learn the taijutsu style by examining its workings frame by frame. 7. Pretty useless, lets the user cast a simple genjutsu that plays recorded things so others can see it. Ultimate form requirements. It is achieved by mastering the other abilities like making you be able to see everything so slowly it is as if time stopped and be able to move as if normal, yellow flash, having successfully being able to examine things so well that when the user records the opponent's style, jutsu, it can examine it and discover its workings and weaknesses and subconsciously adjusting and fixing errors to make said style, jutsu more efficient, being able to predict moves no. The same way as the Sharingan because the Sharingan senses muscle tension, it uses the data it analyzed from their fight to predict what they will do next, meaning the user adapts to the opponent acting them stronger as the fight goes on. The ultimate form it changes into a tilted yellow, black Mangekyo that adjusts to light and distance like a machine by twisting, dilating and contracting. It gives 3 abilities. 1. Is the ability to force an opponent to live through a recorded memory as anyone you wish with all the pain. For example, if it was used while watching a guy cut off his leg, the perso N could make the target that guy, though it's not real, it's painful. It is similar to the Tsukuyomi because it's in the mind. 2. Ability to make your brain work so fast that in your mind 72 hours is 1 second. While in your head you can search through the files, finding ideas and past experiences to help defeat a much stronger opponent than yourself, kind of like where Shikamaru sits there thinking of a plan. 3. Stronger version of the simple projection genjutsu. It creates stuff out of chakra, like a shadow clone, like a whole new reality, but you need to use things from your memory, like if Psalm E1 shatters a glass it would be silent unless your memory had recorded the sound of shattering glass. Whole choices. Naruto's bloodlines, except his father's, is revealed in the Forest of Death. Or proceed as I had originally planned. Naruto uses his bloodline during the invasion, and later reveals his mom's bloodline while fighting one of the members of her clan. Also vote on when and who you want to see Naruto use his taijutsu style against. Additionally, there is the matter of summoning contracts. There are 2 votes in this category. The first shinobi can have multiple summoning contracts. How many should be the limit? The second vote for Naruto's, or anyone else's, summons. Chunin 2. Chapter 8 Chunin 2 I will strive. Disclaimer. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Suma get the scroll. Early the result of Naruto's involvements could never have been imagined. Nor could they have imagined what Naruto would find inside that scroll. Now Naruto's life as a genin has begun, but how has he changed over the last 6 years? Helltanz's notes. I kind of meant to tell you I have already picked one of Naruto's summons. You probably wouldn't guess it, but feel free to try. Also I made the academy for Konoha start at 5. It makes more sense than 7 or 8 because it would give more time to train the students as shinobi should be trained. Teigokumaru is the name of Makumori, the 7 tails in this story. You may recognize the name of the bad demon from Inuyasha. Additionally, I am sorry but Orochimaru will not die during this arc. Naruto is capable of killing him, he simply chooses not to, he will explain. Additionally, Sandaime will not die, yay. Additionally, there will be flashback to Naruto's travel as to how he knows the Suna trio. Additionally, the Casecage's Yondaime Casecage, that is, name in this story is Izumo, because I like the name. Additionally, That's getting annoying. Naruto knows lots of S-class jutsus in comparison to other people, and when he says you shouldn't rely on one skill he means it, as you will see, Maya. Ningi follows that rule. Even if he does use ninjutsu and kenjutsu a lot, he still has other skills. Additionally, I am making it so that Gaara is 11. He is still strong. Actually he's stronger. Additionally, I have changed the type of test F. Or Part 3 of the chunin exams, and there are more people taking the exam. Finally, chapter begin. Hai no Kuni, Kanahagakure no Sato, Ninja Academy. Temari was thinking, or more precisely remembering. Flashback. K's no Kuni, Sunagakure no Sato. 4 years previous, Naruto had stopped by Sunagakure on his journey through the nations. Naruto thought the desert was great and the people respected him, albeit they were scared of him. But then again, the emperor had bestowed upon him the rank of Tenchu Hitokiri, the highest rank a swordsman could achieve, so that was to be expected. I like this village, muttered Naruto. Naruto's eye caught sight of Gaara manipulating the sand. He can do the same thing I can, albeit he seems to use real sand better than I. But Naruto taps Gaara on the shoulder. Hello. Younger Gaara fell backward. The sand shot towards Naruto. Instantly a wall of silver shot up around Naruto, blocking the sand. You can use the Setetsu, stammered the younger Temari. Yar, you act like it's a big deal, said Naruto, waving his hand dismissively. Of course it's a big deal. That's the Sandaime Kage's signature ability. And your point would be what exactly? Temari growls. Only he could do it. Shouldn't you two be in school learning something useful? Kankuro launches Karasu at Naruto. What are you doing? That's one of Sasori's puppets. Naru, to sneers and thrusts his hand outward, sending out chakra wires. Hey, what did you do? Karasu isn't responding. I overrode your control useful ability. No. That's awesome. Teach me. Temari whacks Kankuro on the head. Ow, what was that for? Why would he want to teach you? You just attacked him. But he knows Sasori Shisho. Well, I suppose I could teach you all. I'll be here for a few days. Really? That would be great. And that was how Naruto met the Suna trio a week later. Naruto was wrapping up his training with Temari, who was panting heavily from the strenuous, for her, spar. I guess it's time to finish it. Kaden. Shakaho. Naruto swung one of his fans, sending a blast of fire. Imagine the fans Kagura from Inuyasha uses, except bone white. Fans can manipulate more than wind. Temari slammed her fan into the ground to block the blast of fire. Nicely done. However, Fujin no Mai. Naruto swung his other fan, sending a blast of wind that sent Temari flying into the air. I want to go next, sensei, shouted Kankuro, eager to show his puppet skills. Naruto returns his fans to his scroll and summons a puppet. All right then, but no more sweets for you. Temari laughs. As you know, my puppet's name is Tengu. And I will concede Kon-chan that Sasori-kun is a superior expert when it comes to making puppets. That doesn't mean I am an amateur. For instance, while Sasori is famous for his poisons, his skill at making them is nothing compared to mine. So will you be using Karasu today? Of course. Karasu flew towards Naruto's puppet. 3, 2, 1. There is a reason my puppet's name is Tengu Kon-chan, and here's why. The puppet Naruto was using formed a blade of wind. What the fuck? Your puppet can use ninjutsu. I told you I wasn't an amateur. Tengu slashes all of Karasu's poison blades in half. Gaara arrives. Oh good, you're right on time. I'm not so good as you at manipulating normal sand, but our attacks we can use with each are similar. Really? Iron sand shoot up and closes around a giant cactus. This is Setetsu Taiso. The cactus is crushed. That wasn't the best example. It's best used against amassed enemies. Oh yeah, you might not have enough chakra. Subaku Taiso. Gaara crushes more cactus with normal sand before passing out from using too much chakra. Shukaku forms. Haha, I am free, shouts the sand spirit. So you're why Gaara can't sleep. What, why aren't you trembling in fear? I am. Shukaku. Roars the sand spirit. No, you're an annoying pest. Black and blood-red chakra swirls around both of Naruto's clenched fists and arms. Why you? Shukaku raises his paw to strike Naruto. Naraku Rasengan. Naruto shot forward, destroying a good portion of Shukaku's body. Tengu. Naruto's puppet grabs Gaara from Shukaku's head. "Who are you?" demanded the sand spirit as it reformed. "You can call me Aoi Satani. I am Heaven's Wrath." Naruto makes a series of hand seals after biting his thumb. Naruto turns his back on the demon as a plume of smoke appears. Hoshikoran deal with Ikibi. Shukaku instantly recedes, screaming all the way. "No, that was awesome Yamazaki Dana, you beat Shukaku. Indeed most impressive," stated the Yondaime Kazekage. "When did you get here Izumo?" demanded Naruto. "When Shukaku formed." "Oh that's alright back in Konoha present day." "Alright you bastards calm down, there is to be no fighting without the express permission of the proctor, me. I am Morino Abibki, proctor of the first exam. Fail to comply with the rules and I'll kick your asses out of the chunin exam. Now follow me." The Integration and Torture Division head passes out the tests. Ibiki stands next to the board, starts to give out the rules listed below. First, you will all start off with 10 points. Secondly, this test is made up of 10 questions, each one worth a point, and the test uses a subtraction system. 3. If you answer all 10 questions correctly, you keep your 10 points. For example, if you should answer 3 questions incorrectly, you lose 3 points and will have 7. 4. Whether you pass will be determined by the combined scores of you and your teammates. At this point everybody, except Naruto and some of the foreign ninja, get freaked out. Among those especially worried were Sakura. Rule number 5: during the exam, anyone of the testing officers, Ibiki motions to the other teachers, catch you doing any suspicious activities, namely, cheating, you will have 2 points subtracted for every offense. 6. Those that lose all their points will be asked to leave. Naruto chuckled at Ibiki's ruse. He's encouraging them to cheat. As shinobi trying to reach the level of a chunin, act as proud shinobi should. Finally, Rule 7: those that lose all their initial points during the test will be failed along with their 2 teammates. Ibiki pauses to let this sink in. There will be a final question handed out at the 45-minute mark and the exam will lanishes the proctor. Naruto looks down at the paper. "I'll give them 15 minutes. Gaara makes an eye out of his sand. Kiba has Orochimaru give him the answers. Shino enlists the assistance of the Insect Kingdom. Sasuke uses his Sharingan. Neji and Hinata both use their Byakugans. Sakura uses her brain. Tamari summons a weasel to spy for her. I don't remember what she does in canon so oh well. Konkuro replaces one of the proctors with Karasu. Ino possesses Sakura to get the answers. Tenten uses her mirrors to pass the answers along to Lee. The sound team use sound. Etc., etc., etc. You all get the idea. 15 minutes. Into the exam, Naruto cracks his neck and hits almost everyone in the room with a wide-scale Shikumi no Jutsu. Ibiki glares at Naruto, he being the only proctor not affected by the jutsu. Almost all genin are paralyzed, only Gaara and some other foreign genin aren't affected, plus Shikamaru, who was asleep. Naruto yawns and places his hand over his face, before writing the answers down. 30 mi. Newts pass and Naruto cancels his jutsu just as Sasuke stabs himself with a kunai, making everyone think the Avenger is a masochist. Now you must choose if you wish to take the 10th problem, however. Those who choose not to take it will fail. The other rule is that if they choose to take it and get it wrong, they will lose the privilege of taking the chunin exam forever. A large group of participants decide not to take it. Given that many people are not confident, Sakura is suddenly paralyzed by the Shikumi. You all pass. What about the 10th question? There was no 10th question. Ibiki then explains that the test's purpose lies in the first rule, that their pass-fail decision is based on their 3-person teams. The point is to put lots of pressure on you so you would strive not to let down their teams. However, the exam problems are too advanced to be solved by genin, so it was initially assumed that everyone would cheat. So we snuck to 2 chunins who knew all he answers to be the targets of cheating. We wanted everyone to use their stealth in order to test how well refined your information gathering skills were. The 10th question is a 2-choice problem, to take it or not. Ibiki explains a similar real-life ninja mission that carries heavy risks and how courage and confidence are necessary. Chunins need to be steadfast in their unwavering decisions. In total 114 genin pass the first exam. Well, congratulations, begins Ibiki. Anko crashes through the window. She's early, again. Chapter conclusion. Heltanz's notes. I'm G. Going to detail or at least explain all original or semi-original jutsu from now on if they're not too self-explanatory. Jutsu list. Satetsu Taiso Iron Sand Imperial Funeral. Kaden. Shakuho mid B rank fire. Sile. Red fire shot. Basically it's a concentrated blast of fire. Futon. Fujin no my A rank wind release. Dance of wind creates a blast of wind that can be as strong as a hurricane or as gentle as a breeze. Naraku Rasengan S rank jutsu using one of his darker reserves of chakra. Naruto creates a swirling drill-like cone of chakra. Unlike his father's Rasengan, Naruto's hand is in a fist, the middle thing. Is slightly extended and in like with the point of the cone. This is the jutsu Naruto used against Kakashi during the bell test. Remember, I accept anonymous reviews. I trust you to be honorable and vote once. Unless you happen to change your mind. Poll choices. Naruto's bloodlines, except his father's, is revealed in the Forest of Death. Or proceed as I had originally planned. Naruto uses his bloodline during the invasion, and later reveals his mom's bloodline while fighting one of the members of her clan. Also vote on when and who you want to see Naruto use his taijutsu style against. Additional. There is the matter of summoning contracts. There are 2 votes in this category. The first shinobi can have multiple summoning contracts. How many should be the limit? The second vote for Naruto's, or anyone else's, summons. Also I need creative suggestions for earth jutsus. Omake, I just felt like doing this. It will not become common practice. You don't need to read it, it's not important to the story. Well, not really. Kei's no Kuni. Sunagaker no Sato Tamari loses again. Ha, you got your butt kicked. No comments from the doll gallery. Orders Naruto. Doll their puppets and you use them too. Ah, but mine can use ninjutsu. And don't backtalk your teacher. Kankuro begins to hit himself. What the hell? Human puppet technique. It allows a skilled puppeteer to manipulate another human, making us more useful than Konoha's Yamanaka clan during skirmishes if we can remain concealed. Later. So now for some lessons that you would likely learn at the academy or the way I would run it for the written part. The Suna royal trio sits down on the couch, Gaara finishing off a bag of sweets. After several questions with mostly Tamari answers most the tactical questions and Kankuro answering one about chemistry. If you are battling rock ninja all who have earth affinities, what would you do and your usual tactics are inaccessible or unusable? Gaara starts to shake. He looks up and starts squirming in his seat. He jumps up. I'd blast their pathetic asses into char with that lightning jutsu you showed us. Shouts Gaara. Yamazaki Dana. Gaara ate your special coffee beans. What? But I had those specially ordered. Oh well, he'll never have to sleep again. Next question. What do you do when you have eaten my special snacks? Naruto cackles evilly and uses his human puppet technique on the 3. Chunin 3. Chapter 9 Chunin 3 Subtitle Forest of Death. I will strive. Disclaimer. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Summary. Mizuki attempts to get the scroll early. The Rasul T of Naruto's involvements could never have been imagined. Nor could they have imagined what Naruto would find inside that scroll. Now Naruto's life as a genin has begun, but how has he changed over the last 6 years? Heltanz's notes. I'm sorry, I meant to say this originally as well. Most large cats are out of the question. If need a reason, well, one of the major clans in Onsen, the village Naruto was revealed he created, uses cats. Wolves not so much out of the question as there is a ninja who already has the wolf contract, also from Onsen. Chapter begin previously. Well, congratulations, begins Ibiki. Anko crashes through the window. She's early, again. 38 teams. You let 38 teams pass Ibiki. Anko twitches. How could you let this many brats pass? You made the test too damn easy. You're early, Anko, growled Ibiki. And as to why so many passes, we had a good group of kids taking the test this year. Yeah right, you're going soft. I'll cut the number of genin in half. Several foreign genin snort at her statement. Hai no Kuni, Kanahagaker no Sato, Naruto's manner. I take it you took care not to be seen by any of the Hyuga clan. The shinobi shook his bowed head in the negative. My lord, I have bad news. Began the black-clad ninja. The ninja wore Cloud Village headband. The man also wore a sash similar to those worn by 12 guard ninjas of fire, except this on E bore the mark of the family of the lightning fatal lord, an intricate swirling pattern. And what would that be? Denmaru? The Raikage will more than likely be attending the finals of the chunin exam. Presumptuous isn't he? Perhaps not as much as one would think, my lord. He has sent ni Yugito amongst the genin taking the exam. Nibi's vessel, growled Naruto. This complicates things. Inform Kuro of this complication now, ordered Naruto. Hai Uzumaki Tono. The ninja, Denmaru, bowed and vanished with a soft crack. Naruto growled, unsheathing his sword and annihilated standing of trees. He channeled some chakra. Mokuden. Hayashi Sozo. Instantly the cleared trees regrew. Naruto pulls out a scroll and write a letter. An eagle with red feathers swoops down. This is not his summon, it's a messenger bird. Take this to Hidan, and while you're at it give Kakuzu a few bruises for me. Stated Naruto, attaching Erd's leg. The bird shrieked and took flight. Hai no Kuni, Kanahagakure no Sato, Training Ground 44. 8 o'clock. Welcome brats to Training Ground 44, better known as the Forest of Death. I still say the name is rather pathetic. Anko growled and flung a kun. Eye at Naruto for a split second. Naruto's eyes shimmer and something rustles underneath his armor. The blonde shinobi flicks his wrist and vanishes. The kunai splits in half, slashing off a grass kunoichi's hair. I grow tired of this constant greeting, Anko. Naruto growled a black stiletto at Anko's throat. Naruto, you cut my kunai in half. Wasn't all I did. Mitarashi, perhaps it will teach not to hurl kunai at random people. Anko gulped at the use of her family name. Naruto spins around, returning the blade to its sheath concealed in his armor and drawing his wakizashi, nailing the grass. Kunoichi in the head, sending her spiraling into the fence surrounding the training ground. The shinobi move in around in a semicircle, eager for fight. Gaara smirks. She's dead, mutters Konkuro. Stop it, no fighting, ordered Anko, hiding behind a tree. Use your imagination. 8-10. What a bunch of fools, hisses a voice in his ear. Indeed, Hoshimaru. Sakura runs up. Naruto, here's your consent form. Elsewhere, Gaara was glaring at a tall kunoichi from Kumo. The girl returned it with equal contempt. Anko returns after a few minutes from changing clothes. All right, brats, like I say. This training ground is known as the Forest of Death. It has filled numerous killer predators. Your objective is to reach the tower in the center of the forest with both the heaven and earth. Scroll with all of your teammates alive. You have 5 days to reach the tower. Now turn in your consent form and collect either a heaven or earth scroll. Inside the forest, Naruto slams his palm, not looking up from his letter, into the rain genin Mubi's chest. Said genin doubles over after impacting a tree, his skin turning red where the blood vessels had been ruptured. Get lost, twit, orders Naruto. Mubi stumbles off as fast as he can. We need a password. Who knows the song Ninken? Uke-kun, shut up. Naruto vanishes. One of the proctors, a Hyuga, monitoring the forest, gulped, hiding behind the tree. Nd sunshined away just as a lethal pair of fangs struck the tree. No matter. Naruto thought. He turns and begins to wander through the forest. A large snake lunges at Naruto. So Orochimaru, you are here. Kuchio's no jutsu. Hoshisho, this one is all yours. Like his name, the snake that was summoned had small star-shaped irises. The snake rears up, unfurling its hood, sending a mass of wind blades at the other summon and the surrounding trees. Nicely done, you've improved greatly in your wind jutsus. Arigato Naruto-sama, replied the giant cobra. Naruto arrives just as Orochimaru eats the TM's scroll, and has used his Shikumi no Jutsu to incapacitate Sasuke and Sakura. In reality, the scroll was something far more unpleasant. Try a pressurized acid bomb trap. Unpleasant. Naruto forced himself not laugh evilly. By remembering he had made a promise not to kill Orochimaru. Naruto watches for a few minutes, at which time Sasuke manages to break free of the technique by stabbing himself in his leg again. Sasuke attacks Orochimaru, who basically toys with him by summoning a snake. Naruto hits the snake with massive spikes. Ah, Naruto, I wondered if you would show up. Are you here to kill little old me? Orochimaru summons another snake. Naruto also does the summoning jutsu. Twin plumes of smoke arose. Both shinobi stood atop their large snakes. Naruto's cobra, while coiled, was still a third larger than Orochimaru's summon. Hoshibeni. The snake rose up, flaring its hood, revealing 2 crimson stars. Tremble my prey, for you shall soon be dissolved in my belly. Hissed the Sake, eyeing the Sannin with contempt. I always was curious who had the cobra contract. Don't you know cobras are snake eaters? Hoshibeni Ikuzo. Shouts Naruto, unbinding his chakra. Hoshibeni lunges Nd Naruto focuses chakra. Mokuden. Shoku-yo. Shokubutsu. A demon redwood burst out of the ground and sprays acid on Orochimaru. At the same time, Benihime literally melts Orochimaru's summon with a blast of acid venom before vanishing. You're holding back on me, Naruto-kun. Sanejishu. Naruto blasts the snakes with the vacuum created by his sword. You're using non-lethal methods considering your usual tactics. What's holding you back? Naruto's eyes flash. You have no right to address me by that name. Do not overestimate your worth. Your head isn't mine. Ration Raidastu Senko. Lightning shot from Naruto's blade. To claim, be warned, I will tolerate your presence no longer. Leave or I will summon Akatsuki. As that, Orochimaru is cut off as he is tied to the tree by wires by Sasuke's Sofushisan no Tachi. Kaden. Ruka no Jutsu. Shouts Sasuke, taking advantage of Orochimaru having completely being focused on Naruto. Chapter conclusion. Helltanza's notes. I mean it, I need ideas for Doden Jutsus. I have 2 original ones. And one isn't even that original. In comparison, I have 13 Raiden and Kaden Jutsus for each, 10 Hyoden Jutsu, and 5 Futon and 5 Suiden Jutsus, and this counting only those I have translated into Japanese. Also Naruto, while he can use Mokuden, he does not possess the power to restrain the chakra of the Biju as the first Hokage can. He knows how to restrain demon chakra, but he does it a different way. Ikuzo means let's go. Summons. Hoshimaru is the boss off the Hoshi clan. Orochimaru's contract is with the Ten clan, of which Manda is currently the leader. Shimaru frequently travels with Naruto in spirit form. As such, he doesn't have to be summoned. He will appear at Naruto's request. As one of the strongest of the Cobra summons, he is capable of assuming human form. Naruto claimed Hoshimaru's strength in this form is just below the strength of the man who taught him Hidden Mitsurugi. Hoshikoran, Star's holy aura, an older member of the Cobra clan like M. Ost of the older member, he can change his size at will. Naruto summons him mostly for his ability to suppress a demon's power, his own or another demon like Shukaku, or for advice. Hoshisho, small star. One of the younger members of the Cobra summons, he uses an extremely polite and correct form of speech as opposed to his older brother, Hoshibeni. Hoshibeni, Crimson Star, a rather rude bloodthirst. Why Cobra who likes using vicious high-speed attacks and long-range blasts of acid. Please remember to vote if you review. Chunin IV. Chapter 10 Chunin IV. I will strive. Disclaimer. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Summary. Mizuki attempts to get the scroll early. The result of Naruto's involvements could never have been imagined. Nor could they have imagined what Naruto would find inside that scroll. Now Naruto's life as a genin has begun, but how has he changed over the last 6 years? Helltanza's notes. I have decided that the minimum number of summoning contracts Naruto will be at least 3. On that note, everyone who spoke of it seemed to like the Cobra contract. Chapter begin. Previously. You're using non-lethal methods considering your usual tactics. What's holding you back? Naruto's eyes flash. You have no right to address me by that name. Do not overestimate your worth. Your head isn't mine. Ration Raidastu Senko. Lightning shot from Naruto's blade. To claim, be warned, I will tolerate your presence no longer. Leave or I will summon Akatsuki. As that, Orochimaru is cut off as he is tied to the tree by wires by Sasuke's Sofushisan no Tachi. Kaden. Ruka no Jutsu. Shouts Sasuke, taking advantage of Orochimaru having completely being focused on Naruto. Orochimaru however melts having used substitution. Damn it, he's using the same technique Naruto uses. Must learn how to do that technique to defeat Itachi. My very impressive Sasuke-kun, you ruthlessly took advantage of my distracted state and you showed exemplary use of your Sharingan for such a young age. With those abilities you might even have the potential to surpass Itachi. Sasuke aunt makes such foolish jest. Orochimaru, this pup will never surpass Itachi. Orochimaru makes the hand signs for the Ten no Juin. Naruto rolls his eyes recognizing the hand signs. Troublesome bastard, you gate chokage. My promise didn't say I couldn't maim you. Snarled Naruto maliciously. 2 shadows shot out of the ground and impaled Orochimaru in the shoulder blade just as he bites Sasuke. Orochimaru crashes through several tree branches as his head retracts. You should have killed me, Naruto. No matter, Sasuke-kun will seek me out. Naruto hits the curse mark with his palm. Orochimaru growls. Naruto flings a wave of saw blade-like shuriken. If you have read The Broken Sky by Chris Woodling, there is pi. Chur of the kind of blades on the back of Volume 3. At speeds of the strongest Class 5 hurricanes. Kuso. Orochimaru dodges several of these saw-like shuriken but still received several gashes and one his arm hung limp. Naruto's blade having torn through bone and tendon, nearly severing the arm. I didn't think that you would be able to use that interesting taijutsu of yours in such a fashion. Mutters the snake Sannin, sinking into a tree. You will regret not killing me, Naruto-kun. I will return. Get lost, oh cliché quoting arrow hubby. Mutters Naruto. After Orochimaru leaves, Naruto jumps down with Sasuke, or rather he drops Sasuke and he walks of the tree branch as Sakura walks up. Naruto, why did you call that guy arrow hubby? Asks Sakura, placing a wet rag on Sasuke's forehead. He got a Lolita complex, meaning he is a pedophile, thus a pervert, and he is the so-called hubby Sennin, thus arrow referring to perversion and hubby snake. Stated Naruto slowly as if he was speaking to a retard. What? Don't yell, damn it. You don't have anything to worry about anyway. Naruto walks off. Hey. Meanwhile, with Team Guy and Team 10+4 and Genin team, who are you? Gasps Neji, clutching his side. We are shinobi of Onsen. States the foreign Genin, matching his village to the symbol on his forehead protector, as he sheathed his sword. So is the best Konoha has to offer. I wonder what Satani-sama is doing. States the youngest shinobi, a kunoichi probably around Konohamaru's age, holding a pair of kodachi to Shikamaru and Tenten's throats. What do you think, Aoshi-sama? It is irrelevant. But Aoshi-sama, we all felt Satani-sama go to at least 30% release. A silver-haired Naruto appears. Aoshi. Back with Sakura and Sasuke. Hey Pinky, wake up the Uchiha. Ordered Dosu. What do you want with Sasuke-kun? Damn it, where's Naruto? Sakura tries to fend off the sound Genin. Suddenly Lee attacks. Do not fret, my beloved Sakura-chan, I will protect you until death. Lee pummels Zaku into submission. Dosu prepares to use his melody arm, only to be hit by a cobra the size of a Clydesdale. Fear not, humans of Leaf Village, I am Hoshigo, and by decree of Naru Tasama I have been given the task to defend you until his lordship returns, which should be momentarily. The snake faces the sound ninja. Now prepare yourself for your deaths. The cobra sprays a blast of acid, disintegrating the tree behind Kin. What the hell's going on? A snake summon. Meanwhile, in Sasuke's head, his younger self confronts Sasuke. Mother and father didn't have to die. The clan didn't have to be wiped out. If you had been stronger, if you had had more power, you could have stopped Itachi. Sasuke goes through his little Avenger rant. Naruto, the first Onsen team, and the rest of Team Guy and Team 10 arrive as Sasuke's chakra spikes. Sakura, what happened? Who did this? Sasuke's neck explodes in a shower of blood and Naruto walks out from behind him. That handles the Te-en no Juin and gets that imbecile out of my way. Naruto smirks. You fucking son of a bitch, you just took out your own teammate. You either got some major stones or you're just stupid pulling a fucking stunt like that while we're here. Growls Zaku. So let's rumble. Zankaha. The air wave harmlessly hits Naruto, who calmly raises an eyebrow. Is that it? Ha. Not quite, Zankakyokua. The improved attack did as much damage as the first. No damage whatsoever. My turn. Naruto pushes his palm outward, at a speed that creates only a small after-image. In Zaku's direction, the sound ninja flies into a tree and coughs up blood. Damn it, bastard, not bad. Growled Zaku, wiping blood from his mouth. That's enough, Zaku. We will withdraw for now. However, the next time we meet we will not run or hide. You have my word. At the moment we must go and check something out. Here is our scroll in return for our safe passage. The sound Genin vanish. Thank you for coming, Hoshigo. It was my pleasure to be of service, Naruto-sama. With the Royal Suna trio and the Rain team, with Team Kurenai hiding in the bushes. Ha, you should be careful how you look at people, brat. Sneers the Rain Genin arrogantly. Aara, we don't need to fight, we don't even know what scroll they have. It doesn't matter, I'm going to kill him. Oh dear, here he goes again. Ha, is that so? The Rain Ninja throws his umbrella into the air. Ninpu Juro Senbon. I can control these needles with my chakra, allowing them to attack from any direction, making it impossible to dodge. Gaara's sand blocks the needles. Sand. What the hell? Ha! It was truly unfortunate for you to fight Gaara. You see, his sand acts as a living defense. It defends Gaara on its own accord. It will defend him no matter what. States Konkuro. Tamari rolls her eyes. Interesting, you made it rain needles. I'll make it rain blood instead. Sabaku Q. The sand wraps around the rain ninja. Sabaku so. Gaara glances at the now terrified rain ninja. Don't worry, your comrade felt no pain. It was a quick death. States Gaara. The rain ninja quickly hand over their scroll and try and run away. The second ninja from rain is killed the same as his comrade, and the last dies in a flash of silver. 3 Onsen Genin enter the clearing. The one who killed the rain Genin has blood-red eyes. Akamaru whimpers. Chapter conclusion. Heltanza's notes. Remember to vote poll choices. Naruto's bloodlines, except his father's, is revealed in the Forest of Death. If you want this to happen, you'd better vote. The Forest of Death portion of the exam is almost over, and I don't think he'll use the scenario to reveal his bloodline in the prelims or third exams instead. Or proceed as I had originally planned. Naruto uses his bloodline during the invasion, and later reveals his mom's bloodline while fighting one of the members of her clan. Also vote on when and who you want to see Naruto use his taijutsu style against. Additionally, there is the matter of summoning counter acts. There are 2 votes in this category. The first shinobi can have multiple summoning contracts. How many should be the limit? The second vote for Naruto's, or anyone else's, summons. Also, I need creative suggestions for Earth Jutsus. Chunin v. Chapter 11 Chunin v. I will strive. Disclaimer. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Summary. Mizuki attempts to get the scroll early. The result of Naruto's involvements could never have been imagined. Nor could they have imagined what Naruto would find inside that scroll. Now Naruto's life as a genin has begun, but how has he changed over the last 6 years? Heltanza's notes. I just noticed something. Haku and Uchiha Mikoto, Sasuke and Itachi's mom look a lot alike. Just thought I'd point that out. Weird, huh? Also, I should mention Naruto knows Reikiri, however he doesn't know Chidori. Naruto also tends to teach his students his own jutsus. For example, Gaara and several others have been taught or are being taught Naraku Rasengan, or Tamari have been taught some of Naruto's wind jutsu, or Konkuro learning how to have his puppets use ninjutsu, etc., etc. Also, on the subject of puppets, there is a difference. Naruto's ninjutsu puppets are actual puppets. Sasori's puppets that use ninjutsu are human puppets. Chapter begin previously with the Royal Suna trio and the Rain team, with Team Kurenai hiding in the bushes. Ha! You should be careful how you look at people, brat. Sneers the Rain Gen. We don't need to fight. We don't even know what scroll they have. It doesn't matter. I'm going to kill him. Oh dear, here he goes again. Ha! Is that so? The Rain Ninja throws his umbrella into the air. Ninpu Juro Senbon. I can control these needles with my chakra, allowing them to attack from any direction, making it impossible to dodge. Gaara's sand blocks the needles. Sand. What the hell? Ha! It was truly unfortunate for you to fight Gaara. You see, his sand acts as a living defense. It defends Gaara on its own accord. It will defend him no matter what. States Konkuro. Tamari rolls her eyes. Interesting, you made it rain needles. I'll make it rain blood instead. Sabaku Q. The sand wraps around the rain ninja. Sabaku so. Gaara glances at the now terrified rain ninja. Don't worry, your comrade felt no pain. It was a quick death. States Gaara. The rain ninja quickly hand over their scroll and try and run away. The Ond ninja from rain is killed the same as his comrade, and the last dies in a flash of silver. 3 Onsen Genin enter the clearing. The one who killed the rain Genin has blood-red eyes. Akamaru whimpers. So you're Subaku no Gaara? States the red-eyed ninja. If you're so eager for a fight, I wouldn't mind a quick little battle. Kyo. Snarls one of the red-eyed ninja's teammates. Don't fret, I will abide by our lord's will always. I won't kill him. Kyo charges Gaara and slices straight through his sand defense. Gaara drops back the sword, barely nicking his face. Gaara growled and undid his gourd. Uh-oh. This guy is dead meat. Gaara laughed as his gourd fell. Raiden Ikazuchi no Mai. A blast of lightning spreads out from Gaara, forcing the Onsen shinobi to jump back. Gaara laughs even more. Insanely and jumps out of the flash of the light. Shine Naraku Rasengan. Unfortunately for the Suna vessel, the onsen shinobi summoned an identical swirling cone of dark chakra blocking the attack. The collision sent both shinobi flying backwards. Now that's what I'm talking about. Growls Kyo, his red eyes shining malevolently. I'll kill you. That's what I was going to say. Now die Naraku Rasengan. Both shinobi charged. That's enough, shouted a white blur unsheathing his katana in between the two, hitting Gaara and Kyo both in the face with the scabbard or pommel of his sword. The white blur turned out to be a fourth onsen ninja. The new ninja wore a white sleeveless shirt and white trousers with a black sash. He had green hair and had cat-like gray eyes. Kyo's teammates rolled their eyes. Mizutengu, greeted one of Kyo's teammates. I can't wait till we get back to Lord Satani. Yeah, he's the only one who can control Kyo without using force. Agrees the Kunoichi. Inside Sasuke's mind again. Why are you so weak? Ranted Sasuke's younger self. You're supposed to be an avenger. You're so weak you couldn't stop Itachi, or the other one you couldn't stop mother and father from dying. You were an Uchiha, the greatest of all clans, but you couldn't beat that Haku girl. You can't even lay a finger on Naruto. The curse seal pulse straining to restore the tenketsu as it corrupts Sasuke's mind. Naruto sneezes. I do believe Gaara-chan has met Kyo-kun. They must be fighting right now. No doubt Sojiro and Kaide are complaining. I wonder how Konohamaru is progressing with his study of the Naraku Rasengan. Back in the village, training ground 5. Konohamaru sneezes as he brought a bladed staff. It is not a spear, it's a staff-concealed blade, with a swirling mass of black chakra through the targets around him. Konohamaru twirls the staff, blocking the projectiles fired by the training ground's traps, sending them back into the traps. What jutsu was that, Sarutobi? It looked like an offensive version of the Hakushokaden. I demand you tell me who taught you. Demanded Hanabi. Okay Hanabi-chan, Naruto Shisho taught me. It's called Naraku Rasengan. Hanabi-sama, your presence is required at the manor, states a Hyuga branch member appearing. Back in the forest, Naruto pokes Sasuke's stirring body with the toe of his boot. Twits, probably remembering the night of the Uchiha massacre. Getting taunted by the seal for being weak. Mutters Naruto, polishing his wakizashi sitting on a throne of wood. Naruto-sama, shouldn't we procure food? Asked Neji while Tenten stares at Naruto's sword. I forgot guys and Kurenai's team was still here. Naruto sheaths his wakizashi and runs a hand through his still silver hair. No, that's alright. Naruto pulls out a scroll. Fu and Kai, mutters Naruto lazily. Several bentos appear, along with a bundle of rice balls, and several steaming bowls of miso soup, as well as bottled water and sake. As that, Naruto glares at Ino. I enjoy drinking good sake. Anyway, this is special sake, it stabilizes chakra flow and encourage healing. You had better appreciate this tem. Naruto pours a little in Sasuke's mouth. Sasuke wakes up without the pain of the curse seal. What happened, and why are they here? Demands the Uchiha, looking at Neji and Lee, who is eating a bento filled with curry at inhuman speed. Shut up and eat, twit, orders Naruto, pushing a bento towards Sasuke. Hey, you can't talk to Sasuke-kun like that, yells Ino. This is good, Naruto, states Choji, munching down on barbecue. Real food, you're the best, and you even brought barbecue. Choji moves to take the bento Ino was given since she wasn't eating, despite it having small tomatoes and pudding. Ino smacks his hand away. How troublesome, mutters Shikamaru, eating his bento filled with mackerel and kelp. Sakura is weirded out as Naruto hands her a bento with umeboshi, which Tenten looks disdainfully at as she munches on sesame dumplings, but passes it off as it just being part of what she deems Naruto's sanity problems. I'll be back in a minute, stated Naruto, having finished passing out the food, and walks into the forest. ND returns dressed in Japanese trousers and a loose gray haori with an intricate swirl on the back, tied with a black sash, hold his swords. Naruto was seemingly dissatisfied with the clothes as he tied his hair together with a ribbon. Chapter conclusion. Heltanza's notes. I know this is cliché, but if you could vote on if you want the Yondaime to come back from the dead and when. Last chapter to vote. On the revelation of Naruto's bloodline, it will either happen next chapter or follow original plans. 1. Naruto's bloodlines, except his father's, which is still up for voting, is revealed in the 4s. Tea of Death. If you want this to happen, you'd better vote. The Forest of Death portion of the exam is almost over, and I don't think he'll use the scenario to reveal his bloodline in the prelims or third exams instead. Or proceed as I had originally planned. Naruto uses his bloodline during the invasion, and later reveals his mom's bloodline while fighting one of the members of her clan. Chunin v. Chapter 12 Chunin v. I will strive. Disclaimer. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Summary. Mizuki attempts to get the scroll early. The result of Naruto's involvements could never have been imagined. Nor could they have imagined what Naruto would find inside that scroll. Now Naruto's life as a genin has begun, but how has he changed over the last 6 years? Heltanza's notes. I failed to mention Naruto never turned out Mr. Sunshine like he did in canon, because at the time he kicked Mizuki's ass he was still angry at the idiot villagers, albeit he still made friends with Iruka, so if the Fort H gets revived Naruto will not be in a good mood, but at the same time Naruto wouldn't fly off the deep end and kill and or maim the Fourth. He has more interesting means to show his displeasure. I view a hint, nor would the Akatsuki organization. Also Orochimaru's ass kicking has already been planned, so the Fourth coming back then would be highly unlikely. Chapter begin. After returning from hanging clothes and everyone had finished eating, Naruto resealed the food containers and drinks. Ignoring for the most part Lee's springtime of youth rant about his cooking and Tenten and Choji's starry-eyed expressions. I trust you're on your own, good luck. Let's go. Naruto blurred out of sight for exactly 1/25 of a second, appearing just barely within sight of the genin. To the tower, now, came Naruto's voice on the wind. Team 7's genin didn't appreciate playing catch-up to their still silver-haired teammate, as did Team Guy, who had no reason to fight them since both teams had a complete set of scrolls. After reaching to where they were in sight of their destination, the tower, which meant they would pass the second portion of the chunin exam, a gas bomb exploded and Naruto hastily pushed Sasuke and Sakura out of the range of the cloud of gas, as Lee did for Tenten and Neji. After the cloud dissipated, a trio of ninja dropped down, scroll collectors. Naruto snarled, high, eyes shining, glancing at their headbands. Iwa, hey bunch of Konoha punks, just hand over your scroll, you're all dead. That gas wasn't just any poison, it's created from our clan's unique blood, it forces you chakra to swell. Well, I'm sure even you dumb bastards can figure out what will happen. Sneered the leader. Naruto knew they spoke the truth. On any normal shinobi they would explode, however this is not what would happen for Naruto. They had just unleashed death himself. As for Lee, it would actually be beneficial to the young spandex-clad shinobi, as it would strengthen his ability to produce chakra. Fools, you have no idea what you have done. Lee, stand back, chuckled Naruto. His voice seemed to contain some unseen tone of mirth, as if he knew something so funny he was eager to share. Naruto ooped up, his eyes glowing pitch black as his chakra surged, destroying the chakra blocking system Naruto used to restrain his chakra reserves. Naruto felt the power, his power. He shivered as the full strength of his own power flowed through him, ready to be unleashed at his command. His body suddenly shuddered, the bones expanding, changing shape, causing him to grow 2 inches in under a second. The bones in his fingers became more defined. Razor-sharp claws extended from his fingernails, his canines becomes fangs. His body was desperately trying to stabilize the chakra flow. Naruto's face Kanto RTED in a sneer as he restrained his energies, the multiple chakras rage demanding to be released. Neji even had to avert his eyes and turn off his Byakugan at the surge of chakra. Sasuke was confused. Rather than drawing his sword and cutting down his enemies in a flurry of high-speed strokes as Sasuke had expected, instead Naruto thrust his hand backward, creating a gale, which sent Uchiha and Sakura into a tree. Instantly after the gale ended, a void of black energy appeared inside Naruto's hand and lengthened. A flash of light and the void vanished, replaced by a large demonic black scythe. If you watch Trinity Blood, imagine Abel's scythe, except it's black like it is described in manga. Naruto positively embodied killer intent now. He was death incarnate. This was the literal embodiment of his status of heaven's wrath. The Iowa shinobi took a step backwards, gasping. Tenten stared, marveling the magnificently beautiful scythe, at least in her opinion. Then Naruto attacked, finally doing something Sasuke expected. Inflicting a flurry, nigh imperceptible series of large, maiming, fatal dismembering wounds on the 3 Iowa ninjas. The fist Naruto slashed in half vertically, then Naruto swung his hand holding the massive scythe upwards in a diagonal motion, slicing through the second with equal ease. The tail of the scythe jerked, lashing out. It impaled the final ninja through the stoe. Mach going through before piercing the ninja's heart from behind and then cutting through the ninja's chest, creating a grotesque shower of blood, the attack having been carried out in less than a fifth of a second. Sakura fell to the ground and emptied the contents of her stomach. Sasuke stood awestruck, wondering where he could attain such power. Lee ranted about Naruto's youthful speed. "Tower, now," ordered Naruto. Naruto enhanced his senses, ensuring no ally was in their way to the tower, before channeling more energy into his scythe and then swinging the large blade, releasing a massive blob saint of energy which shot from the demonic-like scythe, annihilating everything in the blast path before abruptly altering course and shooting into the sky an inch from the door of the tower. Neji rubs his eyes, having accidentally activated his Byakugan. "Now, fools," ordered Naruto as multiple chakra signatures began to head towards the area, 9 of them Onsen ninja, 3 of them Suna ninja. The tower. Naruto unfurled the scrolls lazily with his chakra strings. At least it appeared to have been done lazily to Team 7, in point of fact Naruto was restraining his chakra desperately. Neji and Lee did the same. Iruka and several other chunins appeared. "Naruto!" exclaimed Iruka, surprised to see him in such a state. Naruto turned his pure black eyes to the chunin. "Iruka informed the Hokage that I engaged Orochimaru in the forest. For now I have disabled the 10 no Juin Orochimaru placed upon Sasuke. I have another matter to attend to. A chunin must have traits of both heaven and earth." Ur appeared and Naruto vanished, homing in on a chakra signature. Naruto approached a man wearing an onsen headband. "Kuro, I'm going to be heading to well you know where, whatever those damn Iwa scum hit me with has completely destroyed my chakra inhibitor's binding system. My body is reacting, forcing my Kakei Genkai to activate." The cat-eyed man paled. "You mean if your chakra was released even just at 10%? Kuro stammered and stopped talking, instead thinking of the damage. Naruto cut the man off. "I trust you have been informed of the Nibi's presence. I believe if a fight breaks out before my other guests arrive, do not under any circumstances allow Kyo to fight her. Anime cannot be revealed so soon. Do I make myself clear? I do not need to tell you to keep your hands off her. I wo. Uld suggest simply avoiding her until a later time." The ninja nodded and Naruto vanished in a sensation of all-embracing cold and darkness. Chapter Conclusion. Forest of Death. Conclusion. Helltanzas no Taze. The next chapter will be the preliminaries jutsu list for the chunin exam up to this point. Satetsu Taiso Iron Sand Imperial Funeral. Kaden. Shakuho mid B rank fire style. Red fire shot. Basically it's a concentrated blast of fire. Futon. Fujin no my A rank wind release. Dance of wind creates a blast of wind that can be as strong as a hurricane or as gentle as a breeze. Naraku Rasengan S rank jutsu. Using one of his darker reserves of chakra, Naruto creates a swirling drill-like cone of chakra. Unlike his father's Rasengan, Naruto's hand is in a fist, the middle finger is slightly extended and in like with the point of the cone. This is the jutsu Naruto used against Kakashi during the bell test. Mokuden. Hayashi Sozo would release Forest Genesis. Pretty self-explanatory, it causes a forest to grow in a short period of time. Mokuden. Shokuyo Shokubutsu would release Devourer Demon Plant, creates a large demon red wood which attack nearby acid and burns the enemy with acidic sap and saliva. Ratio. N Radistu Senko Lightning Style Lightning Dragon Flash high rank creates a large flash of light as well as sending a blast of explosive lightning in the shape of a dragon. Ugate Chokage Pierce Leapy. Ing shadows a rank shadow come out of the ground and pierce the enemy. Raiden Ikazuchi no My Lightning Style Dance of Lightning high A rank releases a massive surge of lightning bolts outward from the user. The lightning bolts can be controlled and can strike out at targets. Chunin 7. Chapter 13 Chunin 7 I will strive. Disclaimer. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Summary. Mizuki attempts to get the scroll early. The result of Naruto's involvements could never have been imagined. Nor could they have imagined what Naruto would find inside that scroll. Now Naruto's life as a genin has begun. But how has he changed over the last 6 years? Helltanzas notes. Additionally, Naruto is not a vampire, albeit that would be awesome, but he is not, at least not in this story. But there may be Might Knight in this story, though Naruto Will not be amongst them, he might command them. Results of those who passed. The teams with numbers are those who passed in canon. Naruto's rank varies on where he goes. What I mean will be explained later, but as to the constant question of whether Naruto is a Kage, then yes, in a sense he would be Shodaime Onsenkage. Doesn't mean I'm changing the name of the village, but that sounds stupid. Onsen is a powerful village and Naruto is its leader, so you could consider him a Kage. I also apologize for any grammatical errors. English was never my forte, so many I have just been using. Spell check. I'm afraid original characters are rather necessary, but I don't plan on making that many important ones. The prelim fights will mostly follow canon. Team 7. Team Kurenai, Team Asuma, Team Guy. Team Gaara. I know it should be Team Baki, but I say it's Team Gaara. Team Kabuto Sound, Team Onsen, Team Onsen, Team Onsen, Team Kumo, Team Kiri, Team Waterfall, Team Grass, Team Iwa, Team Chapter Begin. Hai no Kuni. Kanahagakure no Sato. Shi no Mori, Tower. 5 days later, conclusion of the second test of the chunin exam. Congratulations on passing the second exam. In truth, I was only expecting about 10 of you guys to pass. The Onsen team smirk. The Hokage arrives and announces the start of third exams. The chunin exams are a competition between nations to inspire cooperation between the shinobi villages. One of the Iwa genin flicks the Hokage off. A second later, the same rock ninja is hit by chakra wires and hung upside down. The wires slit his throat. Luckily Gaara's sand forms an umbrella over everyone and Naruto appears, this time dressed in imposing black armor and cloak, his sword at his sides and his scythe in on hand resting on his shoulder. Gaara's eyed the scythe with glee, as did the red-eyed Onsen ninja. I apologize for my tardiness, Oji-san. I brought Gekko though. The sickly Jonin glowers at Naruto. Yes. Well, as I was saying, the purpose of the chunin exams is to foster good relations and heighten the skill of the participating ninjas. This exam is the epitome of a war between the allied nations. In history, these allied nations were neighboring Su-en tribes that have fought each other over and over. To avoid wasting military power, those countries decided to choose a place to fight. That is the beginning of the chunin selection exam. The exam does choose who is of chunin level, but it is also a place where ninjas fight and carry their country's dignity. In the third exam, feudal lords and famous people, from various countries that may be potent clients are invited as guests to watch the battles. Indeed, in these exam, dignitaries from the emperor. If there's a significant difference in power, the strong country will be flooded with jobs. If a country is seen as weak, their jobs will decrease. The countries are also able to show how their village has grown and possess excellent military power to the adjacent countries, so they can put foreign pressure on them. Kiba asks why they fight by risking their lives. The Hokage explains, a country's power is the village's power. A village's power is the ninja's power. And a ninja's true power is only born in life or death. Battle. Naruto nods in agreement. This exam is a place to show off the ninja power of one's country. Because they fight with their life, the exam has meaning. That is the reason their predecessors have fought and dreamed of being in the chunin exam. The custom of saving one's life and fighting to maintain balance, that is the good relation in the world of ninja. This is a life or death battle for your dream and village's dignity. Lord Hokage, if I may, I will explain the rules for the third portion of the chunin exams. Sarutobi nods. However, before the third exams begin, it has been decided there will first be a series of 10 one-round preliminary matches. This is because of the number of important guests who will be observing the exams. Only the best of the genin will take the third exam to avoid wasting these guests' time. The preliminary round is scheduled to begin immediately. Anyone who wishes to quit may do so now. Kabuto raises his hand. Hayate checks him off the list. I'll send you some medical cream later to help heal your nervous system from that sound attack. States Naruto, passing Kabuto a note. The third Hokage says he believes he's seen Kabuto before, and asks about his background. Enko says that he's already failed the chunin exam 6 times in a row. Plus, his time at the academy was equally unimpressive, with average grades and 3 attempts at passing the graduation exam. However, there is something peculiar about his time before the academy. He was found as a boy among the enemy as the only survivor, and brought back and adopted by the leader of the medical squad. Kabuto has a small talk with his teammate Yoroi. Yoroi tells Kabuto not to push too far, even if he is Orochimaru's favorite. Kabuto tells Yoroi he's leaving everything up to him, since it shouldn't be any trouble with Yoroi's skills. Kabuto then waves goodbye to Naruto and leaves, thinking to himself how he'd love to stay. But he might revert to his old self and blow his cover. Kabuto pushes the folded note into his pocket. The opponents for each match are selected randomly and will be displayed on a giant electronic board. The first match is Akato Yoroi and Uchiha Sasuke. Everyone please move to the upper level before the fight begins. Kakashi comes over and tells Sasuke that if the curse mark starts acting up, he will end the match. Naruto nods and pushes his wakizashi out of his sheath a tiny bit, giving off a small click. The first match begins. Yoroi throws shuriken at Sasuke, who blocks with a kunai. Oroi attempts to hit Sasuke with his fist encased with chakra, but Sasuke counters and puts Yoroi into a headlock. It seems Sasuke has Yoroi, but Yoroi places his palm on Sasuke's chest while still in Sasuke's headlock. Sasuke begins growing tired, as though being drained of energy. Yoroi then breaks free of Sasuke's grip, and grabs onto Sasuke's head, still glowing with chakra. Sasuke falls back, uncertain how he can manage a victory. The glowing in his hand turns out to drain an opponent's chakra if the hand is touching them. Sasuke gets schooled for a minute, having pretty much all of his chakra drained. Sasuke then whips out his own version of Rock Lee's forbidden attack. Sasuke starts with a kick into the air and Sasuke appears behind the Sound Village spy, and that is the part he copied from Rock Lee. It's all original from here. Shishi Renden. Sasuke absolutely pounds Yoroi in mid-air, then as he hits the ground as a rolling kick that looks like it about snapped his opponent in half. Sasuke wins. The next fight is announced. The combatants are Zaku Abumi and Aburame Shino. You fight this battle you will never fight again, warns Shino. Zaku attempts to blast Shino, who dodges. Shino and Zaku continue their prelim elimination round. Shino remains unharmed by Zaku's attack and calmly waits as bugs emerge from under his skin. Zaku watches in horror as Shino's Kikai bugs soon surround him. With the bugs behind him and Shino in front, Zaku's chances of winning are slimming. Kikai bugs attack their prey in groups and consume its chakra. Shino warns Zaku that if you don't give up now, he will never fight again. Either he or the bugs, depending on his choice of action, will end this now. I just blast you and your cockroaches. Zaku's arms explode. Winner Aburame Shino. Everyone, minus the obvious people, are in awe of the mysterious Shino. Neji does a Byakugan to investigate Shino's bodily makeup. He learns that Shino is of the clan that gives their bodies to bugs at birth. They then can control the Kikai bugs with their mind, and in exchange, allow the bugs to feed off their own chakra. Meanwhile, Dosu and Kin look at their fallen teammate. Dosu explains that Shino must have stuffed bugs into Zaku's air hole so that if he fired the Zenkaha in such a state, the energy accumulated would seek an exit and expand. The rest such an exit at his elbows. Now Zaku's arms are useless. Dosu vows to avenge his loss. The board selects the fighters for the next match. The third round will be Tsurugi Masumi vs. Subaku no Konkuro. Chapter conclusion. Helltanz's notes. Latest poll. Who knows the significance of Naruto using his wakizashi instead of him using his katana? I have decided Gaara must have a weapon. Voting is now open. Voting will end in a few PTERS when Gaara fights Sasuke in Exam 3. Chunin 8. Chapter 14. Chunin 8. I will strive. Disclaimer. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Summary. Mizuki attempts to get the scroll early. The result of Naruto's involvements could never have been imagined. Nor could they have imagined what Naruto would find inside that scroll. Now Naruto's life as a genin has begun, but how has he changed over the last 6 years? Helltanz's notes. There is a reason Naruto keeps changing outfits, not particularly important, but still there is a reason. His current outfit you could imagine as a mix between Hidan's death god form. The black robes except his has gray lines going down parallel to the opening of the robes, combined with a pair of spiked pauldrons that covers his left and right shoulders attached to the upper section of his cuirass like what Sesshomaru wears, and the final outfit Abel wears, the large black cloaks at the conclusion of anime of Trinity Blood. He still has his swords and Silver sash plus regular shinobi gear pouches mounted on a second belt. Chapter begin previously. The board chose the next match. The third round will be Tsurugi Masumi vs. Subaku no Kankuro. Gecko S. Signals for the match between Kankuro and Masumi to begin. Masumi wraps himself around Kankuro by dislocating his own joints and using his chakra to control his loosened body using Nan no Kaizo. He warns Kankuro to give up or he'll snap his neck. When Kankuro isn't phased, Masumi breaks his neck, which was actually just Kankuro's puppet, Karasu. Kankuro then attacks with his marionette technique to quickly defeat Masumi. "Ha, you should thank me. With your bones broken you'll be even more limber," sneers Kankuro. Meanwhile, as Sakura washes her face, Ino appears from behind and asks if she's scared. Sakura can't hope to stand a chance. She looks at her cut hair in the mirror and vows to do her best. The board displays the next battle. Haruno Sakura vs. Yamanaka Ino. The two begin their match. Trading blows but definitely holding back. As Ino prepares to punch Sakura, she recalls a childhood memory and the punch turns into a slap across the face. They flash back to an instructor explaining that female ninjas must be able to obtain a wide range of knowledge and education extending beyond knowledge of ninja techniques. If they can't act normal in enemy territory, they will have trouble spying. This particular day, they will learn the art of flower picking. Sakura and Ino partner as Ino coaches Sakura on the secret to creating a nice arrangement. Soon, several girls pick on Sakura. Ino defends her by throwing flowers in her face. She then threatens that the flower she just ate is aconite, a poison better known as wolfsbane. The girl had best spit it out quickly. When the girls run away, Ino reveals that only the roots are poisonous. Sakura is totally impressed with Ino's actions and demeanor, and Sakura vows that she will become stronger than Ino. The two exchange bitter words, as Kakashi observes that Sakura wants to make sure Ino won't hold back. In another flashback, Sakura asks why Ino gave her a hair ribbon. Ino explains it would be a waste for her to wither away as a bud. There's no meaning to a flower unless it blooms. Maybe she'll be a flower more beautiful than Cosmos. Sakura tearfully thanks her. Sakura grew up believing in Ino's words. She always wanted to be like her. Thanks to her, she's here now. That's why she wants to fight her seriously. Otherwise, the fight has no meaning. Ino thinks back to the vow they made when Sakura told her she was on Sasuke's team. Sakura vowed that she wouldn't lose to her. She's no longer the girl chasing Ino. When they do fight, they will fight as ninjas with their forehead protectors on their foreheads. Both GIRLs then tie their forehead protectors in place and prepare for a serious match. "Let us have a fair fight," shout both girls. Sakura uses the standard Academy Bunshin no Jutsu. Sakura starts to accumulate her chakra and stomps the ground. Then she punches Ino and yells, "If you're going to take me as the little cry-baby Sakura, you're going to get hurt. Fight me seriously, Ino." Then Ino says, "I'll give 100 like you requested." Naruto rolls his eyes. What poor excuses for kunoichi. Rarely are fights fair amongst shinobi. If they hope to be kunoichi, they should learn that first. Tamari agrees. The two Konoha girls seem to be evenly matched, so Kakashi says that the fight will last for a while. Naruto says, neither of them deserve the title of shinobi. Kakashi glares at Naruto. Hayate states that they've been at it for 10 minutes already. Then Ino proceeds to say that there is in no way for her to be my equal. Sakura replies in similar, "There is no way a slovenly person like you is my equal." Ino decides to cut her hair and throws it in front of Sakura. She cuts her hair to prove that she is not a slovenly person. Ino says, "I'll win this battle by making you say I give up." Then she uses Shintenshin no Jutsu. Shikamaru and Choji was shocked that she was going to do it, but it was actually just a trick. She caught Sakura by running chakra through her hair. Now that Sakura is immobile, Ino could actually use the mind transfer jutsu. It finally works and Ino almost wins, but Sakura's other mind kicks Ino out. Finally they both say this is the last attack, and when they are both about to punch each other, they have a flashback about when they were little kids and then when the both became genins and Sakura gave Ino back the ribbon. They both get a direct attack and both of them get knocked out. Unfortunately they tied, so neither advances to the finals. Kakashi and Asuma pick up the girls and announce that the medical team will not be needed. Sakura wakes up and sees No and thought that she lost, but Ino tells her that they tied. Then Sakura and Ino start talking about what they said when they were young. The next match is announced: Tenten vs. Temari. Sadly, Tenten's attacks are largely taijutsu based, giving Gaara's wind-based defenses a clear-cut advantage. She applies the use of weapons to defeat her opponent. Hokage comments that Tenten has a good sense of distance, being the right amount of area away from her opponent to be both offensive and defensive. Tenten begins by a few shurikens, Temari reflecting by flashing her fan, its wind power stopping the shurikens from landing any damage. Shikamaru comments that the match is over. Obviously it is, as Sun Tzu states, a battle is decided before it has even begun. Not to be confused with Neji's rants about destiny and fate. Tenten next pulls a fierce hurricane tactic, spinning herself into the air and allowing a special scroll to spiral around her, from which she can extract a variety of weapons which she sends at Temari, who merely stands there and flashes her fan, its wind force stopping every weapon in its track. Temari explains that her fan has 3 moons. You've already seen one moon, when you see all 3 you're done. Tenten withdraws 2 scrolls to perform her ultimate technique, placing them on the ground vertically and performing Sushoryu. 2 dragon-shaped smoke trails shoot into the air, then dissipate into twin scrolls, from which Tenten swirls into the middle and withdraws a second flurry of weapons launched at Temari, who reveals her second star and stops them all. Chapter conclusion. Helltanza's notes. Remember to vote for Gaara's weapon and why you think Naruto use his wakizashi. So far suggestions have been made for a whip, suggested by Kohide16, the man in the die. Rai, bladed shield, submitted by Shinobi87. Naginata or a pike. Although I suggested the Naginata, but am open towards suggestions. I Profiomething that releases acidic poison or burns when it strikes, so whip is still a valid option. Chunin X. Chapter 15 Chunin X. I will strive. Disclaimer. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Summary. Mizuki attempts to get the scroll early. The result of Naruto's involvements could never have been imagined. Nor could they have imagined what Naruto would find inside that scroll. Now Naruto's life as a genin has begun, but how has he changed over the last 6 years? Helltanza's notes. I recap the whole fight between Tenten and Temari. I decided to post this today, would have been sooner, but fanfiction was down. Chapter begin previously. The next match is announced: Tenten vs. Temari. Sadly, Tenten's attacks are largely taijutsu based, giving the Kage's daughter's wind-based defenses a clear-cut advantage. She applies the use of weapons to defeat her opponent. Hokage comments, that girl has a good sense of distance, being the right amount of area away from her opponent to be both offensive and defensive. Tenten begins by hurling a handful of shuriken. Temari reflecting by flashing her fan, its wind power stopping the shurikens from landing any damage. What a drag, this match is over already, mutters Shikamaru. Obviously, it is, as Sun Tzu states, a battle is decided before it has even begun. Not to be confused with Neji's rants about destiny and fate. Tenten next pulls a fierce tornado-like attack, spinning herself into the air and allowing a special scroll to spiral around her, from which she can extract a variety of weapons which she hurls at Temari, who merely stands there and flashes her fan. It creates a blast of wind with force enough, stopping every weapon in its track. Temari explains that her fan has 3 moons. You've already seen one moon, when you see all 3 you're done. Tenten withdraws 2 scrolls to perform her ultimate technique, placing them on the ground vertically and performing Sushoryu. 2 dragon-shaped smoke trails shoot into the air, then dissipate into twin scrolls, from which Tenten swirls in to the middle and withdraws a second flurry of weapons launched at Temari, who reveals her second star and stops them all. Temari scoffs at her opponent's pathetic onslaught, in her opinion, as Tenten remarks she isn't done yet, launching herself into the sky and using chakra strings attached to her fingers to pull the weapons up and re-launches them at Temari, who sends another gale of wind to repel the attack, yielding the same results as Tenten's previous attacks, as well as sending Tenten flying through the air and crashing into the ground, upon which Temari reveals her last moon, flying through the air on her fan. Suddenly fire erupts. Temari looks to Naruto, who nods. The fire turns black. She then lands on the ground and waves her fan. Kaden, Kurohi Tatsumaki no Jutsu. Tenten is sent into a blinding tornado of black fire and wind with chakra embedded into it that begins to tear and cut Tenten to shreds, and the fire melts her weapons. Tenten lands, cracking her back on Temari's fan. The match is over. Temari then throws Tenten to the ground, but Rock Lee was able to catch her. Temari labels Tenten as trash, and Rock Lee, to avenge such dishonor to his teammate, attempts his Konoha whirlwind, only to have it blocked by Temari. The next match, Nara Shikamaru vs. Kin Tsuchi. Shikamaru starts off by using Ninpu Kage main no jutsu to force her to attack and reveal her moves. Kin does indeed fall for his ploy, sending out her attack, needles with bells attached which lodge themselves into the wall behind Shikamaru. The intent is that the opponent will react to the needle attached to the bell and be hit by the one without. Shikamaru explains this, but next notices that Kin had chakra strings attached to the bells, ringing them to cause him to divert his attention as she impaled his shoulder with 2 needles. She rings her bells again, the bells having a special frequency that causes the victim to see illusions of his opponent as well as not be able to move. Shikamaru finally succeeds by applying his Ninpu Kage main no jutsu to hide under her strings' supposed shadow. Strings at the height she was holding them would have no visible shadow. It was Shikamaru's technique. From there, Shikamaru renders Kin unable to move, and forces her to then copy him, both tossing a shuriken at the other. To dodge the shuriken toss, each of the fighters would have to duck backwards. Behind Shikamaru there is air. Behind Kin there is a wall. Consequently, Kin knocks herself unconscious and Shikamaru wins the match, while Kimimaro glares distastefully at Kin. Orochimaru Ha's Kimimaro pretending to be the Odo Jonin, you can probably guess why. Inuzuka Kiba vs Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto just appeared in the arena, albeit in the center of a massive crater. Kiba jumped down accompanied by Akamaru. Begin. Gecko hastily evacuated the arena. A puppy, how cute, stated Naruto. Perhaps you should put the toy doggy up, there is at least one shinobi fighting in this match. What the hell, you bastard, I'll kick your ass, you just sit there, Akamaru. I'll kick your ass in one move, you hear me, bastard. Gijyu Ninpu Shikyaku no Jutsu. Rants Kiba. So easy to taunt, and damn it all he's predictable. Thinks Naruto. I'll finish this match quickly, I want these damn preliminaries out the way. Kiba goes down on all fours and becomes more feral. Suga. Kiba spins around flying at Naruto in massive tornado. Naruto doesn't bother to move, simply grabbing Kiba out of the tornado and tossing the feral genin across the arena, leaving claw marks around Kiba's throat. Kurena. And most the genin wince as the poor Inuzuka boy impacts the ground with a sickening crunch. Poor brat getting to fight Naruto. Boy's going to get beaten to a pulp and Naruto isn't even trying. Mutters Asuma, lighting a cigarette. Are you saying my student doesn't stand a chance because I have no skill as a teacher? Demands Kurenai. Yes I mean no, well, Kiba has no chance of winning against Naruto, it's impossible. Stammers Asuma. Akamaru barks. Fine, we'll use that technique. Kiba gives Akamaru a soldier pill. The little dog's fur turns red and then does Jujin Bunshin, turning the small dog into another feral Kiba. Gatsuga. 2 twin tornadoes shoot towards Naruto. Enough. Hyoten Hyo Ukami Tobo. Ice shoots out of the ground in the forms of wolves howling, striking the tornadoes. This attack looks like Ice Wolf Bite from Final Fantasy Tactics, except there are a bunch of more of those ice pillars. Naruto clenches his hand, and the ice shatters into thousands of razor-sharp shards. The shards of ice strike Kiba and Akamaru, inflicting many hundreds of cuts. Shards of winter, muttered Haku. Did you say something? Asks Asuma politely. Oh, the attack Naruto-sama used. After he used Ice Wolf Howl as one he just taught me, it's called Ice Release Shards of Winter. Of course, at full power the attack is almost always lethal. Akamaru passes out due to blood loss while he falls to the ground, and Kiba hits the ground hard, still awake, and passes out in a pool of his own blood. Naruto readjusts his scythe, which has been resting on his shoulder the entire match. Gecko quickly appears. I declare Uzumaki Naruto the victor. He will advance to the third portion of the chunin exams. Medics, please escort the injured participants to the hospital. Finally, Naruto vanishes. The board begins to cycle through names again. Chapter conclusion. Helltanza's notes. Remember to vote for Gaara's weapon and why you think Naruto used his wakizashi. Whip, suggested by Coheed 16 the Ma. N in the Dairy, Bladed Shield, submitted by Shinobi 87. Naginata or a pike. Halberd or poleaxe, suggested by Drake 0x. Spear, suggested by John Hamsta. Chunin X. Chapter 16 Chunin X I will strive. Disclaim. R. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Summary Mizuki attempts to get the scroll early. The result of Naruto's involvements could never have been imagined. Nor could they have imagined what Naruto would find inside that scroll. Now Naruto's life as a genin has begun, but how has he changed over the last notes? As I'm sure everyone noticed, the prelims are following canon. For the most part this will continue. Additionally, there are several large countries in this story which are basically just continents because they really have countries inside of them. The one that the story is currently taking part in is the Nation of Elements. It's the landmass where most the shinobi countries are located. This is important for later events as well as for the possible sequel. Chapter begin. A shining red hawk descends and lands on Naruto's outstretched arm. The swordsman unties the letter. The letter was more of a note in elegant formal writing. Dispatch of Team 4, traitor's presence acknowledged. I cannot reach the area to relieve him of his head. Best wishes. Naruto incinerated the note, and wrote one of his own. Only one word was necessary. Confirmed. The board had stopped cycling through names. Hayate coughed. Hyuga Hinata versus Hyuga Neji. Hinata is shocked. The two approach each other. Neji didn't think he would have to fight her. Neji ni-san, stammers Hinata. Hinata-sama, that is not appropriate. I am not your brother, I am your slave, a disposable member of the branch family. States Neji calmly. Kurenai explains that Hinata and Neji are cousins. They both come from Konoha's oldest noble family, the Hyuga clan. They are related because they both come from Hyuga's head family and branch family. Hinata is from the head family who are the founders, while Neji is from the branch family who carry the same bloodline. They too will not feel that bad about fighting each other because the head and branch family have been on bad terms. It has to do with the special abilities of the clans. The Hyuga clan has special rules when it comes to passing on the ability. Those rules are favorable to the head family, and that is the reason for their dislike of each other. Give up, Hina. Ta-sama, you are not suited for the life of a shinobi. You are too kind and always try to seek harmony and avoid confrontation. She just goes along and follows other people's ideas. You have no self-confidence and you always feel inferior. You thought it would be fine to remain a genin. You didn't want to take this exams but had to in order for your teammates to participate. There needed to be 3 in order to join. Is what I say correct? Hinata denies it and replies that she wanted to change herself. Hinata's Jonin sensei, Kurenai, watches. She then has a flashback of Hinata. Her younger sister, Hanabi, is on her hands and knees on the floor breathing hard and holding a kunai. Her father tells her to stand up. Kurenai is there. She tells Hinata's father that Hinata will now be under her command. Then she asks if it is okay with him because she is the Hyuga family's successor and will possibly face death in genin missions. He replies that she can do whatever she wants with Hinata. He considers her a defect because she is weaker than her sister, Hanabi, who is 5 years younger. She is not needed in the Hyuga clan. He then tells Kurenai to leave. As she is leaving, she notices Hinata outside the door. She has heard everything. Back to the present, Kurenai knows Hinata is trying hard to change herself. Back at the fight, Neji tells Hinata that, you are a spoiled child because people cannot change. A failure is a failure. Their personality and power will not change. People cannot change. That is the reason terms like elite and failures exist. Everyone judges you by how good your face, head, abilities, body shape, and personality are. These are things that cannot be changed. People suffer from their limits in life. Just like the fact that I am from the branch family while you are from the head family. They cannot change that. Neji continues and says, my Byakugan has seen many things. And this is why I know. You are just trying to be tough. And what you are really thin. King is how much you want to leave the place right now. Hinata continues to deny it. Sakura is curious and asks about Byakugan. Byakugan is a bloodline limit that the Hyuga family possesses. It is similar to the Sharingan, but is stronger in regards to insight. Neji reveals his Byakugan. His eyes have developed veins around his eyes and on his pupils. He then says that Hinata cannot fool his eyes. From what he observed of Hinata's reactions, he says that she was recalling a harsh past event. She is imagining physical and mental pain. He says she is thinking about her old self and has predicted the outcome of this match from previous experiences. A prediction that she will lose. He says she now knows that she cannot change. I won't run away anymore. She gets into a fighting stance and tells Neji to fight her. They both use the same Hyuga fighting style, Juken. Their hands are illuminated by a blue glow. They begin to strike at one another with amazing hand-to-hand combat skills. Hinata almost hits Neji, but he barely dodges. The rest of the rookies wonder if the last one hit. They realize it didn't. Lee explains that even a nick will really hurt. This is why they are called Konoha's noble family. Juken is a special hand-to-hand combat style passed from generation to generation. Lee's style aims to break bones and create external wounds, damage on the surface. It is called Guken. Hinata and Neji's style, Juken, attempts to damage the chakra circulatory system inside an enemy. It destroys internal organ and inflicts internal damage. This is known as the gentle fist. It's not flashy, but it will hurt later on. There is no way to train your internal organs, so if you get hit, no matter how strong you are, it will be fatal. The fight continues. What about Naruto's style? It sounds like Juken, asks Sakura. Yash, an excellent observation, Miss Cherry Blossom of Youthfulness. Naruto's taijutsu for is indeed similar to Juken because the two are related, but it is far more deadly. Instead of simply blocking chakra points and forcing chakra into organs to attack an enemy, Naruto's style will rupture and tear veins and tenketsu, as well as tearing organs apart and poison an enemy's chakra. It also breaks bones and sends tremors through an enemy's nervous system by using chakra to confuse synaptic nerves. A fairly decent summary of the basics of my taijutsu for one who doesn't know it, mutters Naruto, having reappeared. Sasuke glares at Naruto. As Neji and Hinata are at a standpoint, there is a sudden heartbeat and Hinata begins to spew blood. Neji points out that th is the extent of the main house's strength. Not willing to back down so easily, Hinata knocks away Neji's hand and goes in for another strike, which Neji blocks with his left and hits a pressure point on Hinata's attacking arm. Most onlookers seem surprised at how advanced Neji's fighting skills are. Back on the battlefield, Neji pulls back Hinata's jacket sleeve to reveal numerous puncture marks. Hinata realizes that even from the beginning of the match, Neji's eyes can even spot individual tenketsu. Kakashi explains to the confused rookies that there are 361 pressure points called tenketsu that lie above the inner coils system. On the average shinobi, interjects Naruto, my first cousin on my mother's side has more than 3 times this number, as does my cousins on my father's side. The points themselves called tenketsu. If one is to press any of these points accurately, one can stop or increase their opponent's chakra flow. Ergo, that person is in total control of their opponent's chakra. Kakashi also explains that even his Sharingan cannot spot these points. Naruto, how many do you have? I lost count. Face fault. What do you mean you lost count? Yamazaki Dana has several sets of chakra coils for each of his chakra reserves. These reserves are constantly growing, increasing the number of tenketsu, states Tamari. Back in the arena, Neji strikes once more and sends Hinata to the floor once again. As she struggles to regain her composure, Neji explains that this is what divides the weak from the strong, an elite from a loser, and the reality that destiny cannot be changed. He offers Hinata one more opportunity to surrender and forfeit the OT. Hinata refuses to give up and go back on her word. Chapter conclusion. Heltanza's notes. Remember to vote for Gaara's weapon and why you think Naruto use his wakizashi. Additionally, someone tell me, I've always been told that Aoi is gray, but someone said it's blue, which is what I thought was Aosa. I'll probably do a timeline after the prelims. It will list some events that occurred up to this point. Whip, suggested by Coheed 16. The Man in the Dairy, Bladed Shield, submitted by Shinobi 87. Naginata or a pike. Halbray. D or Polax, suggested by Drake 0x. Spear, suggested by John Hamsta. Chunin 11. Chapter 17. Chunin 11. I will strive. Disclaimer. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Summary. Mizuki attempts to get the scroll early. The result of Naruto's involvements could never have been imagined. Nor could they have imagined what Naruto would find inside that scroll. Now Naruto's life as a genin has begun, but Has he changed over the last 6 years? Heltanz's notes. I looked it up. How is blue. Chapter begin. Just as Hinata is back on her feet, she gets a violent, erratic heartbeat and coughs up more blood. Kakashi notes that Neji's Tenketsu has shut down Hinata's chakra flow, meaning she can no longer perform her gentle fist attack. Kakashi says to himself that, for someone at Neji's level, even Sasuke would not have stood a chance. Ino worries for Hinata's life, while Sakura believes the match is unfair with Neji's superior strength and stamina. The battles between shinobi are not always fair. Friendly exchanges, ahou. Yu, roars Ino before being hit by Shikumi no Jutsu and falls over unable to move. Hinata rushes towards Neji and the two battle once again. Unfortunately, Hinata's next major strike misses and Neji deals another major blow. Back in the stands, Kurenai notes that Hinata used to always be a quitter and would give up, but would always try and improve herself. There is a brief flashback to her doing solo training, with Kiba and Shino, who are about to venture elsewhere. Kurenai knows the type of rigorous training Hinata went through, despite her shortcomings and failed attempts in missions. She would sink low and lose confidence when things got rough, but not in the match she is in right now. Finally, with one last attempt at gaining a hit, Hinata rushes with all of her might to strike. But Neji's attack connects first to the heart and an immense amount of chakra leaves her body. Hinata coughs up blood one last time before collapsing. Neji berates her and points out that just about none of her attacks connected and that the match is over. Gai-sensei notes that a deciding blow to the heart like that most likely means that Hinata will not rise again. As the referee is about to declare the winner, everyone looks down in shock as Hinata rises to her feet once again, but Neji informs her that only acting tough will do nothing. He plays the family card and notes that since Hinata was born, the Hyuga main house's responsibility has been placed on her, that she's hated herself for her weakness, but Neji once again points out that it is destiny, but Hinata speaks and sees everything different. She claims that he is the one who is suffering. The person lost and suffering within the destiny of the main and branch houses, as you. That just about pisses Neji off and pushes him to his breaking point. He rushes towards Hinata in blind rage to possibly kill her, completely ignoring the referee telling him that the match is over. Just before Neji can deliver a killing blow, he is stopped dead in his tracks and held back by the referee, Kakashi, Gai, and Kurenai. Neji wonders why all the Jonins jumped in to stop him, which he believes is only more special treatment for the main family. Another erratic heartbeat hits Hinata and she is down again. Kurenai, Kiba, Sakura, and Rock Lee come to her aid. As her vision begins to fade, she sees into Naruto's eyes looking down from the stands and tries to say something. Naruto-kun, was I able to change a little? Her eyes close, and do not open again. Neji states that Hinata is a loser, and wants to say one thing, in the end. A loser is a loser. They cannot change. Hinata coughs up another mouthful of blood, while Kurenai realizes that Neji did intend to kill Hinata, but he boasts that the time wasted on glaring at him should be used getting the girl some help. Medics come to take her away on a stretcher, though they don't have high hopes, as they believe Hinata won't last more than 10 minutes. As the second to last match of the first set of 10 battles rolls around, the only fighters left are Rock Lee and Choji of the Hidden Leaf, Gaara of the Hidden Sand, and Dosu of the Hidden Sound. As well as the 3 onsen teams, the Kumo team, the Kiri team, the Waterfall team, the Grass team, the 2 Iwa Nins. Shikamaru tells Choji that he's glad that he is not him because the ones left are really tough fighters. Choji becomes discouraged but Asuma cheers him up by saying that if he wins he will treat him to an all-you-can-eat buffet. The screen cycles through names. Rock Lee vs Subaku no Gaara. Choji shouts and rejoices that he is not fighting Gaara. Before the fight began, Gaara launches the cap of his gourd towards Lee but he was able to catch it easily. The fight begins, but quickly is revealed that this fight will not be as easy as some of the others have had it. Poor Lee. Pardon. Gaara isn't in a pleasant mood right now. He was looking forward to fighting that Cloud Kunoichi. I would suggest you have Lee take his weights off and pray. Naruto, you seem so confident in Gaara's ability to win. Surely you do not doubt Lee-kun's abilities. He is talented but he will lose against Gaara. As Lee attacks, Gaara simply has his sand block all of Lee's attacks. Kankuro revealed that the sand will protect Gaara, regardless of his will it will protect him from harm. Even as spectators shout for Lee to switch to ninjutsu and attack from a long range, Guy explains to Sakura that Lee is one of only a handful of people that has no ninjutsu or genjutsu skills. And so he is forced to use only taijutsu. Guy also explained that this makes Lee a winner. Since they spent all their time and effort towards his taijutsu, he has transformed Lee into one of the world's foremost taijutsu specialists. Chapter Conclusion. Helltanza's notes. Naruto is still everything Hinata is, not just in a different form. For instance, he won't hesitate to stand up and fight and saint. His beliefs even in the face of an enemy. Of course most these enemies he can kill in a few seconds. Helltanza's notes. Remember to vote for Gaara's weapon and why you think Naruto use his wakizashi. Only one person has gotten fairly close. Additionally, someone tell me I've always been told that Aoi is gray, but someone said it's blue, which is what I thought was Aosa. I'll probably do a timeline after the prelims. It will list some events that occurred up to this point. Whip, suggested by Kohide 16, the man in the dairy. Bladed shield, submitted by Shinobi 87, Naginata or a pike. Halberd or Poe. Lax, suggested by Drake 0x, Spear, suggested by John Hamsta. 3-section iron staff, submitted by Spaceman. Chunin 12. Chapter 18 Chunin 12 I will strive. Disclaimer. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Summary Mizuki attempts to get the scroll early. The result of Naruto's involvements could never have been imagined. Nor could they have imagined what Naruto would find inside that scroll. Now Naruto's life as a genin has begun. But how has he changed over the last 6 years? Helltanza's notes. Chapter begin previously. The fight begins, but quickly is revealed that this fight won't be as easy as some of the others have had it. Poor Lee, mutters Naruto. Pardon. Gaara isn't in a pleasant mood right now. He was looking forward to fighting that Cloud Kunoichi. Naruto gestures to Nibi's vessel. I would suggest you have Lee take his weights off and pray. Naruto, you seem so confident in Gaara's ability to win. Surely you do not doubt Lee Kun's abilities. He is talented, but he will lose against Gaara, states Naruto. Simply has his sand block all of Lee's attacks. Kankuro revealed that the sand will protect Gaara, regardless of his will it will protect him from harm. Even as spectators shout for Lee to switch to ninjutsu and attack from a long range, Guy explains to Sakura that Lee is one of only a handful of people that has no ninjutsu or genjutsu skills, and so he is forced to use only taijutsu. Guy also explained that this makes Lee a winner. Since they spent all their time and effort towards his taijutsu, he has transformed Lee into one of the world's foremost taijutsu specialists. I told you, instruct Lee to remove his weights. Guy. As the battle continues, Lee is almost captured by Gaara's sand, only to escape. He lands on top of the hand sign statue. Guy relents and instructs Lee to remove his weights. People in Gaara's side isn't convinced that by just removing some weights, Lee would now be able to defeat Gaara. They started to doubt when they see Lee's speed. Suddenly, the match is no longer so one-sided, as Lee moves so fast that almost no one can keep up with his movements, not even Gaara and his sand shield. Amazing, 2 people who could pierce Gaara's shield of sand. Oh, I assure most the Onsen Genin can. Stage 2 Gaara on the other hand. Back in the arena, however, when we think that Lee has the upper hand, Gaara shows that he covered his entire body with sand. As a second ultimate defense. Now, Lee is forced to use the forbidden technique taught to him by his master Guy, the primary lotus. Lee attacked Gaara and sends him into the air, but Gaara is so heavy that he barely flew. Then Lee kicked him simultaneously in order to gain the height needed for the technique to be used. Lee followed up by adding several more kicks to the combo. In a moment of pain, he clasps his eyes shut before completing the technique, wrapping Gaara in his arm bindings. Lee smashes Gaara into the stadium floor, leaving Gaara in a large crater in what appears to be shock. However, as everyone begins to celebrate, the cracked sand shell breaks, revealing within nothing. Who has Lee just defeated? Is the battle truly over? Or is it really just beginning? Suna Bunshin. Lee sees the remains of Gaara and starts to notice that it was just a hollow shell. Lee finds out his technique failed. He is in trouble. Gaara shows up in front of him and removes his gourd. Gaara cracks his neck. Guy was surprised, as well, that Gaara wasn't in the shell and Kakashi told him that he left the shell when Guy closed his eyes to pray. At the exact time, Lee closes his eyes because of the pain, and that is when Gaara was able to escape. Using the technique left Lee with barely any energy, so he is forced to defend instead of dodge. Gaara fires a bolt of lightning from his palm. "What's wrong? Why aren't you fighting back?" demands Gaara angrily. Sakura asks Guy why he isn't dodging, while Kakashi explains that his technique puts too much strain on the body. Right now Lee is in so much pain that he can barely move. Guy then remembers how much work Lee put in just to beat Neji. Suddenly, Lee was able to dodge Gaara's attacks again. Guy sees this. He tells Sakura that the lotus of the Leaf Village blooms twice. Sakura remembers that Lee told her that just after the battle with the Sound Nin. Then Kakashi realized that Guy taught Lee a forbidden technique. Naruto rolls his eyes at the exclamation. He asks Guy how many gates Lee can open, and he says that Lee can open 5. Kakashi went on to explain what these gates are and that if you use them you are entering the Hidden Lotus. Lee recognizes that he has to use the Hidden Lotus to protect his way of the ninja, so he finds the strength to unleash the third of the 8 gates. That's more like it. Everyone watches as Lee's skin turns red and his hair shoots up. Kakashi explains that Lee's opened the 3rd gate, Seimon, and is going to make his move. Guy tells Kakashi that he's not done yet as Lee goes on to open Shomon, the 4th gate. He then attacks with lightning speed, causing the ground they are fighting on to crumble. Lee goes to kick Gaara into the air, however Gaara has a surprise. Raiden Ikazuchi no Mai. Lightning surges outward from Gaara, forcing Lee to abort his attack. Lee had intended to defeat Gaara before he could form another defense or launch an attack. Lee starts running around Gaara, again, from all sides with amazing speed and strength, avoiding the lighting of Ikazuchi no Mai. Kakashi sees that his muscles just snapped. Tamon, the 5th gate has opened. Gaara narrows his eyes. Raiden Beni Raiko. A whip of red lightning shoots out and grabs Lee's foot. Gaara tosses Lee into the air. Not bad. Guy explains Lee has done Ura Renge, reverse lotus, if you don't remember. The ultra-high-speed forbidden taijutsu. Not many can pierce my sand, even fewer can avoid my lightning. Raiden Reikoho. Naruto motions for everyone to cover their ears. Gaara collects a ball of yellow lightning in his hand and fires it in beam form at Lee, knocking him into the ground and heating the air around Lee, causing it to rapidly expand. Thunder was the result. Lee's AR drums ruptured and Lee falls to the ground motionless. A few seconds pass and Lee tries to push himself up. Gaara's whip made of crimson-colored lighting hits Lee, rending flesh and sending Lee into convulsions. Lee was thrown across the arena and landed in a heap. Gaara prepares another blast of lightning. Hayate stepped forward. "That's enough, you've won. This match is over. Subaku no Gaara will advance to the finals." Gaara glares but backs off. "Well, that ended better than it might have," stated Naruto. "I do believe and I told you so is in order." "Oh yes, you were most correct, Naruto-san. Why, our ability to predict the outcome surpasses my rival Kakashi's mighty Sharingan," shouts Guy. Naruto's eyes narrow at the mention of the Dujutsu of the Uchiha clan. "Huh, did you say something, Guy?" asks Kakashi. Naruto stiffened, not defensively or in fear but in recognition, having picked up a familiar scent, one which should have been present. Damn it, first Nibi's vessel, then the traitor, and now that infernal brat. Naruto's hand formed a strange seal, Onsen Genin and Jonin, as well as the 3 Suna Genin alike tensed. A blade screamed through the air. Naruto flicked his wrist. The steel kunai shattered into iron particles, forming a plate of iron blocking a second kunai and third kunai. The sudden assault scattered the assembled shinobi, or perhaps it was the approaching lightning dragon. Chapter conclusion. Heltanza's notes. Remember to vote for Gaara's weapon and why you think Naruto used his wakizashi. Only one person has gotten fairly close. I will probably do a timeline after the prelims. It will list some events that occurred up to this point but haven't been mentioned. I've decided that unless you all vote otherwise, Naruto's mother's bloodline will be revealed next chapter. After which you will all probably track me down and kill me. Speaking of Kake Genkai, you may still vote for Naruto's father's bloodline. Spoiler: Naruto inherited 2 from that side, however he can only use 1 to its full extent due to the second one having not activated for 3 generations, and another reason, see timeline. The one he can't use, he has a demonic ability, which is similar though it isn't as versatile. I would like at least 3 or 4 reviews per chapter from now on, if possible. I will try to update sometime later this week, but it may be impossible as I'm going into surgery, though I will try. Weapons vote. Whip, suggested by Coheed16, the man in the dairy, bladed shield, submitted by Shinobi87. Naginata or a pike, halberd or poleaxe, suggested by Drake0x. Spear, sug, ested by John Hamsta, seems to be the most popular, specify what type or appearance. 3-section iron staff, submitted by Spaceman. Chunin 13. Chapter 19 Chunin 13 I will strive. Disclaimer. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Summary: Mizuki attempts to get the scroll early. The result of Naruto's involvements could never have been imagined. Nor could they have imagined what Naruto would find. Naruto's life as a genin has begun. But how has he changed over the last 6 years? Heltanza's notes. After you read this chapter you will probably all hate me. Behold the revelation of Naruto's mother's clan's Kake Genkai. If you watch Trinity Blood, imagine Kresnik plays during the chapter. Chapter begin. Previously. Well, that ended better than it might have. Stated Naruto. I do believe and I told you so is in order. Oh yes, you were most correct, Naruto-san. Your ability to predict the outcome surpasses my rival Kakashi's mighty Sharingan. Shouts Guy. Naruto's eyes narrow at the mention of the Dujutsu of the Uchiha clan. Huh, did you say something, Guy? Asks Kakashi. Naruto stiffened, not defensively or in fear but in recognition, having picked up a familiar scent, one which should have been present. Damn it, first Nibi's vessel, then the traitor and now that infernal brat. Naruto's hand formed a strange seal, Onsen Genin and Jonin as well as the 3 Suna Genin alike tensed. A blade screamed through the air. Naruto flicked his wrist. The steel kunai shattered into iron particles, forming a plate of iron blocking a second kunai and third kunai. The sudden assault scat read the assembled shinobi, or perhaps it was the approaching lightning dragon. Naruto swung his scythe. Black and blue lightning erupted from the scythe, meeting the lightning dragon in midair. Naruto blurred out of sight. 2 swords clashed against one another in the middle of the arena. The aggressor's sword cracks. The first was Naruto's Koto Muke, Naruto's katana, the second was the apparent aggressor's blade. If you need a visual, go to this link and imagine one the length of a full sword. Go to trueswords.com/full-tang-fighting-knife-guard-p-2903.h. TML stood eye to eye with Naruto, though was probably in his mid-teens. The teen had blue-black hair that reached to his shoulders and coal-black eyes, along with sharp facial features. Sasuke seemed to go into a state of shock. "Cousin, today is the day I will kill you," snarled the teen. "Hello, Maru-chan." The teen snarled and pushed harder. Naruto yawned and applied a smidge of force to his katana. The increase in power behind the blade knocked Naruto's aggressor across the arena, as well as shattering the aggressor's blade. "Come now, Maru-chan, is that the best you can do? Do you really belly? If you can kill me, Sasuke has a better chance of killing Itachi without getting a scratch on him." The teen snarled and closed his eyes while drawing a second sword. "Really? You think you would learn? Relying on that old trick won't work against me. Fight me, show your pride as an Uchiha. Unveil your eyes. Fight me like you mean it," commanded the teen. The teen's eyes snapped open. What eyes? Once as black as coals were now crimson red with what looked like a black pinwheel inside. "Tsukuyomi. Aho." Naruto's eyes flashed. His violet eyes became red, morphing into a fully matured Sharingan. Kai. The Tsukuyomi was cancelled before it could even take effect. "Amaterasu!" roared Maru-chan. The signature black fire of the Amaterasu shot towards Naruto, who simply stood there unmoving like a mountain against the wind. Shining white flames surged around said shinobi, meeting the black flames head-on. The white flames overtook the black. "Did you really think that would work?" asked Naruto rhetorically with a sneer. The teen charges Naruto, swinging his sword. The teen vanishes using the dimensional bending qualities of the Sharingan to jump to another dimension. Naruto spun around. "Still predictable. I don't even need this Dujutsu to predict where you will strike." Amaterasu Koka Kudari. Black flame erupted in the middle of the air right in front of the dimensional openings. The teen manages to avoid the blast by making another dimensional jump, but his shadow clones are destroyed. Amaterasu no Tsurugi. snarled the teen, his hand covered in black flames in the shape of a sword. Enough. Naruto's eyes morph again, this time forming 9 interconnected tomo. The teen freezes in midair and his Sharingan deactivates. Another level, exclaimed Maru-chan, in surprise. Another form of the Mangekyo. Corrects Naruto, his eyes begin to rotate. Sanjo za kai. Naruto raises his sword, an ethereal light glowing at the tip of the blade. That's enough, Naruto, please release Uchiha Moromaru, states the third Hokage. The teenage Uchiha falls unceremoniously into a heap. Naruto mutters a soft kai, and the light collected around his sword disperses. Naruto turns his back to the fallen Uchiha. Moromaru roars and charges Naruto, unsheathing his second sword again. Naruto spins around and executes a diagonal slash, cutting from the right shoulder to the left hip. Blood explodes into the air. Naruto sheathes his katana. No one but death itself can defeat death itself. You should have learned that by now. Naraho, Otoko, my foolish cousin, I think. Naruto deck. KS Moromaru, sending the Uchiha impacting into the arena wall with a viscous sickening crunch. Naruto closes his eyes, deactivating his own Sharingan. I had hoped I would not have revealed this blood that flows within me so soon. Hokage-sama, what just happened? Asks Anko. Naruto obliged Moromaru's request. The pride of an Uchiha's are their Sharingan eyes. Moromaru wanted to fight Naruto as two proud members of the Uchiha clan would do battle. However, Naruto's ability to predict an enemy does not originate solely from his mother's eye-based Kake Genkai, but also from his experience as a warrior, which in itself allows him to predict near-perfect accuracy where the enemy will strike, how they will evade, what direction they will attempt to flee. Combined with his Sharingan, he is Satani-sama is undefeatable. No mortal hand is capable of defeating him, so it is embodied as his status as Tenshu Hitokiri. Interjects the Onsen Jonin, Kuro angrily. I intended no disrespect towards Naruto's skills as shinobi, stated the third Hokage, waving his hands in a placating gesture. Naruto shot the Jonin a look which clearly said A. Shut up, B. He intended no insult, or C. Some other command to back off. Kuro snorted and returned to leaning against the wall, pushing his spectacles up with his palm. Apparently, despite Naruto's look, he was still quite offended at the irreverent comment against Onsen's founder. Additionally, the sentiment rang true amongst the other Onsen shinobi, Kuro's fellow Jonin instructors, and genin alike. Kyo, Mizudengu, and Aoshi especially bore similar expressions of ire as Kuro. Blazing fire, churning waters, stormy skies, perhaps what the future held, or perhaps just the angry Onsen ninja's eyes. Gekko coughed. Hokage-sama, what are we to do about T? He prelims, they have yet to be completed. Chapter conclusion. Heltanza's notes. What should happen now? Also, I will probably take some time off to work on my other stories for a week or two. I might, not definitive. Because the reviewers of my other stories are getting a tad impatient. Please review. Chunin 14. Chapter 20. Chunin 14. I will strive. Disclaimer. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Summary. Mizuki attempts to get the scroll early. The result of Naruto's involvements could never have been imagined. Nor could they have imagined what Naruto would find inside that scroll. Now Naruto's life as a genin has begun. But how has he changed over the last 6 years? Heltanza's notes. Now you all know the Kake Genkai Naruto inherited from his mother. As I addressed earlier, Naruto's Kake Genkai were affected in some way or form by Kinjutsu Kake Genkai Sozo, hence his odd Mangekyo Sharingan. Also, if you have been paying attention to Naruto's rhetoric, you know why he doesn't constantly use them. A fact that will be elaborated on later. Also, someone disagreed with the deployment of the Uzumaki Konohamaru Corps during the Wave arc. I replied that I would agree under normal circumstances. However, if you'll notice, Konohamaru is already learning how to combine Naraku Rasengan with his weapon of choice. Also, Japanese, if it's not a jutsu, indicates it's I with strong intention. Ross. Engen list. These aren't all of them. Rasengan Yondaime's basic spiraling sphere. Elemental Rasengan's Rasengan that has been combined with an elemental affinity. I.e., Gaara's primary elemental affinities would be lighting, sand or iron sand. Rasen Shuriken uses elemental affinity to shape Rasengan into a 4-point shuriken. Has the same ill effects as in canon, but they don't affect Naruto, as high S cells are nearly indestructible at this point. Naraku Rasengan, a Rasengan powered up by either darker emotions like rage, pain, hate or even bloodlust or ambition or dark chakra reserves. Dark red and black in appearance. Several Onsen shinobi have been taught this technique, as has Gaara. Unknown Rasengan, the opposite of the Naraku, uses more positive righteous anger, pure heart, urge to protect your friends, or more positive chakra. Typically white or silver in appearance. Haku's learning this jutsu. I have a name but it won't be seen until the invasion. Chapter begin previously. Hokage-sama, what just happened? Asks Anko. Naruto obliged Moromaru's request. The pride of an Uchihas are their Sharingan eyes. Moromaru wanted to fight Naruto as two proud members of the Uchiha clan would do battle. However, Naruto's ability to predict an enemy does not originate solely from his mother's eye-based Kake Genkai, but also from his experience as a warrior, which in itself allows him to pred ICT near perfect accuracy where the enemy will strike, how they will evade, what direction they will attempt to flee. Combined with his Sharingan, he is Satani-sama is undefeatable. No mortal hand is capable of defeating him. So it is embodied as his status as Tenchu Hitokiri. Interjects the Onsen Jonin, Kuro angrily. I intended no disrespect towards Naruto's skills as shinobi. Stated the Third Hokage, waving his hands in a placating gesture. Naruto shot the Jonin a look which clearly said A. Shut up, B. He intended no insult, or C. Some other command to back off. Kuro snorted and returned to leaning against the wall, pushing his spectacles up with his palm. Apparently, despite Naruto's look, he was still quite offended at the irreverent comment against Onsen's founder. Additionally, the sentiment rang true amongst the other Onsen shinobi, Kuro's fellow Jonin instructors, and genin alike. Kyo, Mizudengu, and Aoshi especially bore similar expressions of ire as Kuro. Blazing fire, churning waters, stormy skies. Perhaps what the future held, or perhaps just the angry Onsen ninja's eyes. Gekko coughed. Hokage-sama, what are we to do about the prelims? They have yet to be completed. Naruto walked up the stairs as if nothing had happened, having already sheathed his katana and reclaimed his ominous black scythe. Naruto, what just happened? When did you activate? How did you even get the Sharingan? Demanded Kakashi. One of the violet-eyed Onsen genin prepared to step forward, however Naruto beckoned for him to remain still. These eyes of mine burned first 8 years ago. He form of the Mangekyo Sharingan you witnessed was awakened 6 years ago. As to how I bear these cursed eyes of mine, simply my inheritance from my mother's blood. Stated the Hitokiri. Kakashi didn't like this answer apparently. And the Onsen genin didn't like this lowly upstart of a Jonin, as they viewed Kakashi, badgering their village's founder. Sheesh, Naruto, you're so troublesome, muttered Shikamaru. Why did I even take this troublesome exam? I could just be watching the clouds. Being a ninja is so troublesome, grumbled the heir of the Nara clan. Yamanaka Ino rolled her eyes but listened in for Naruto's response. Being the queen of gossip spreading that she was, Sasuke seemed to be breaking out of his stupor. Moromaru ni-san, brother, how are you still alive? The other one. I was sure he had killed you on that horrible night 4 years ago. Sasuke mumbled before he bolted around. What happened? How does Naruto have the Sharingan? What in the world is going on? Demanded the Uchiha, slowly processing the events of the battle. Naruto, what was that Mangekyo you used? Demanded Sasuke, eyeing the Hitokiri. Now the Onsen genin looked ready to turn their swords on Sasuke. Naruto turned, motioning again for the genin of the hot spring to stay their hands. It has no proper name. Naruto paused. Though Itachi Otoko refers to it as the 9 Perils Death God Kaleidoscope Copy Wheel Eye. Named no doubt for my other Kake Genkai. Naruto smirked. This name seems to have been adopted by others, so it seems that is what it is to be called. Naruto, who all knows of you are Kake Genkai, this could be a matter of village security, exclaimed Kakashi. Naruto fixed the copy ninja with a glare. We are in the midst of the chunin exam, defeatist idiot, the Onsen genin, fu. ND, this amusing as Kakashi flushed in embarrassment. As to who else knows of my eyes, many people are aware of them and my other Kake Genkai. There is little concern or need of such distress over the revelation of my mother's dujutsu. But you said Uchiha Itachi was aware of your Sharingan. He could try, and my cousin is a weakling compared to me, 25% of my first level, and Itachi would be easily beaten in comparison to the 10% of the same level in which I could use to safely defeat you and Metagai and Sarutobi Asuma at the same time, all without the use of my bloodline limits. Retorted the Hitokiri. Normally Yuhi Kurenai would have objected at such an insinuation. She was weak, not worthy of being included amongst her fellow Jonin instructors. However, when a SWO man who has formally recognized by the Emperor himself for his abilities in battle was the one making the statement, well then it didn't really seem like that much of an insult. Kurenai shivered. Yes, definitely not an insult. Hell, several of the kids in this exam give me the creeps. Thought Kurenai, eyeing the girl from Kumogakure no Sato, the Suna trio, and several of the Onsen, genin. Somehow, Kurenai had her doubts on whether the so-called genin were really that most demonstrated far superior abilities, albeit nowhere near aforementioned Hitokiri's level, and then there were their instructors, especially their instructors. Kurenai shivered again. Hideo Kuro, he's the one Asuma-kun told me about. He disabled half of the 12 Royal Guard ninja of fire, without killing a single one of them. He also had a bounty of 51 million ryo, that's 16 million ryo greater than Asuma-kun's own. And then there's the second Jonin from Onsen, Ueno Sudengu, supposedly head of Onsen's urban warfare division, thought Kurenai, glancing at the white-haired Onsen Jonin. According to the rumors, his bloodline allows him to control blood. Creepy. Kurenai glanced at the last Onsen Jonin. Ukami Asahi Darcia, one of the heads of the Ukami clan of Onsen, the Wolf clan. They are like Konoha's Inazuka in a sense. In fact, it was speculated that the Inazuka were a bastard branch of the Ukami clan. Of course, I'll never say that in front of poor Kiba-kun, especially after his fight. Unlike the Inazuka, the Ukami could transform into wolves and they didn't have animal partners. Kurenai returned her attention to Kakashi. I'm telling you, Naruto, who all knows, Kakashi was cut off by an odachi being placed at his throat. Be quiet, snarled one of the Onsen genin. This one had gray cat-like eyes. The feline-like pupils distinguishing him as a member of the feline-like Hideo clan of Onsen, beating the red-eyed genin, Kyoto the Draw, whose hand also rested on his own odachi. Mizutengu, stand down, ordered Naruto. Hi Satani-sama. The Onsen shinobi bowed, sheathing the long silver blade. You could see Kakashi visibly pale. Guy looked like he was about to burst into a speech about the power of youth. If this matter so disturbs you, take it up with Oji-san, however I would advise you to drop it. The third fire shadow of the village hidden in the leaves cleared his throat. Attention all participants of the chunin exams, please return to your rooms for the moment while we decide how to proceed. Given TLD, all Jonin please come with me and the proctors so we may reach a decision. This stated, would all participants please report to this arena at 8 o'clock in the morning, at which time we hope the matter of whether the preliminaries will be continued or not. Thank you for your cooperation. You may all return to your rooms now. Chapter conclusion. Helltanza's notes. I gave some background on the Onsen Jonin. I mean it, please review. People tell me what I should do from here. I really don't feel like typing out all the little fights in the prelims. I could just pull a magna and skip the less important fights. If you review, make sure you give suggestions as to what I should do. Additionally, remember to vote for the Kake Genkei. If you have already, vote again if you don't mind, so it will be easier for me to tally up. You may also still make suggestions, in fact I encourage it. Also, I suggest everyone read Lost Soul by LD 1449. Naruto inherits form from his dad, or if you want Iruka to have one. Submitted by Kazuha. I personally like this one. Ability to distort time and space around a limited area, or something similar to black magic, necromancy perhaps. These original bloodline were submitted by Black Kitsune. Naruto not so much. Umeg. And attacks the mind and chakra as what it can do to mind as mind control, making one person or a group insane and remedial. Kill in dreams, the technique Yumten. Haijutsu. Mind scry, also the Umegan Ha. Taijutsu called Yumken. It tears the mind and chakra system apart slowly. Umegan turns the eye color silver, black, red, turquoise depending on the user, and the pupil turns into the kanji for dream and can be gold, blue, black. Tamashigan. This dojutsu can rip people's souls apart piece, meaning that one person or group become puppets, and if their minds survive they can't use chakra but a taiju. Su and Kenjutsu technique goes with this. The taijutsu Ryudokan, Ghost Fist, acts the same way as the Juken style. The Kenjutsu Shinigami Ryu or Death God style, it damages any type of chakra, even C. Orst Seal chakra. Also, users of Tamashigen can take a person's soul, that's if that person deserves it, but taking someone's soul can give the user of the soul I gains every ability, even bloodlines and D memories of that person. The bad thing is that the user can suffer very severe chakra depletion, even uses their life chakra, but the chakra and soul chakra make up for that, making the user's chakra and stamina larger. Absorbing chakra and soul chakra combined is almost as big as Biju chakra supply, and users of the Tamashigen can add people to the clan by either having seals put on them or infusing them with the user's blood or chakra. The look of the Tamashigen is like golden Byakugan, and the veins like it. Also can see Tenketsu bloodline submitted by Hoyt. Naruto not so much. 1. It's based after a video camera. 2. It looks like this but it's golden yellow. 3. It lets a person using it to speed up their brain's neurotransmitters in the eye to make everything seem in slow motion. 4. It can zoom in and store images and texts like a computer. 5. It lets you learn a jutsu fast, not copy, because it automatically records justices and files what they look like, so the dojutsu user can sort of refer to the video of the jutsu and see every detail of the process like a frame by frame, like on TV. 6. While using it to fight, it automatically files their style, like jutsus, so the dojutsu user can predict the next move and eventually, but faster than a normal person, learn the taijutsu style by examining its workings frame by frame. 7. Lets the user cast a simple genjutsu that plays recorded things so others can see it. Ultimate form requirements. It is achieved by mastering the other abilities, like making you be able to see everything so slowly it is as if time stopped, and be able to move as if normal. Yellow flash, having successfully being able to examine things so well that when the user records the opponent's style jutsu, it can examine it and discover its workings and weaknesses, and subko n skyously adjusting and fixing errors to make said style jutsu more efficient. Being able to predict moves, not the same way as the Sharingan, because the Sharingan senses muscle tension, it uses the D. Ata it analyzed from their fight to predict what they will do next, meaning the user adapts to the opponent, making them stronger as the fight goes on. The ultimate form, it changes into a tilted yellow. With black Mangekyo, the adjusts to light and distance like a machine by twisting, dilating and contracting. It gives 3 abilities. 1. Is the ability to force an opponent to live through a recorded memory as anyone you wish with all the pain. For example, if it was used while watching a guy cut off his leg, the person could make the target that guy, though it's not real, it's painful. It is similar to the Tsukuyomi because it's in the mind. 2. Ability to make your brain work so fast that in your mind 72 hours is 1 second, while in your head you can search through the files, finding ideas and past experiences to help defeat a much stronger opponent than yourself, kind of like where Shikamaru sits there thinking of a plan. 3. Stronger version of the simple projection genjutsu, it creates stuff out of chakra, like a shadow clone, like a whole new reality, but you need to use things from your memory. Like if someone shatters a glass, it would be silent unless your memory had recorded the sound of shattering glass. Submitted by Connect Fire 611, this one wouldn't work for Naruto. Elemental control, only the 5 elements, doesn't have a name for it. Beginners. For those of this bloodline using hand seals, elemental jutsu strength will be a 5 increase for 75 of the chakra required, advances with level. Novices. After a year of training, those of this bloodline with twice the chakra required can elemental jutsus without hand seals after they have a handle on the flow it takes for the jutsu. By just saying or thinking the name of it will activate. Using hand seals, elemental jutsu strength will be a 10 increase for 50 of the chakra required. Intermediates. After 5 years of elemental training in all 5 elements, without hand seals, using elemental jutsus would take the same amount of chakra required for someone without the bloodline. Using hand seals, elemental jutsu strength will be a 20 increase for 25 of the chakra required. Masters. After another 15 years of elemental training, though, say of this bloodline can bend the very elements, like combining elements ice and wood, but with no hand seals, melding, traveling through earth, water, etc., or use jutsus without chakra and seals. You sing opponent's elemental chakra or the elements around them using hand seals. Elemental Jutsu strength will be a 40 increase for 10 of the chakra required. As well as Gaara's weapon. Whip, suggested. By Kohide 16 the man in the dairy, bladed shield, submitted by Shinobi 87. Naginata or a pike. Halberd or poleaxe, suggested by Drake 0x. Spear, suggested by John Hamsta, seems to be the most popular. Specify what type or appearance. 3-section iron staff, submitted by Spaceman. Additionally there is the matter of summoning contracts. There are 2 votes in this category. The first shinobi can have multiple summoning contracts. How many should be the limit? The second vote for Naruto's, or anyone else's, summons. Also I still need creative suggestions for Earth Jutsus. As well as vote on if you want Iruka to have a Kage Genkai. Also whether the 4th should come back or not. Chunin 15. Chapter 21 Chunin 15 I will strive. Disclaimer. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Summary Mizuki attempt to get the scroll early. The result of Naruto's involvements could never have been imagined. Nor could they have imagined what Naruto would find inside that scroll. Now Naruto's life as a genin has begun. But how has he changed over the last 6 years? Heltanza's notes. The violet-eyed onsen, genin, was Aoshi. Also more Rasengan techniques are revealed. This didn't really turn out the way I wanted it. But some more light on Naruto's past interactions. I am very happy at the number of positive reviews that chapter begin. Hai no Kuni, Kanahagakure no Sato, Uzumaki compound or is called by the onsen shinobi the Satani compound. Or by the Suna trio the Yamazaki compound. Naruto didn't officially name it. Most of the non-shinobi in the village call it the Devil's Keep. This whole year is pretty much gone to hell, thought Naruto as he stared lazily at the target. A bored expression on his calm features. Naruto pointed his finger, like Yusuke does for his spirit gun, Shikodo Dama. A ball of black energy shot off the extended finger and hurtled toward the target. The ball impacted and shot straight through the target's heart. This is so annoying. Why do we have to wait so long? He'll probably come to Kuso. He'll cause even more problems with his presence. Shikodo Dama Sanju. This time 3 bullets were fired in quick succession. All 3 hit their targets with lethal accuracy. I should have stayed in onsen. Of course I did enjoy meeting Zabuza and I think I'm glad I met Haku. It's amusing training a pupil who is almost totally opposite to oneself. Hey Shisho. Konohamaru greeted Naruto as the young Sarutobi clan ninja jumped down carrying a living bone white blade staff. The weapon pulsed at its proximity to Naruto. I take it you completed the technique. Hell yeah Shisho. Konohamaru swings his staff. In that fluid motion the staff transformed. A blade emerged from the tip, signifying its first stage transformation. At the same time a Naraku Rasengan flared to life. The dark chakra shot off like a sideways tornado, hence the name. No Inuzuka could match that Shisho. Not bad, Konohamaru, but there is still room to improve. Naruto's violet eyes flashed as his chakra sprang to life. Naraku Rasengan Doden. Uzumaki. Naruto hurled his right hand towards a mass of carbon, very dense carbon. The dark red and black chakra swirled, combining with earthen particles, adding elemental affinity to the mix. The elemental imbued chakra collided with the carbon target, resulting in a loud crash. The dust settled, revealing a completely destroyed target. Awesome. That would be stage 2 of the projectile form. You have done well to master the Tatsumaki. Now you must master the Uzumaki, then you will learn the Typhoon. Albeit that was the elemental enhanced form of the Uzumaki. Before you begin learning the Uzumaki, learn at least one element of the Tatsumaki. That's really cool Shisho. You can be sure I will learn them all the same. I'll learn everything I can so I can crush the enemy. Konohamaru prepared to go bounding off to practice the next level of the technique. Naruto-san, please tell me you aren't teaching the honorable grandson another jutsu, pleaded Ebisu. Konohamaru snickered. Naruto nodded. Ebisu face faults as Konohamaru demonstrates the Naraku Rasengan Doden, Tatsumaki, or at least attempts to. The jutsu is mildly effective, destroying almost a fourth of the densely compacted rock target, pretty good for a first time. After Ebisu and Konohamaru leave, Jashin's blessing is strong in that one. Hidan greeted Naruto. Ni-sama replied the Akatsuki member in greeting. He is a fine shinobi and will continue to grow into one. Kakuzu didn't come. The stupid money-obsessed heathen did not. A pity leader did not let us kill the treacherous snake. Or the greedy heathen for that matter. Grumbled Hidan. Let Shira have his pride, it is his right given Orochimaru's betrayal. How fares the dawn? As you say, the organization fares well and your own. Black Sanctum is fruitful. I trust with Nibi located it will make your job easier. Yes, leader was grateful for your aid. We have common objectives and we are like-minded. It makes sense to work together. It has been a bit since I last saw him though, he'd better not use that lame excuse again. I fear if he does not even Lord Jashin would be able to save him from your fury. Said Hidan. Flashback Onsen Iwa skirmish. Naruto cracked his neck before swinging his sword, releasing a blast of azure chakra annihilating a group of charging rock ninja. Rock. Anbu attempted to drop down and attack Naruto from the roof only for the large cobra coiled around Naruto to lash out and deliver a lethal bite to the elite ninja's throat while snapping the neck with a sickening crunch. Foolish human. Hissed the cobra, releasing a blast of flame immolating another squad of rock ninja. My, aren't you aggressive today, Hoshimaru? The cobra boss chuckled. If a snake can chuckle. Perhaps. Though I wish there were more worth foes for us to fight. True. Naruto dashed forward, cutting down 3 rock ninja with a single whirling slash. Satani-sama. A squad of Onsen Anbu Tenchu appeared. The port has been secured. Preparations are in place to begin long-range Doden bombardment at your command. Commence the attack. Hi Satani-sama. 10 minutes later, chunks of highly dense earth, all weighing in excess of 4 metric tons, rained down on the Iwa positions, half of which exploded into lethal anti-personnel shrapnel barrages while the other half destroyed rock ninja fort-like city, pulverizing whole city blocks. You going to show yourself, Shira-san? Asked Naruto, leaning against a wall observing the artillery barrage with what many would consider amusement. My apologies, when I saw the snake summons earlier I thought you might be Orochimaru. Chuckled the auburn-haired ninja dressed in Akatsuki robes. Naruto sighed. Humph, that is such a pathetic excuse you used that the first time we met. The ninja chuckled. Yes, well, we hardly see anyone beside him who uses snake summons. Hoshimaru gave an indignant hiss. Now no offense intended, Hoshimaru-san. It's just your contract isn't very well documented, stated the auburn-haired ninja, raising his hands in a placating gesture. So my counterpart, how goes? Everything. Naruto smirked. Well enough. You won't need to worry about Ikibi and Gobi, and I already dealt with Shichibi, that should be 7 tails. Of course you already knew that. And the Kyubi is a lost cause, being trapped in the belly of the Shinigami in front of me, stated the Akatsuki leader. So really the only one we need to worry about is Hachibi, that traitorous snake, Orochimaru, whose head you have claimed. Well then, you see you around. Alert us if you locate any of the other Biju. I send a message if we need help sealing them, seeing as we don't have the traitor anymore. Ya-ne Shira, stated Naruto, waving as he walked off. I am so bored, I wish leader had not paired me with that disgusting money-grubbing heathen Kakuzu. Semi-whined Hidan, clutching his scythe tightly before swinging the bladed weapon in an arc, slicing through a stone pillar-style target. Yeah, well, it has its advantages, neither of you can kill one another. Well, you could if you went into Shinigami, I suppose, but Shira has his reasons. If you say so, stated Hidan agreeably. Though I agree waiting is a major pain in the ass. Snarled the Hitokiri. This exam is very much annoying. Flashback. Hai no Kuni, Kanahagakure no Sato, Shi no Mori. Tower, 8 o'clock in the morning. Thank you all for coming. While complications have slowed us, we have decided that we will proceed with the preliminaries. Announced the 3rd Hokage. That being said, we will now begin the conclusion of the chunin exam preliminaries. The now repaired electronic board cycled through names. The next match has come: Akamaiki Choji vs. Kinyuta Dosu. The match between Choji and the sound ninja Dosu prepare to get underway. Shikamaru shouts words of encouragement to Choji, while Ino calls out an insult in what appears to be a way to get Choji's temper ready for the match. Both contenders claim they will make the match a short one. Choji reflects on his knowledge about the sound ninja from the previous encounter during the Sec-OND exam and decides to use his family's famous multi-size technique, Baika no Jutsu, effectively turning himself into a huge human ball, thus covering his ears and deflecting any potential attacks by Dosu on his ears with sound waves. Choji rolls around, using the Nikuden Sensha, Trinant, but the pleasantly plump Genin runs into the wall and gets stuck. Dosu then punches Choji and then taps his Nick device on his arm, sending out a sonic wave throughout Choji's body. Choji loses his form and is rendered immobile. Dosu then explains that the body is made primarily of water, which transmits sound waves faster than regular air. Which anyone with half a brain knows. Dosu is declared the victor in this match. As he departs the match, Dosu thinks to himself how he will prove to Orochimaru that he is not just a test subject. The board cycles through names. Naruto doesn't really pay attention to the next match, as it's the Onsen, Genin, Kyo fighting some poor sap from Taki. Can you hear it, the sound of the divine wind? States the red-eyed ninja. All the Onsen ninja sigh dramatically. Huh, was the waterfall village Genin's intelligent response. Kyo then viscously impales the Genin from the waterfall village through his skull and then shoots wind elemental chakra through his blade, creating a massive spray of blood and gore. A couple people look like they're going to be sick at the sight of such carnage. Gekko coughs. Winner Ukami Kyo of Onsengakur. Chapter conclusion. Heltanza's notes. The next few chapters, excluding the preliminary flashbacks, will be probably character building and interaction, plot development, etc. Also, Hidan and Naruto aren't brothers. The reason Hidan uses that form of addressing Naruto will be explained later once you see Naruto's bloodline. I am looking forward to the invasion portion. You'll get to see Iruka use some of Naruto's jutsus. Additionally, remember to vote for the Kake Genkai. If you have already, vote again if you don't mind, so it will be easier for me to tally up. You may also still make suggestions, in fact I encourage it. From now on I will suggest a story I think is good. The one I suggest this time, the story I suggest is Till Eternity's End by the Silent Muse. As to the bloodline for Naruto, I am against giving him another dojutsu, given that the Sharingan is canon's deus ex machina. Also I need some help, either a very good translator site. Given my Japanese is limited, as are my resources, as I will be bedridden for the next week if not two, and my usual helper I can't pester as much, but for now I need Flies Toward and Scorcher in Japanese. Don't forget to vote who you want to see Naruto use his taijutsu against. Orochimaru is not an option. Also vote whether you want Sasuke to stay in Konoha, or whether he should go to Odo. Whether he is retrieved or not is also up for a vote. Naruto inherits form from his dad, or if you want Iruka to have one. A canon Kake Genkai, submitted by Kazuha. I personally like this one. The ability to distort time and space around a limited area, or something similar to black magic, necromancy perhaps. These original bloodline were submitted by Black Kitsune, Naruto not so much. Yumegan attacks the mind and chakra, as what it can do to mind is mind control, making one person or a group insane and remedial. Kill in dreams, the technique Yumten, Haijutsu, mind scry. Also the Yumegan has a taijutsu called Yumken. It tears the mind and chakra system apart slowly. Yumegan turns the eye color silver, black, red, turquoise depending on the user, and the pupil turns into the kanji for dream and can be gold, blue, black. Tamashigan. This dojutsu can rip people's souls apart piece, meaning that one person or group become puppets, and if their minds survive they can't use Akra, but a taijutsu and kenjutsu technique goes with this. The taijutsu Ryudoken, Ghost Fist, acts the same way as the Juken style. The kenjutsu Shinigami Ryu or Death God style, it damages any type of chakra, even cursed seal chakra. Also users of Tamashigan can take a person's soul, that's if that person deserves it, but taking someone's soul can give the user of the soul I gains every ability EV. Bloodlines and memories of that person. The bad thing is that the user can suffer very severe chakra depletion, even uses their life chakra, but the chakra and soul chakra make up for that, making the user's chakra and stamina larger. Absorbing chakra and soul chakra combined is almost as big as Biju chakra supply, and users of the Tamashigan can add people to the clan by either having seals put on hem or infusing them with the user's blood or chakra. The look of the Tamashigan is like golden Byakugan, and the veins like it. Also can see Tenketsu. One vote so far. Bloodline submitted by Hoyt. Naruto not so much. 1. It's based after a video camera. 2. I'll try and post the link on my profile so you can see the picture. 3. It lets a person using it to speed up their brain's neurotransmitters in the Yi to make everything seem in slow motion. 4. It can zoom in and store images and texts like a computer. 5.it lets you learn a jutsu fast, not copy, because it automatically records justices and files what they look like so the dojutsu user can sort of refer to the video of the jutsu and see every detail of the process like a frame by frame, like on TV. 6. While using it to fight, it automatically files their style, like jutsus, so the dojutsu user can predict the next move and eventually, but faster than a normal person, learn the taijutsu style by examining its workings frame by frame. 7. Let the user cast a simple genjutsu that plays recorded things so others can see it. Ultimate form requirements. It is achieved by mastering the other abilities like making you be able to see everything so slowly it is as if time stopped and be able to move as if normal, yellow flash, having successfully being able to examine things so well that when the user records the opponent's style, jutsu, it connects it and discover its workings and weaknesses and subconsciously adjusting and fixing errors to make said style, jutsu more efficient, being able to predict moves not the same way as the Sharingan. Because the Sharingan senses muscle tension, it uses the data it analyzed from their fight to predict what they will do next, meaning the user adapts to the opponent making them stronger as the fight goes on. The ultimate form, it changes into a tilted yellow, black Mangekyo. The adjusts to light and distance like a machine by twisting, dilating and contracting. It gives 3 abilities. 1. Is the ability to force an opponent to live through a recorded memory as anyone you wish with all the pain. For example, if it was used while watching a guy cut off his leg, the person could make the target that guy. Though it's not real, it's painful. It is similar to the Tsukuyomi because it's in the mind. 2. Ability to make your brain work so fast that in your mind 72 hours is 1 second, while in your head you see and search through the files, finding ideas and past experiences to help defeat a much stronger opponent than yourself, kind of like where Shikamaru sits there thinking of a plan. 3. Stronger version of the simple projection genjutsu. It creates stuff out of chakra, like a shadow clone, like a whole new reality, but you need to use things from your memory, like if someone shatters a glass it would be silent unless your memory had recorded the sound of shattering glass. Submitted by Connect Fire 611, this one wouldn't work for Naruto. Elemental control, only the 5 elements, doesn't have a name for it. Beginners. For those of this bloodline using hand seals elemental jutsu, strength will be a 5 increase for 75 of the chakra required, advances with level. Novices. After a year of training, Os of this bloodline with twice the chakra required can use elemental jutsus without hand seals after they have a handle on the flow it takes for the jutsu. By just saying or thinking the name of it will activate. Using hand seals elemental jutsu, strength will be a 10 increase for 50 of the chakra required. Intermediates. After 5 years of elemental training in all 5 elements, without hand seals. Using elemental jutsus would take the same amount of chakra required for someone without the bloodline. Using hand seals elemental jutsu, strength will be a 20 increase for 25 of the chakra required. Masters. After another 15 years of elemental train in line can bend the very elements, like combining elements ice and wood but with no hand seals, melding, traveling through earth, water, etc. Are you say jutsus without chakra and seals using opponent's elemental chakra or the elements around them using hand seals. Elemental jutsu strength will be a 40 increase for 10 of the chakra required. As well as Gaara's weapon. Whip, suggested by Kohide 16, the man in the dairy. Bladed shield, submitted by Shinobi 87, Naginata or a pike. Halberd or poleaxe, suggested by Drake 0x. Spear, suggested by John Hams. Ta, seems to be the most popular. Specify what type or appearance. 3-section iron staff, submitted by Spaceman, seems the second most popular. Additionally, there is the matter of summoning contracts. There are 2 votes in this category. The first shinobi can have multiple summoning contracts. How many should be the limit? So far 3 and 5 seem to be the most common. The second vote for Naruto's, or anyone else's, summons. Also, I still need creative suggestions for Earth Jutsus. As well as vote on if you want Iruka to have a Kakei Genkai. 1 vote for. Also whether the 4th should come back or not. 1 vote against. Chunin 16. Chapter 22 Chunin 16 I will strive. Disclaimer. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Summary. Mizuki attempts to get the scroll early. The result of Naruto's involvements could never have been imagined. Nor could they have imagined what Naruto would find inside that scroll. Now Naruto's life as a genin has begun, but how has he changed over the last 6 years? Helta ends his notes. I will eventually explain more about Onsen as time passes, but a short explanation for the curious Tenchu is an elite subdivision of Onsen's Shinobi Corp. Here is a list of all the Onsen genin participating in the exam. Team 1. Shinamori Aoshi, Makimashi Misao Kunyoichi Ukami Sum. Team 2 Mune Sojiro Ukami Kyo, Nagase Kaide Kunyoichi. Team 3. Ukami Ao Kunyoichi Hideo Mizudangu Azuma Rikamaru. Chapter begin. Continuing from the flashback started last chapter. Hai no Kuni, Kanahagakure no Sato, Shi no Mori, Tower. Naruto sighed. Hala hala, Kyo-kun tried to keep the blood spilling to a minimum in the future. Hai Satani-sama, agreed the Onsen genin. Satani-sama is correct, you moron, can't you show some restraint every now and again? Kyo snarled at his fellow Onsen genin. Shut up, no one asked you, Misao. The young Kunyoichi just glared, which the red-eyed ninja returned. Enough, both of you, the next round is starting. Gekko instructed the next 2 fighters to come to the arena. The Onsen genin. Aoshi fights one of the Kiri genin. Hajime, shouts Gekko. You think you hot spring ninja are so great? I'm going to show you that Kiri's ninja are the best, unlike you bloodline freaks. Your words are meaningless, states Aoshi. Why you, Sweden? Teppadama. The Kiri genin fires a blast of pressurized water at Aoshi. The Onsen genin easily dodges to the side. This occurs several more times to the same end. Your attempts are useless, you stand no chance with your level of mediocre power. Go to hell. The Kiri genin makes a series of hand signs. Sweden. Teppadama. Is that all you are capable of? Someone with your level of power and lack of intelligence cannot hope to defeat me. Aoshi punches the Kiri genin in the face, sending him flying across the arena. You son of a bitch, growls the Kiri genin, regaining his balance. Sweden. Teppadama. Is that all you can do? Insult me with your poorly chosen words and your mediocre jutsu. Another round of hand seals. Die, damn you, Sweden Sweryuden. The water dragon shoots toward the Onsen ninja. Aoshi lazily goes through hand seals. Sweden. Sujinheki. A wall of water surrounds Aoshi, defending him against the water dragon. The Kiri ninja begins to pass out from chakra exhaustion, only for a Kodachi to impale him through the throat. The Kiri ninja weren't really surprised at the brutality shown to their teammate. Their village was formerly known as the Bloody Mist, and they did think that their teammate was kind of an asshole. Aoshi calmly retrieved his Kodachi and returned to the stands. Nicely done, Aoshi-kun. Yeah, that was awesome, Aoshi-sama, chimed the young Kunyoichi. The electronic board cycles through names. Azuma Rikamaru, another Onsen genin, was to fight a ninja from grass. Hajime, shouts the proctor, signaling for the match to begin. The grass nin melds into the ground and uses Hiru Bansho, Boka no Jutsu. That's the technique Naruto's uses, thinks Sasuke. Why would he teach some grass ninja that jutsu? Wonders the delusional Uchiha. Rikamaru melds into the shadows. That's Naruto's jutsu as well, thinks Sasuke. Naruto glances at Sasuke. He's acting weird again. Is it possible the curse mark is transmitting enzymes again? Maybe I should hit him again. That should fix the problem. Nah, I'll wait, see what happens, thinks Naruto, turning back to the fight. By using the Leech All Creation attack prevention technique, you seek to use the stability of the arena's floor and perhaps its walls as a defense to protect yourself from my attacks. This strategy will fail, states what must be Rikamaru's voice using Utsusemi no Jutsu. Big talk, let's see you prove it. As you wish, came Rikamaru's ghostly reply. A katana impales the middle of the arena floor. Poison seeps at my command, tainting the floor's very atomic substructure. Because you have absorbed the floor's properties, you will be poisoned by the tainted molecules. Had my sword has spread throughout the floor. The sword vanishes as the floor turns completely green, deadly, poisonous, noxious, toxic green. The toxin radiated up from the floor. Fuck, grumbles the grass nin, clutching his now poisoned arm, which looks like it has been burned as he sticks to the wall. The grass ninja channels chakra into seeds, causing them to rapidly grow. The genin from Kusagak, Yur no Sato, is now sitting on a mass of giant milkweed. Your plant will not protect you for long. Milkweed will not resist my poison for but a few short minutes at most. States Rikamaru. And that I,'s only because I only used my weakest poison. Doesn't have to protect me but for a few minutes. Retorts the genin. The grass nin flashes through hand signs. Kuchio's no jutsu, a monarch butterfly caterpillar, a big caterpillar, appears, eats the milkweed and then makes a cocoon. The grass nin then makes more milkweed. You are only delaying the end. States Rikamaru. The cocoon opens and a horse-sized monarch butterfly appears with the grass nin riding on its back. Your summon is pointless, you only delay the end of this battle, no longer. Flash. Rikamaru impales the grass ninja through the back and back flips away. The summon vanishes and the milkweed dissolves. Winner Azuma Rikamaru of Onsengakure no Sato. Announces Gekko. Such a waste of time. Sighs Rikamaru. That idiot, he was the one who was taking forever. Shouts Sakura. A number of swords all click as they are prepared to be drawn from their sheaths. Now you've done it, troublesome girl. Whined Shikamaru. Sorry, I see A.N.T. right. Shikamaru's lazy style of speech. The next match was Yugito ni, the Jinchuri from Cloud who was the two-tailed cat's host, versus another nobody ninja, this one from Tsuchigakure no Sato. He Jinchuri hits the unfortunate ninja from Stone Country with a blast of fire as soon as Gekko starts the match. However, the rock nin just melts into mud. Yugito expels another blast of fire. The ROCK ninja flashes through hand signs, Doden, Doryuheiki. He then expels a mass of mud which hardens into a solid wall. Yugito jumps back as the rock ninja completes another set of seals. Doden, Ritsudo Tensho. The stone arena swirls around where the cloud Jinchuri would have been. Naruto sighs in relief. At least the girl has sense enough not to get crushed. Shira would never let me hear the end of it, letting a host get killed. It's too troublesome. Yugito makes a series of hand seals. Kakuzu knows that technique. Raiden. Gion. 2 bolts of lightning shot out of Yugito's mouth. The Iwa nin responded with Doden, Doryuden. The Iwa nin was starting to look winded. The cloud Kunyachi wasn't, though, unfortunately for him. The Iwa ninja rapidly made another wall of stone, this time using Dodo. Iwaheiki using the stone of the arena to form a dome around him. Yugito jumped into the air making hand signs. Raiden Yoration. Yugito hurls kunai into the ground. Lightning shoots down from her fingers and into the kunai that have been stabbed into the ground. Yugito then makes more hand signs. Raiden Reikyu. The ball of lightning demolished the dome barrier AMD, then the kunai fired there. Absorbed charges of lighting at the now undefended rock ninja. Winner Yugito ni. The Hokage cleared his throat. Well, that's enough matches for today. We will resume tomorrow after the arena is repaired. Hey master, I'm going to borrow your speech, is that okay? Yeah sure Mizutengu. End flashback of preliminaries. Hai no Kuni. Kanahagakure no Sato. Naruto primary place of residence, early more. Ning 1 week before the day of the 3rd exam. Naruto sat up. Well, guess a war's coming. Only logical explanation for why my blood is stirring. Stated Naruto to himself. Hopefully this war will be quick, otherwise it will spoil my plans. Because for a little while longer I need to maintain my normal human appearance. Hey. Well, few know of the significance of my skin losing its tanned appearance. Naruto reached over and withdrew his daisho from their stand, ignoring the pulsing cries of several of the swords. Naruto fixed 2 of the swords with a glare. Both were full-size katana radiating malevolent auras far greater than any of the other swords. Be quiet both of you, snarled the Hitokiri, his own killer intent and Yuki flaring overpowering that of the 2 swords. Chapter conclusion. Helltanza's notes. The last part was important, it's related to, well, I can't say without spoiling the surprise. Also, for those curious about Naruto's sister, she will probably show up during the Chunin arc. For those curious about her strength, she's about a little below Itachi's level, so Sannin-ish or so. She's pretty strong, nowhere near Naruto if he goes all out. I suggest reading Lost Soul by LD 1449 if you haven't already. Vote who you want to see Naruto use his taijutsu against. Orochimaru is not an option. Also vote whether you want Sasuke to stay in Konoha, or whether he should go to Oto. Whether he is retrieved or not is also up for a vote. Naruto inherits form from his dad, or if you want Iruka to have one. A canon Kake Genkai. Submitted by Kazuha. I personally like this one, but I've decided to tweak it a little unless like everyone votes against it. This on is looking pretty good to win. The ability to distort time and space around a limited area, or something similar to black magic, necromancy perhaps. 3 votes for, including mine. These original bloodline were submitted by Black Kitsune. Naruto not so much. Yumegan attacks the mind and chakra as what it can do to mind as mind control. Making one person or a group insane and remedial. Kill in dreams. The technique Yumten. Haijutsu. Mind scry. Also the Yumegan has a taijutsu called Yumken. It tears the mind and chakra system apart slowly. Yumegan turns the eye color silver, black, red, turquoise depending on the user, and the pupil turns into the kanji for dream and can be gold, blue, black. Tamashigan. This dojutsu can rip people's souls apart piece, meaning that one person or group become puppets, and if their minds survive they can't use chakra, but a taijutsu and kenjutsu technique goes with this. The taijutsu are Ayudakan, Ghost Fist, acts the same way as the Juken style. The kenjutsu Shinigami Ryu or Death God style. It damages any type of chakra, even cursed seal chakra. Also users of Tamashigan can take a pay Rson's soul, that's if that person deserves it, but taking someone's soul can give the user of the soul eye gains every ability, even bloodlines and memories of that person. The bad thing is that the user can suffer very severe chakra depletion, even uses their life chakra, but the chakra and soul chakra make up for that, making the user's chakra and stamina larger, absorbing chakra and soul chakra combined as almost as big as Biju chakra supply, and users of the Tamashigan can add people to the clan by either having seals put on them or infusing them with the user's blood or chakra. The look of the Tama Shigan is like golden Byakugan, and the veins like it. Also can see Tenketsu. 1 vote so far. Bloodline submitted by Hoyt. Naruto not so much. 1. It's based after a video camera. 2. I'll try and post the link on my profile so you can see the picture. 3. It lets a person using it to speed up their brain's neurotransmitters in the eye to make everything seem in slow motion. 4. It can zoom in and store images and texts like a computer. 5. It lets you learn a jutsu fast, not copy, because it automatically records justices and files what they look like, so the dojutsu user can sort of refer to the video of the jutsu and see every detail of the process like a frame by frame, like on TV. 6. While using it to fight, it automatically files their style, like jutsus, so the dojutsu user can predict the next move and eventually, but faster than a normal person, learn the taijutsu style by examining its workings frame by frame. 7. Lets the user cast a simple genjutsu that plays recorded things so others can see it. Ultimate form requirements. It is achieved by mastering the other abilities, like making you be able to see everything so slowly it is as if time stopped, and be able to move as if normal. Yellow Flash, having successfully being able to examine things so well that when the user records the opponent's style, jutsu, it can examine it and discover its workings and weaknesses and subconsciously adjust sting and fixing errors to make said style, jutsu more efficient, being able to predict moves, not the same way as the Sharingan, because the Sharingan senses muscle tension, it uses the data it analyzes from their fight to predict what they will do next, meaning the user adapts to the opponent, making them stronger as the fight goes on. The ultimate form, it changes into a tilted yellow, black magic. Yodi adjusts to light and distance like a machine by twisting, dilating and contracting. It gives 3 abilities. 1. Is the ability to force an opponent to live through a recorded memory as anyone you wish with all the pain. For example, if it was used while watching a guy cut off his leg, the person could make the target that guy, though it's not real, it's painful. It is similar to the Tsukuyomi because it's in the mind. 2. Ability to make your brain work so fast that in your mind 72 hours is 1 second, while in your head you can search through the files, finding ideas and past experiences to help defeat a much stronger opponent than yourself, kind of like where Shikamaru sits there thinking of a plan. 3. Stronger version of the simple projection genjutsu. It creates stuff out of chakra, like a shadow clone, like a whole new reality, but you need to use things from your memory. Like if someone shatters a glass, it would be silent unless your memory had recorded the sound of shattering glass. Submitted by Connect Fire 611, this one wouldn't work for Naruto. Elemental control, only the 5 elements, doesn't have a name for it. Beginners. For those of this bloodline using hand seals elementa. Jutsu's strength will be a 5 increase for 75 of the chakra required, advances with level. Novices. After a year of training, those of this bloodline with twice the chakra required can use elemental Jutsus without hand seals after they have a handle on the flow it takes for the jutsu. By just saying or thinking the name of it will activate. Using hand seals, elemental jutsu's strength will be a 10 increase for 50 of the chakra required. Intermediates. After 5 years of elemental training in all 5 elements, without hand seals, using elemental jutsus would take the same amount of chakra required for someone without the bloodline. Using hand seals, elemental jutsu's strength will be a 20 increase for 25 of the chakra required. Masters. After another 15 years of elemental training, they can bend the very elements. Like combining elements ice and wood, but with no hand seals, melding, traveling through earth, water, etc., or use jutsus without chakra and seals, using opponent's elemental chakra or the elements around them. Using hand seals, elemental jutsu's strength will be a 40 increase for 10 of the chakra required. As well as Gaara's weapon. Whip, suggested by Kohide 16, the man in the dairy, bladed shield, submitted by Shinobi 87. Naginata or a pike, halberd or poleaxe, suggested by Drake 0x. Spear, suggested by John Hamsta, seems to be the most popular. Specify what type or appearance. 3 say. Action iron staff, submitted by Spaceman, seems the second most popular. Additionally, there is the matter of summoning contracts. There are 2 votes in this category. The first shinobi can have multiple summoning contracts. How many should be the limit? So far 3 and 5 seem to be the most common. The second vote for Naruto's, or anyone else's, summons. Also, I still need creative suggestions for Earth Jutsus. As well as vote on if you want Iruka to have a Kake Genkai. 1 vote for. Also whether the fourth should come back or not. 1 vote against. Chunin 17. Chapter 23. Chunin 17. I will strive. Discal. Ame. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Summary. Mizuki attempts to get the scroll early. The result of Naruto's involvements could never have been imagined. Nor could they have imagined what Naruto would find inside that scroll. Now Naruto's life as a genin has begun, but how has he changed over the last 6 years? Heltanza's notes. Naruto's enemies, or one of his main ones, appear in this chapter. They're from a video game. I just tweaked some of the main character's strength and added Naruto ninja abilities, however it is more than likely half of the characters won't even make an appearance. Also, I have chosen to modify the Akatsuki outfit in this story. They are more like what Kenshin usually wears plus his sensei's cloak, except with those high collars. I don't know why I'm telling you this because I probably won't post any of the pictures of drawn that go along with this story. Chapter begin. Naruto was surrounded by the sounds of war and the dying. A village was ablaze around him, his sword drawn, the Koto Muke. His eyes were those of the Hitokiri, the eyes of a manslayer's. A ghostly wind blew through the burning village. 3 young ninja, 2 girls and boy, the middle of the 3 siblings. Girl was around Naruto's own age. The 3 stood around a badly injured shinobi paralyzed in fear. Their father, the leader of the village, who before he had been beaten by Naruto minutes prior would likely been able to handle the 3rd Hokage when he had been in his prime. Naruto eyed the 3 of them with contempt, hovering protectively over their injured father, but perhaps they might grow into powerful shinobi with the proper motivation. The youngest girl had distinctive purple hair. She was perhaps a year younger than her sister and Naruto. The other girl had reddish brown hair while the boy's hair was a darker brown. He was maybe 7 to 8 years older than Naruto. The teenager charged Naruto only to be batted aside by the far more skilled Naruto. Ni-san. Sho. Uted, the older of the 2 girls, her voice filled with fear for her brother and the injury he likely sustained from Naruto's fearsome kick. Weaklings, cling to your unsightly existence, hate me, despise, loathe me. If you want revenge, cling to your pathetic lives, strengthen your minds and bodies till you can understand and process information as easily as your breath and your bodies are bloodied. Fr. Every day of training strain you muscles in toil. If you do this with all of your being, then perhaps you may one day offer me a suitable challenge, and perhaps you can even kill me, because as you are now you aren't even worth killing. Hissed Naruto as he sheathed his sword. He didn't even turn to face the approaching shinobi. Instead he flexed his now free hands once and then clenched them. riving his razor-sharp claws into his palms and bringing his arms to form an X over his armored chest. He swung his arms backwards, calling forth the name of his deadly attack. Kaden Chio no Tatsu. Naruto smirked. Cower weaklings against the dragon's might. As his arms swung backwards at godlike speed, he uncurled his fingers, sending blood out off of his nails like whips, and the blood ignited into searing flames, cutting the charging shinobi in half. Naruto chuckled and backflipped into the light of the full moon, which illuminated the sky and vanished, leaving the village to burn, but it would survive and would offer him perhaps a worthy opponent in the future and an enemy that would seek to claim his life for years to come. Flashback Chunin Prelims. Hai no Kuni, Konohagakure no Sato, Shi no Mori. Outside the tower. "Hey Naruto, you out here?" shouted Sasuke. A flash cut across Sasuke's field of vision. Naruto katana blocked a masked shinobi's sword. Naruto gutted the other sword using ninja with his wakizashi. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and counted at least 20-odd shinobi in similar outfits dead and 14 more still alive. Satani-sama. The onsen ninja had arrived along with the Suna trio. Sand consumed the remaining nin. Gaara ruthlessly crushed them. Temari rolled her eyes at the display. "Naruto, who were those guys?" demanded Sasuke, curious as to who was attacking Naruto now. "No one of any relevance. Those fools were only chunin and jonin level ninja of their village, serving a weak fool who thinks he can defeat death." Of course Naruto didn't even need his Sharingan. They must be weak, thought Sasuke. "But Naruto doesn't need his Sharingan to beat you either," said the dark voice in the back of his mind. "You think those fools would learn by now?" Mutter. The onsen jonin Kuro adjusting his gloves, while Kyo spat on one of the bodies of those had tried to be would-be assassins. "The preliminaries will be resuming, let's head back." Secretly Kimimaro O.B. served the situation, impressed by Naruto's kenjutsu abilities. Inside the tower, the first match was a rock ninja named Kuni, who seemed to be the only one of the people who didn't glare at Naruto or the onsen shinobi. He just smiled every time people fought, as if watching a show or a movie, versus one of Yugito Ni's teammates, and he complimented everyone and was really cheery. "You think you can beat me? Rock is naturally vulnerable to lightning. Of course your village is pretty weak anyway. You lost to Konoha, whose element is fire, which earth is resistant to, and your village lost to Onsengakure no Sato," taunted the Kumo nin. Kuni smiled, taking the comment in good nature. "Ah, but Kumo-san, Onsengakure was founded by the mightiest of Hitokiri of the age, who no doubt would require high standards from his shinobi. As for our loss against Konohagakure, the legendary 3 and the mighty 4th Hokage, child of the royal house of fire, one of the dragon lines, what could we do but to say to that same man who sired a Hitokiri? And surely you are aware no mere man can defeat a Hitokiri, for they are impossible to be killed by a normal men. And then there is the land of sound founded by the Dentetsu no Sennin Orochimaru. I heard there was a nasty skirmish with your village." Unbeknownst to Kuni, his opponent's father was killed in said border skirmish. The lightning genin lashed out, flashing through seals. "Raiden. Raiko Dageki. I am sorry, did I say something to upset you, Kumo-san?" said Kuni, easily dodging the blast of lightning. "Now, as I was saying, surely against such skill led ninja we were expected to lose against an opponent who had fielded the best shinobi of the past 2 generations. But did we not survive? Did Tsuchi no Kuni, did Iwagakure no Sato not survive against TA force easily are better? Does this not testify to our will? We stood against Onsen and Konoha before them. Did we not persevere through our hardship? Enough talk. Raiden Rai Arashi. Just as I persevered, so will I, but unlike my village, my task is not as seemingly insurmountable." Raiden Den Kake. The barrier blocked the Kumo nin's lightning stow behind the Kumo nin and delivered a chop to his neck, knocking out the angry Kumo genin. Taisen Kuni of Iwagakure no Sato is the winner and will advance to the 3rd and final phase of the Chunin exam," announced Gecko. "This one is interesting." The board flashed through names. Hideo Mizutengu was to fight one of the mist ninja. "Let's go." The female ninja pumped her fist into the air. "Don't rush blindly into the den of the predator. Whatever. Begin." Mizutengu unsheathed his odachi. "Those charge in with no plan are fools who throw themselves to the forces of chance. The arrogant open themselves to openings the cunning and observant will exploit. The wise strike with always a plan ready, but attack as if it is the final move they will make." "Shut up, you arrogant prick. Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu, Misao snickered. Futon. Yeba no Mai. Mizutengu destroyed the water clones. Arrogant wretch Suiten Moko Zan. The tiger formed of water bashes the mist Kunoichi unconscious. Winner Hideo Mizutengu of Onsengakur no Sato. Announced the proctor. So much for using Satani-sama's speech. I'll use it next time such an opponent was unworthy of Satani-sama's words. The board flicker through name. Mune Sojiro versus one of the waterfall genin. Who looked like he was probably in training to be a medical shinobi. The ninja from the village hidden in the waterfall held up his hand. Mr. Proctor, I forfeit. Cough. Then Mew. Nay, Sojiro will advance to the third round of the chunin exam. So only 4 more unlucky people who have to fight Yamazaki Donna's genin. Poor Sojiro-kun getting an intelligent opponent. It not matter to me. Unlike Kyo, I have no interest in pointless bloodshed. Kyo glared at his teammate. Chapter conclusion. Heltanza's notes. I'm really hating writing the preliminaries, so if you could vote whether you want me to write them or skip them. I offer my thanks to Spaceman for his suggestions on Earth Jutsu. I suggest the Demon Prince of Konoha by I Eat Chicken. If I do a pairing for Naruto, which is unlikely. It will probably be a character not from the Naruto series, by Arc 3, which will briefly cover the Kuma War, and afterwards Naruto will have at least 2 children. Spoiler. However, it doesn't mean I'm going to go in depth. Vote who you want to see Naruto use his taijutsu against. Orochimaru is not an option. Also vote whether you want Sasuke to stay in Konoha, or whether he should go to Oto. Whether he is retrieved or not is also up for a vote. Naruto inherits form from his dad, or if you want Iruka to have one. A canon Kakei Genkei, submitted by Kazuha. I personally like this one. But I've decided to tweak it a little unless like everyone votes against it. This on is looking pretty good to win. The ability to distort time and space around a limited area, or something similar to black magic. Necromancy perhaps. 3 votes for, including mine. These original bloodline were submitted by Black Kitsune. Naruto not so much. Yumegan attacks the mind and chakra as what it can do to mind as mind control. Making one person or a group insane and remedial. Kill in dreams the technique Yumkin. Haijutsu. Mind scry. Also the Yumegan has a taijutsu called Yumkin Itte. Rs the mind and chakra system apart slowly. Yumegan turns the eye color silver, black, red, turquoise depending on the user, and the pupil turns into the kanji for dream and can be gold, blue, black. Mashigan. This dojutsu can rip people's souls apart piece, meaning that one person or group become puppets, and if their minds survive they can't use chakra, but a taijutsu and kenjutsu technique goes with this. The taijutsu Ryudokan, Ghost Fist, acts the same way as the Juken style. The kenjutsu Shinigami Ryu or Death God style, it damages any type of chakra, even cursed seal chakra. Also users of T. A Mashigan can take a person's soul, that's if that person deserves it, but taking someone's soul can give the user of the soul I gains every ability, even bloodlines and memories of that person. The thing is that the user can suffer very severe chakra depletion, even uses their life chakra, but the chakra and soul chakra make up for that, making the user's chakra and stamina larger. Absorbing chakra and soul chakra combined is almost as big as Biju chakra supply, and users of the Tamashigan can add people to the clan by either having seals put on them or infusing them with the user's blood or chakra. The look of the Tamashigan is like golden Byakugan, and the veins like it. Also can see Tenketsu. 1 vote so far. Bloodline submitted by Hoyt. Naruto not so much. 1. It's based after a video camera. 2. I'll try and post the link on my profile so you can see the picture. 3. It lets a person using it to speed up their brain's neurotransmitters in the eye to make everything seem in slow motion. 4. Itc. And zoom in and store images and texts like a computer. 5. It lets you learn a jutsu fast, not copy, because it automatically records justices and files what they look like so the dojutsu user can refer to the video of the jutsu and see every detail of the process like a frame by frame, like on TV. 6. While using it to fight, it automatically files their style, like jutsus, so the dojutsu user can predict the next move and eventually, but faster than a normal person, learn the taijutsu style by examining its workings frame by frame. 7. Lets the user cast a simple genjutsu that plays recorded things so others can see it. Ultimate form requirements. It is achieved by mastering the other abilities like, making you be able to see everything so slowly it is as if time stopped and be able to move as if normal, yellow flash, having. Successfully being able to examine things so well that when the user records the opponent's style, jutsu it can examine it and discover its workings and weakness. And subconsciously adjusting and fixing errors to make said style, jutsu more efficient, being able to predict moves not the same way as the Sharingan because the Sharingan senses muscle tension, it uses the data it analyzed from their fight to predict what they will do next, meaning the user adapts to the opponent making them stronger as the fight goes on. The ultimate form it changes into ilted yellow, black Mangekyo the adjusts to light and distance like a machine by twisting, dilating and contracting. It gives 3 abilities. 1. Is the ability to force an opponent to live through a recorded memory as anyone you wish with all the pain. For example, if it was used while watching a guy cut off his leg, the person could make the target that guy, though it's not real it's painful. It is similar to the Tsukuyomi because it's in the mind. 2. Ability to make your brain work so fast that in your mind 72 hours is 1 second, while in your head you can search through the files, finding ideas and past experiences to help defeat a much stronger opponent than yourself, kind of like where Shikamaru sits there thinking of a plan. 3. Stronger version of the simple projection genjutsu. It creates FF out of chakra, like a shadow clone, like a whole new reality, but you need to use things from your memory. Like if someone shatters a glass it would be silent unless your memory had recorded the sound of shattering glass. Submitted by Connect Fire 611, this one wouldn't work for Naruto. Elemental control, only the 5 elements, doesn't have a name for it. Beginners. For those of this bloodline Sing Hand Seal's elemental jutsu strength will be a 5 increase for 75 of the chakra required. Advances with level. Novices. After a year of training those of this bloodline with twice the chakra Riku. I read can use elemental jutsus without hand seals after they have a handle on the flow it takes for the jutsu, by just saying or thinking the name of it will activate, using hand seals elemental jutsu. S strength will be a 10 increase for 50 of the chakra required. Intermediates. After 5 years of elemental training in all 5 elements, without hand seals using elemental jutsus would take the same AMU. NT of chakra required for someone without the bloodline, using hand seals elemental jutsu strength will be a 20 increase forward. Masters. After another 15 years of elemental training those of this bloodline can bend the very elements. Like combining elements ice and wood but with no hand seals, melding, traveling through earth, water, etc., or use jutsus without chakra and seals using Oppon. NTS elemental chakra are the elements around them using hand seals. Elemental jutsu strength will be a 40 increase for 10 of the chakra required. As well as Gaara's weapon. Whip, suggested by Kohide 1. 6. The Man in the Dairy, Bladed Shield, submitted by Shinobi 87. Naginata or a pike. Halberd or poleaxe, suggested by Drake 0x. Spear, suggested by John Hamsta, seems to be the most popular. Specify what type or appearance. 3-section iron staff, submitted by Spaceman, seems the second most popular. Additionally there is the matter of summoning contracts. There are 2 votes in this category. The first, Shinobi can have multiple summoning contracts. How many should be the limit? So far 3 and 5 seem to be the most common. The second vote for Naruto's, or anyone else's, summons. Also I still need creative suggestions for Earth Jutsus. As well as vote on if you want Iruka to have a Kake Genkai. 1 vote for. 1 vote against. Also whether the 4th should come back or not. 1 vote against. 1 vote for a temporary return. 1 vote for. Chunin 18. Chapter 24 Chunin 18 I will strive. Disclaimer. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Summary Mizuki attempts to get the scroll early. The result of Naruto's involvements could never have been imagined. Nor could they have imagined what Naruto would find inside that scroll. Now Naruto's life as a genin has begun, but how has he changed over the last 6 years? Heltanza's notes. I've decided to skip the rest of the preliminaries, it's too troublesome. Chapter begin Hai no Kuni. The preliminaries had concluded and played out as they had been expected to by Naruto. The remaining member of the 2-tailed cat's vessel was turned into a pincushion by Misao, the last of the ninja from Waterfall. Akunoichi had fought Ao, which resolved unlike the Phi. GHT between Ino and Sakura, but at the same time not like the fight between Tenten and Temari. At first the two had seemed evenly matched, but the onsen Kunoichi soon began to exploit her family's in her and adeptness with speed and stamina, creating a number of shadow clones and casting a Jonin-level genjutsu. The Taki Genin had dispelled the genjutsu just in time to be attacked by the shadow clones. Ndiao bounced her skull against the wall of the arena. The second member of the Kusa team, a fairly bulky team, fought Ukami-sun, who attacked with ferocity almost on a level of Gaara, dicing up the big genin into minced meat. The final grass nin, a Kunoichi, fought the last onsen Kunoichi, who overwhelmed her with a barrage of shadow clones and kunai, and finally the last of the Kiri shinobi had progressed automatically, and at the moment the shinobi participating in the chunin exam were waiting for the final announcements by the Hokage addressing the third portion of the exam. Sakura at MPTS to ask Kakashi about Sasuke's condition, but he tells her he is fine and that somehow the mark is unresponsive, but not to worry, and then Kakashi departs after reminding Sasuke he has an appointment at the hospital after the announcement. Naruto frowned. Sasuke refused to stop pestering the onsen shinobi. Idiot. Sue, which one is it? Is it you or that pink-haired cross-dressing loudmouth? Which one of you is the dead last? I mean, it's obvious this is the strongest team Konoha has in the exam, after all Satani-sama's on it. Asked Misao, who was the only one of the onsen genin who would talk to Sasuke. Sasuke twitches. Oh, it's you, isn't it? That's okay, I'm the weakest on my team too. I mean, Aoshi-sama is the genius of the clan and Sum is really strong himself, not that he's anywhere near Aoshi-sama's level. Sasuke twitches. I am not the weakest, I am the rookie of the year. Growled Sasuke. Oh, is that a good thing? But I guess you're right, what kind of ninja has pink hair? Agreed Misao. So are you, or girl? Sasuke facefaults. What does that mean? Shouldn't there be a Kunoichi on the team? Sakura is a girl. That's a girl. Misao, please keep it down. Stated Aoshi. This concludes the brief intermission. Congratulations on those of you who advanced past the preliminaries. The third Hokage will explain about the final matches. The matches will be held in a month in order for preparations to be made for the guests as well as for the participants to have time to analyze what took place during the preliminaries to develop strategies. The SCE Nei returns to the arena where the participants draw numbers to determine whom they will fight and that it will be tournament style. Shikamaru raises his hand. Does this means only one of us will become chunin? It is explained that each participant will be evaluated on their performance and not necessarily if they win. So after Neji Chibi, that would be Gaara-chan. What a drag it will be if no Ga. Era-chan knows not to hold back even if it would be dangerous for the public. Great, Gaara gets another rematch with Yamazaki Dana. Wonder if I can get a bet going. Though Konkuro. Great, I have to fight that lazy guy or some mummy from Sound. Father has been acting strange, humph. Oh well, another opportunity to show my progress to Yamazaki Dana. This is troublesome, I have to fight another troublesome girl. I must consult the cards. Thinks Neji. I watched Vision of Escaflowne before writing this. I'll show Orochimaru were not just experiments. Sasuke is in the middle of one of his Avenger rants. All is according to Satani-sama's plan. Think the onsen shinobi. Hey, training. That's always fun. Thinks Kuni. I can't wait to teach that sand brat. Shino and the Kiri nin are just well like Shino normally is. Afterwards, Kabuto, Kimimaro, and Orochimaru meet up. Orochimaru states, the Leaf Village is getting soft from being peaceful and that neighboring villages are building up military strength. Kabuto asks if Orochimaru is able to kill the third, to which Orochimaru smirks and responds, of course, but it may not be much fun to fight the old geezer, but he's not my main concern. Naruto has made it clear he has no intention to kill me, but that means he must have some other purpose in the village. Somewhat surprised, Kabuto seems to question Orochimaru's willingness to go through with killing the third and further speculates that Sasuke will be the bullet, which starts off the conflict between the villages. Orochimaru seems amused at how well Kabuto has read the situation. Kabuto then points out he was not informed about the Sound ninjas which participated in the exams and tells Orochimaru that it seems he does not have Orochimaru's full trust. Orochimaru denies the lack of trust and tells Kabuto that is why he trusts Kabuto to kidnap Sasuke. When asked why so rushed, Orochimaru states there's another that has caught his interest. Orochimaru doesn't answer for a moment. In order for the darkness in Sasuke to stay intact, he must be separated from Naruto, so that Naruto may not seal away the mark or Naruto may kill Sasuke. Orochimaru smirk. Naruto won't hesitate to draw his blade against the Uchiha. I'm sure it won't matter, they're related. Naruto will kill him all the same. The only Uchiha Naruto might refrain from killing is Itachi-kun, or him. Adds Orochimaru with distaste. Hai no Kuni, hospital. At the hospital, it appears Kabuto has killed the many guards protecting Sasuke, who is under a sedative and may be about to kill Sasuke. Hen Kakashi gets the scalpel out of Kabuto's hand. After Kakashi attempts to get answers from Kabuto and his link to Orochimaru, the younger ninja manages to escape by using the dead soul technique to manipulate the corpses to appear as though they were alive while pretending to be one of those corpses so he could escape. Kabuto smirks and jumps out the window, removing his mask. See ya, sensei, Orochimaru will have Sasuke. Unless one of them stops him. Who is this kid, and who are them? No speedle, only to be told to leave. Naruto smirks and the nurses doubles over. Just then, Kakashi comes on the hall and tells Naruto that he has found someone to help Naruto train for the match. Training that idiot, the best you can hope for is Gaara-chan won't kill him. Anyway, there's nothing I need to learn. I was checking on someone else. Kakashi growls. Ebisu arrives only for Denmaru to arrive. You're late. My apologies, there was a minor complication. Nothing serious. Sandaime-san smoothed it out. You can tell me later, let's just hurry up. Hai no Kuni, Naruto's primary residence. Hey boss. Good afternoon. Konohamaru's shadow clone. There's a pervert at the hot spring. Okay, he saw. He's going to use the Rasengan Uzumaki. The hell he is. Naruto vanishes. Chapter conclusion. Helltan's notes. Vote who you want to see Naruto use his taijutsu against. Orochimaru is not an option. Also vote whether you want Sasuke to stay in Konoha, or whether he should go to Oto. Whether he is retrieved or not is also up for a vote. Naruto inherits form from his dad, or if you want Iruka to have one. A canon Kake Genkei. Submitted by Kazuha. I personally like this one, but I've decided to tweak it a little unless like everyone votes against it. This on is looking pretty good to win. The ability to distort time and space around a limited area, or something similar to black magic, necromancy perhaps. 3 votes for, including mine. These original bloodline were submitted by Black Kitsune. Naruto not so much. Yumegan attacks the mind and chakra, as what it can do to mind is mind control, making one person or a group insane and remedial. Kill in dreams. The technique Yumkin, Haijutsu. Mind Scry. Also the Yumegan has a taijutsu called Yumkin. It tears the mind and chakra system apart slowly. Yumegan turns the eye color silver, black, red, turquoise depending on the user and the pupil. Turns into the kanji for dream and can be gold, blue, black. Tamashigan. This dojutsu can rip people's souls apart piece, meaning that one person or group become puppets and if their minds survive EY can't use chakra but a taijutsu and kenjutsu technique goes with this. The taijutsu Ryudokan, Ghost Fist, acts the same way as the Juken style. The kenjutsu Shinigami Ryu or Death God style. It ages any type of chakra, even cursed seal chakra. Also users of Tamashigan can take a person's soul, that's if that person deserves it, but taking someone's soul can give the user of the soul I gains EV. Ori ability, even bloodlines and memories of that person. The bad thing is that the user can suffer very severe chakra depletion, even uses their life chakra, but the chakra and soul chakra make up for that, making the user's chakra and stamina larger. Absorbing chakra and soul chakra combined is almost as big as Biju chakra supply, and users of the Tamashigan can add people to the clan by either having seals put on them or infusing them with the user's blood or chakra. The look of the Tamashigan is like golden Byakugan and the veins like it. Also can see Tenketsu. 1 vote so far. Bloodline submitted by Hoyt. Naruto not so much. 1. It's based after a video camera. 2. I'll try and post the link on my profile so you can see the picture. 3. It lets a person using it to speed up their brain's neurotransm. Iters in the eye to make everything seem in slow motion. 4. It can zoom in and store images and texts like a computer. 5. It lets you learn a jutsu fast, not copy, because it automatically records justice. and files what they look like so the dojutsu user can sort of refer to the video of the jutsu and see every detail of the process like a frame by frame, like on TV. 6. While using it to fight, it automatically files their style like jutsus so the dojutsu user can predict the next move and eventually, but faster than a normal person, learn the taijutsu style by examining its workings frame by frame. 7. Lets the user cast a simple genjutsu that plays recorded things so others can see it. Ultimate form requirements. It is achieved by mastering the other abilities like making you be able to see everything so slowly it is as if time stopped and be able to move as if normal, yellow flash, having successfully being able to examine things so well that when the user records the opponent's style jutsu it can examine it and discover its workings and weaknesses and subconsciously adjusting and fixing errors to make said style, jutsu more efficient, being able to predict moves not the same way as the Sharingan because the Sharingan senses muscle tension, it uses the data it analyzed from their fight to predict what they will do next, meaning the user adapts to the opponent making them stronger as the fight goes on. The ultimate form it changes into a tilted yellow, black Mangekyo the adjusts to light and distance like a machine by twisting, dilating and contracting. It gives 3 abilities. 1. Is the ability to force an opponent to live through a recorded memory as anyone you wish with all the pain. For example, if it was used while watching a guy cut off his leg, the person could make the target that guy, though it's not real, it's painful. It is similar to the Tsukuyomi because it's in the mind. 2. Ability to make your brain work so fast that in your mind 72 hours is 1 second, while in your head you can search through the files, finding ideas and past experiences to help defeat a much stronger opponent than yourself, kind of like where Shikamaru sits there thinking of a plan. 3. Longer version of the simple projection genjutsu. It creates stuff out of chakra, like a shadow clone, like a whole new reality, but you need to use things from your memory, like if someone shatters a glass it would be silent unless your memory had recorded the sound of shattering glass. Submitted by Connect Fire 611, this one wouldn't work for Naruto. Elemental control, only the 5 elements, doesn't have a name for it. Beginners. For those of this bloodline using hand seals elemental jutsu strength will be a 5 increase for 75 of the chakra required, advances with level. Novices. After a year of training, those of this bloodline with twice the chakra required can use elemental jutsus without hand seals after they have a handle on the flow it takes for the jutsu, by just saying or thinking the name of it will activate. Using hand seals elemental jutsu strength will be a 10 increase for 50 of the chakra required. Intermediates. After 5 years of elemental training in all 5 elements, without hand seals using elemental jutsus would take the same amount of chakra required for someone without the bloodline. Using hand seals elemental jutsu strength will be a 20 increase for 25 of the chakra required. Masters. After another 15 years of elemental training, those of this bloodline can bend the very elements, like combining elements ice and wood but with no hand seals, melding, traveling through earth, water, etc. Or use jutsus without chakra and seals using opponent's elemental chakra or the elements around them using hand seals. Elemental jutsu strength will be a 40 increase for 10 of the chakra required. As well as Gaara's weapon. Whip, suggested by Kohide 16, the man in the dairy, bladed shield, submitted by Shinobi 87. Naginata or a pike, halberd or poleaxe, suggested by Drake 0x. Spear, suggested by John Hamsta, seems to be the most popular. Specify what type or appearance. 3-section iron staff, submitted by Spaceman, seems the second most popular. Additionally, there is the matter of summoning contracts. There are 2 votes in this category. The first shinobi can have multiple summoning contracts. How many should be the limit? So far 3 and 5 seem to be the most common. The second vote for Naruto's, or anyone else's, summons. Also, I still need creative suggestions for earth jutsus. As well as vote on if you want Iruka to have a Kake Genkai. 1 vote for. 1 vote against. Also whether the 4th should come back or not. 1 vote against. 1 vote for a temporary return. 1 vote for. Chunin 19. Chapter 25. Chunin 19. I will strive. Disclaimer. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Summary. Mizuki attempts to get the scroll. Early T involvements could never have been imagined. Nor could they have imagined what Naruto would find inside that scroll. Now Naruto's life as a genin has begun. But how has he changed over the last 6 years? Heltanza's notes. God doomn it, I already explained Ao is blue as Aozora meaning blue sky, and Aoi is gray as in Ichigatsu no Aoi. Tsuki meaning January's gray moon or alternatively translated pale January moon. I'm sorry the original characters are confusing. Chapter begin previously. Hino Kuni, Naruto's primary residence. Hey boss. Good afternoon Konohamaru's shadow clone. There's a pervert at the hot spring. Okay. This demands my attention. Neither Haku nor any of my other charges are there. The onsen shinobi are going later. He says he's going to use the Rasengan Uzumaki. The hell he is. Naruto vanishes. Hino Kuni, Konohagakure no Sato, hot springs. Naruto appears in a blaze of black energy, and catches Konohamaru as he flies backwards. Shisho. Naruto growls. I don't know who you are, you lecherous fool, but there is only one punishment severe enough for someone who has the audacity of attacking one of my pupils, and that punishment is death. Naruto's killer intent flares, making Kyuubi's look like the killer intent expelled during a Jonin fight. Naruto's chakra surges through his body, his eyes formed into his 9-pronged Mangekyo Sharingan. Just from the amount rage Naruto felt demanding to be released, Naruto's canines turn into vampire-like fangs and his fingernails turn into claws. T% enough to crush 3 of the Akatsuki in an instant. Now for some fun time to teach this fool his lesson. Not another of you guys Kuchiyos no Jutsu. Jiraiya flashes through hand, signs a poof of smoke and large toad appears. From raw chakra and his statement probably the kid's sensei. An amphibian, you summon an amphibian to fight. Naruto laughs. Don't you know anything, idiot, snakes eat toads. Naruto flashes through the summoning jutsu hand signs. Kuchiyos no Jutsu arise Kaiyohoshi. A large cobra arises from the water. You summoned me, Naruto-sama. A frog, humph, Sweden Suden Sakamake. Jiraiya's summon is hit by downpour of scalding water. Doden Suchi Ryu Tachi. A wave rock blades shoot out impaling the summon. Damn it, this guy's serious. Kuchiyos. Gamma. Gucci Shibari. The esophagus of the stone toad forms. Ha, give it up, the isn't a shinobi. Who's been born yet who can beat this jutsu? Bold words, fool. Kaden Bansho Isai Kaijin Tenace. White Florida. Mies surge outwards and disintegrate the esophagus. Time to end this. Fire which could burn through the esophagus of the stone toad who himself can breath fire. Who is this guy? He had snake contract. But I don't recognize him, and the snake said his name was Naruto, and summons wouldn't lie about that detail. Could he be affiliated with Orochimaru? But a powerful presence arrives. That's enough, Naruto. Sandame. Sensei. Jiraiya notices Naruto's katana is a mere nanometer from his throat. I didn't sense him move. Naruto eyed the Sandame with one of his Mangekyo, the other firmly affixed to Jiraiya. Naruto. How unfortunate. Naruto repressed a groan. Sasuke had arrived, and indeed the arrogant Uchiha had arrived. Naruto dropped back to about 4 meters and sheathed his sword. Naruto could hear his blade agree with his annoyance over the other Sharingan user's presence. Sasuke-kun, greeted the aging Hokage. So the last Uchiha living in Konoha, and that confirms this guy name is Naruto. Gramps. Oh dear, I hit Sensei's grandson, who just saved me from the kid's murderous teacher. Hino Kuni, Konohagakure no Sato, Hokage Tower. So no hard feelings then Naruto. Chuckled Jiraiya. Naruto glared. I still have every intention of killing you, if not for the fact the old man has instructed I do not kill you is the only reason you are still on this mortal plane. Jiraiya gulps. Naruto is much. Well, Jiraiya is an important supplement to the shinobi portion of the military strength of Fire Country. I'm sure you understand. Now Jiraiya-kun, you stated the Ri was a secret alliance formed between Sand and Sound Village. Yep, Naruto. Azumo is not a terribly foolish person. He would not attack or participate in a fight he has not even the slightest chance of winning. You think your presence will deter the attack? No, Azumo is already dead. What? Azumo always, like everyone in Suna for that matter, refers to me as Yamazaki Dana. There are no exceptions to this. The Azumo who was at the exams addressed me as Naruto Dono. Once the attack begins and it becomes apparent that is not the Yondaime Kazekage, portions of Suna will defect to my side of the battle. Your side? I have no interest in Konoha itself, but should it fall it will damage Fire Country's military might. That is unacceptable. Your death is also not acceptable. Naruto. Oh, before you leave you are aware a dignitary from the Emperor will be arriving. Yes, I know that. And what are Anson's intentions? Is this the beginning of your war, Naruto? No, my war is still a cold one, things still need to be done. And there are still people who need to die before I can begin. The pact is still in effect, as long as you draw breath. I guarantee nothing after that but until then Anson will aid Konoha for the benefit of Fire Country. I expected as much. There is a council meeting, the village would like you to attend. Do I really need to make an example of those fools? Their deaths will not harm Konoha. No, I don't think so, Naruto. I don't think it's that kind of meeting. Stammered the Hokage. Tell this idiot. Naruto jerked his at Jiraiya. To stay out of hot springs or he will be joining Maru-chan in the ICU. Ha, you just got lucky, kid. I'm one of the Sannin. Boasted Jiraiya. You are an idiot. I am Tenchu Hitokiri. When compared to me you are barely better than cannon fodder. Why you? Quote. Jiraiya-kun antagonizing him is not the best idea. Naruto is the strongest shinobi on the entire continent even when only at 4/10 of his full strength. Sandame hasn't met Naruto's enemies or Naruto's other allies. You're joking. He's really that strong. Yes, he's already exceeded far past Arashi's level. He is the first of the G-class shinobi. 4 o'clock, Hai no Kuni. Kanahagakure no Sato, Council Chambers. Ah, Naruto-san. Ground out the council member. Thank you for joining us today. Chapter conclusion. Heltanza's notes. A story I sug. Just reading this time as Naruto and the Seven Deadly by the Dragon Hollow Vazored. As much as I would like to, Sasuke isn't going to die for a while. Vote who you want to see Naruto use his taijutsu against. Orochimaru is not an option. Also vote whether you want Sasuke to stay in Konoha, or whether he should go to Oto. Whether he is retrieved or not is also up for a vote. Naruto inherits form from his dad. Or if you want Iruka to have one. A canon Kake Genkei. Submitted by Kazuha. I personally like this one, but I've decided to tweak it a little unless like everyone votes against it. This on is looking pretty good to win. The ability to distort time and space around a limited area, or something similar to black magic, necromancy perhaps. 4 votes for, including mine. These original Blood L.in were submitted by Black Kitsune. Naruto not so much. Yumegan attacks the mind and chakra as what it can do to mind is mind control, making one person or group insane and remedial. Kill in dreams the technique Yumten. Haijutsu. Mind Scry. Also the Yumegan has a taijutsu called Yumken. It tears the mind and chakra system apart slowly. Yumegan turns the eye color silver, black, red, turquoise depending on the user, and the pupil turns into the kanji for dream and can be gold, blue, black. Tamashigan. This dojutsu can rip people's souls apart piece, meaning that one person or group become pets, and if their minds survive they can't use chakra, but a taijutsu and kenjutsu technique goes with this. The taijutsu Ryudoken Ghost Fist acts the same way as the Juken style, the kenjutsu Shinig. Amy Ryu or Death God style it. Dama even Cursed Seal Chakra. Also users of Tamashigan can take a person's soul, that's if that person deserves it, but taking someone's soul can give the user of the soul I gains every ability, even bloodlines and memories of that person. The bad thing is that the user can suffer very severe chakra depletion, even uses their life chakra, but the chakra and soul chakra make up for that, making the user's chakra and stamina larger. Absorbing chakra and soul chakra combined is almost as big as Biju chakra supply, and users of the Tamashigan can add people to the clan by either having seals put on them or infusing them with the user's blood or chakra. The look of the Tamashigan is like golden Byakugan, and the veins like it. Also can see Tenketsu. 1 vote so far. Bloodly. Nay, submitted by Hoyt. Naruto not so much. 1. It's based after a video camera. 2. I'll try and post the link on my profile so you can see the picture. 3. It lets a person using it to speed up their brains. Neurotransmitters in the eye to make everything seem in slow motion. 4. It can zoom in and store images and texts like a computer. 5. It lets you learn a jutsu fast, not copy, because it automatically ECORDS justices and files what they look like, so the dojutsu user can sort of refer to the video of the jutsu and see every detail of the process like a frame by frame, like on TV. 6. While using T to fight, it automatically files their style like jutsus, so the dojutsu user can predict the next move and eventually, but faster than a normal person, learn the taijutsu style by examining its workings frame by frame. 7. Lets the user cast a simple genjutsu that plays recorded things so others can see it. Ultimate form requirements: it is achieved by mastering the other abilities like, making you be able to see everything so slowly it is as if time stopped and be able to move as if normal, yellow flash, having successfully being able to examine things so well that when the user records the opponent's style, jutsu, it can examine it and discover its workings and weaknesses and subconsciously adjusting and fixing errors to make said style, jutsu more efficient, being able to predict moves not same way as the Sharingan, because the Sharingan senses muscle tension, it uses the data it analyzed from their fight to predict what they will do next, meaning the user adapts to the opponent, making them stronger as the fight goes on. The ultimate form, it changes into a tilted yellow, black Mangekyo. The adjusts to light and distance like a machine by twisting, dilating and contracting. It gives 3 abilities. 1. Is the ability to force an opponent to live through a recorded memory as anyone you wish with all the pain. For example, if it was used while watching a guy cut off his leg, the person LD make the target that guy, though it's not real, it's painful. It is similar to the Tsukuyomi because it's in the mind. 2. Ability to make your brain work so fast that in your mind 72 hours is 1 second. While in your head you can search through the files, finding ideas and past experiences to help defeat a much stronger opponent than yourself. Kind of like where Shikamaru sits there thinking of a plan. 3. Stronger version of the simple projection genjutsu. It creates stuff out of chakra, like a shadow clone, like a whole new reality, but you need to use things from your memory, like if someone shatters a glass, it would be silent unless your memory had recorded the sound of shattering glass. Submitted by Connect Fire 611, this one wouldn't work for Naruto. Elemental control, only the 5 elements, doesn't have a name for it. Beginners. For those of this bloodline using hand seals, elemental jutsu strength will be a 5 increase for 75 of the chakra required, advances with level. Novices. After a year of training, those of this bloodline with twice the chakra required can use elemental jutsus without hand seals after they have a handle on the flow it takes for the jutsu by just saying or thinking the name of it will activate. Using hand seals, elemental jutsu strength will be a 10 increase for 50 of the chakra required. Intermediates. After 5 years of elemental training in all 5 elements. Without hand seals, using elemental jutsus would take the same amount of chakra required for someone without the bloodline. Using hand seals, elemental jutsu strength will be a 20 increase for 25 of the chakra required. Masters. After another 15 years of elemental training, those of this bloodline can bend the very elements, like combining elements ice and wood but with no hand seals, melding, traveling through earth, water, etc., or use jutsus without chakra and seals, using opponent's elemental chakra or the elements around them using hand seals. Elemental jutsu strength will be a 40 increase for 10 of the chakra required, as well as Gaara's weapon. Whip, suggested by Kohide 16, the man in the dairy, bladed shield, submitted by Shinobi 87. Naginata or a pike, halberd or poleaxe, suggested by Drake 0x. Spear, suggested by John Hamsta, seems to be the most popular. Specify what type or appearance. I'll start specifying appearance next chapter. 3-section iron staff, submitted by Spaceman, seems the second most popular. Additionally, there is the matter of summoning contracts. There are 2 votes in this category. The first shinobi can have multiple summoning contracts. How many should be the limit? So far 3 and 5 seem to be the most common. The second vote for Naruto's, or anyone else's, summons. Also, I still need creative suggestions for Earth Jutsus. As well as vote on if you want Iruka to have a Kake Genkai. 1 vote for. 1 vote against. Also whether the 4th should come back or not. 1 vote against. 1 vote for a temporary return. 1 vote for. Chunin XX. Chapter 26 Chunin XX. I will strive. Disclaimer. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Summary. Mizuki attempts to get the scroll early. The result of Naruto's involvements could never have been imagined. Nor could they have imagined what Naruto would find inside that scroll. Now Naruto's life as a genin has begun. but how has he changed over the last 6 years? Heltanz's notes. Like I said a couple of chapters back, there are several different continental land masses beside the elemental country's continental land mass. Most of them are based on real world nations from the past. For example, one emulates Japan from the late 1800s minus guns. Another imitates feudal China. Another is like ancient Greece except with similar a technology level to the elemental countries. Chapter begin previously. 4 o'clock. Hai no Kuni, Kanahagakur no Sato. Council chambers. Ah, Naruto-san. Ground out the council member. Thank you for joining us today. Naruto had to forcibly suppress his desire to simply invoke his rank and go manslayer on these annoying morons. We asked you here for a reason which is paramount to the village. I somehow doubt that, a lot. Thought Naruto. As you are aware, Orochimaru, who is one of the most fearsome S-class missing ninja criminals, Naruto scoffs, has targeted Uchiha Sasuke, who was given the curse mark which has been rendered inert by some unknown means. The counselor paused. Uchiha Sasuke is a very important person for Konoha. He and Uchiha Moromaru are the only survivors of the Uchiha massacre. Excluding your eminence, of course, interjected another counselor, one of Konoha's most prominent doctors who happened to descend from one of Fire Country's more important samurai families. A couple of glares were exchanged throughout the room. Yes, well, Uchiha Sasuke must be trained and we must ensure the Uchiha clan is returned to prominence. Hyuga Hiyashi, most esteemed leader of the glorious clan of stuck-up bastards. The Hyuga wrinkled his nose. Say in disgust, obviously at the thought of returning the Uchiha to their previous status, not that he had a problem with the sword-wielding assassin in front of the council. The revival of the Uchiha clan will ensure Konoha's return to our previous heights of military supremacy on the mainland, thus ensuring the security of the Fire Nation, stated another counselor, this one a prominent merchant, Amir T. This stated we must all do our best to ensure Uchiha Sasuke reaches his full potential. By now Naruto was getting annoyed at the counselors' enjoyment of hearing their own yapping. So we would like you to train Uchiha Sasuke for the chunin exams. No, if Hiyashi was anyone else he would jumped into the air with happiness shouting Naruto's praises. But why not? Sasuke in his current state would not benefit from the training. He is not in proper condition physically or mentally to handle such rigorous exercise. Mentally, questions the Yamanaka clan leader. Yes, mentally. Advanced Sharingan control and jutsus require immense mental stability and concentration to use properly. Failure to do so can lead to complications, stated Naruto, daring anyone in the room to question him. The civilian counselors, being idiots, bought the excuse hook, line and sinker. Hiyashi once more felt like pumping his fist in the air. The Uchiha wouldn't be learning from Naruto, thus he wouldn't ever be a true threat. Hiyashi decided since he couldn't publicly cackle evilly in public, did so in his mind. Of course we understand perfectly, so we'll have Kakashi condition Uchiha Sasuke. Thank you for your time. Elsewhere on a dusty road leading to Konoha. Itachi, why are we going to your old village? There's no point. Whined the monster of the bloody mist. Itachi didn't bother earning to face his partner but continued walking in the direction of Konoha. Of course there is a point, Kisame. Well, I don't see one. Huffed Kisame in reply. Leaders already sent Hidan and Kakuzu to monitor and if possible to apprehend Nibi's vessel. Gobi's vessel is already allied with the organization's comrades in the Black Sanctum, and speaking them Black Sanctum's leader is digesting the 9 tails, so why are we going? According to intelligence, Orochimaru will be launching an attack on the hidden village of the Leaves. Still no reason for us to go, even if the traitor is attacking. Leader won't be back from the other continent for a while yet, so no reason for us to go. And this better not be about Pocky. No, this doesn't concern Pocky. Itachi opens a box of said treat. Quote, there is a very valid reason for going if we make it on time for the invasion. And that reason is, you will see, that in Naruto needs to be informed about that blasted Kyoshi woman. He won't be happy. Kisami's eye twitches. I assure you it will be worth it. Seeing him in action even from afar is a true wonder, but I want to go just because he might use that jutsu. Hai no Kuni, Kanahagakur no Sato. This land has become too quiet. Even with this battle it will still be too quiet. Such a tense quiet will not last. Thinks Naruto, cleaning Itachi. Naruto-sama, there is a white-haired man at the gate, announces Haku. Naruto sheathes the blade as he stands. Naruto walks through the complex, noting Gaara is hard at work training. I shall have to give him a new jutsu to work on. Notes Naruto seemingly happy. Wind, lightning, or that jutsu? Yes, that technique would be most useful for Gaara-chan. Naruto let loose a small amount of silver chakra, empowering one of his preferred demonic abilities. Ah, Gaki, greeted Jiraiya, who apparently hadn't listened to a word of his teacher advice. The old man said not to kill him, lest I harm the Fire Nation's military strength. Naruto harnessing his godlike speed, raised his hand. A blur of white shot out and retracted just as fast, impaling the legendary pervert through the shoulder. I don't like perverts or idiots, warned Naruto. Oh, yeah brat, you want a rumble? Well, let's go. Naruto smirks. I'll hold back more this time so you might last longer. Jiraiya scowls, using a quick medical jutsu to heal his shoulder. Right then, you ready for an ass-kicking, Uchiha brat? Naruto's eye twitched. What did you call me? Naruto swings his hand. Another white blur knocks the Toad Sage aside. Jiraiya tried to avoid the attack, but it connected with knees as opposed to hitting him in the ribs. Kuchiyos. Gamaguchi Shibari. This again, how pathetic. Jiraiya charges Naruto with Rasengan. That jutsu. Naruto spins around on one hand, slicking open his palm on the other while manipulating chakra through his other hand. Kaden. Ketsuki no Tatsu. The blood transforms into white fire, banishing the esophagus. Jiraiya blocks or attempts to using Rasengan, actually using both hands, which ended up burned from the intense heat. That jutsu is he. Dark energy swirled around Naruto's arm. Oh shit. Naraku Rasengan forms. Attacking an opponent with an incomplete jutsu is a mistake only fools make. That's Futon Naraku Rasengan Tatsumaki. Naruto punches the air and sends Jiraiya flying into a pond covered in innumerable cuts and slashes. Loser. Don't waste my time. Naruto returned to his complex, a smirk on his face. In the distance, two figures watched, one a shinobi with a pair of blazing Sharingan, the other a purple-haired kunoichi. Not Enko, not including the many Hyuga who frequently watch Naruto's home. Enjoying the spectacle of Naruto beating the shit out of prominent shinobi and samurai alike was fairly common. Chapter conclusion. Heltanza's notes. I probably won't update for at least another 2 or 3 weeks. Vacation. Yeah, Naruto kicks Jiraiya's ass again. You see some more abilities, foreshadowing, mainly. This was to hold you guys over while I'm on vacation. The next chapter should be better if everything plays out. Vote who you want to see Naruto use his taijutsu against. Orochimaru is not an option. Also vote whether you want Sasuke to stay in Konoha, or whether he should go to Odo. Whether he is retrieved or not is also up for a vote. Also, I'm going to start removing Kake Genkai from the voting. Naruto inherits form from his dad. Or if you want Iruka to have one. A canon Kake Genkai. Submitted by Kazuha. I personally like this one, but I've decided to tweak it a little unless like everyone votes against it. This on is looking pretty good to win. The ability to distort time and space around a limited area, or something similar to black magic, necromancy perhaps. 5 votes for, including mine. These original bloodline were submitted by Black Kitsune. Naruto not so much. Tamashigan. This dojutsu can rip people's souls apart, piece meaning that one person or group become puppets and if their minds survive they can't use chakra, but a taijutsu and kenjutsu technique goes with this. The taijutsu Ryudokan, Ghost Fist, acts the same way as the Juken style, the kenjutsu Shinigami Ryu. Or Death God style, it damages any type of chakra, even cursed seal chakra. Also, users of Tamashigan can take a person's soul, that's if that person deserves it, but taking someone's soul can give the use of the soul I gains every ability, even bloodlines and memories of that person. The bad thing is that the user can suffer very severe chakra depletion, even uses their life chakra, but the chakra and soul chakra make up for that, making the user's chakra and stamina larger. Absorbing chakra and soul chakra combined is almost as big as Biju chakra supply, and users of the Tamashigan can add people to the clan by either having seals put on them or infusing them with the user's blood or chakra. The look of the Tamashigan is like golden Byakugan, and the veins like it. Also can see Tenketsu. 1 vote so far, submitted by Connect Fire 611. This one wouldn't work for Naruto. Elemental control, only the 5 elements, doesn't have a name for it. Beginners. For those of this bloodline using hand seals elemental jutsu strength will be a 5 increase for 75 of the chakra required, advances with level. Novices. After a year of training, those of this bloodline with twice the chakra required can use NTAL jutsus without hand seals after they have a handle on the flow it takes for the jutsu. By just saying or thinking the name of it will activate. Using hand seals elemental jutsu strength will be a 10 increase for 50 of the chakra required. Intermediates. After 5 years of elemental training in all 5 elements, without hand seals using elemental jutsus would take the required for someone without the bloodline. Using hand seals elemental jutsu strength will be a 20 increase for 25 of the chakra required. Masters. After another 15 years of elemental training, those of this bloodline can bend the very elements. Like combining elements ice and wood but with no hand seals, melding, traveling through earth, water, etc., or use jutsus without chakra and seals, using opponent's elemental chakra or the elements around them. Using hand seals, elemental jutsu strength will be a 40 increase for 10 of the chakra required. As well as Gaara's weapon, whip, suggested by Kohide 16, the man in the D. Bladed shield, submitted by Shinobi 87. Naginata or a pike. Halberd or poleaxe, suggested by Drake 0x. Spear, suggested by John Hamsta, seems to be the most popular. Specify what type or appearance. Appearances. Lance of Longinus, from Neon Genesis Evangelion, javelins. Yari, the standard Japanese spear. A spear like Ed uses in Fullmetal Alchemist. 3-section iron staff, submitted by Spaceman, seems the second most popular. Additionally, there is the matter of summoning contracts. There are 2 votes in this category. The first shinobi can have multiple summoning contracts. How many should be the limit? So far 3 and 5 seem to be the most common. The second vote for Naruto's, or anyone else's, summons. Also, I still need creative suggestions for earth jutsus. As well as vote on if you want Iruka to have a Kake Genkai. 3 vote for. 1 vote against. Also whether the fourth should come back or not. 2 vote against. 1 vote for a temporary return. 1 vote for. Chunin 21. Chapter 27. Chunin 21. I will strive. Disclaimer. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Summary. Mizuki failed to get the scroll after an early attempt. Now Naruto is an assassin of the highest caliber, with an army and an interesting sense of ideals. Heritages are realized but true loyalties and intentions unknown. What will befall the world? Heltanza's notes. Naruto and Itachi weren't talking about the same technique. Both jutsus will be shown during the invasion. As to Naruto's implied hate for the Uchiha, all will be explained just prior to the Chunin arc, but a hint: Naruto has loyalty issues and Naruto doesn't like the Uchiha's attitude. Here's a brief timeline of events. Timeline. First tale: Naruto age 1. Gaara is born. Naruto age 4. Naruto begins to train. Naruto's mother's bloodline activates, resulting in the death of 34 villagers and as well as many more injured or placed in vegetative state. Naruto meets Kyuubi. Naruto age 5. Naruto starts the academy, restricting his time to train. Naruto age 6. Mizuki convinces Naruto to steal the Forbidden Scroll, which Naruto copies. Naruto uses Kinjutsu Kake Genkai Sozo to create his Kake Genkai with odd results to his other Kake Genkai. Naruto crushes Mizuki. Naruto begins wandering and training. Naruto age 7. Naruto spends most the year in training. Toward the end of the year he begins to make a name for himself as a swordsman. Naruto age 8. The Emperor bestows the rank of Tenshu Hitokiri upon Naruto. Onsen is formally recognized as a shinobi village. Naruto briefly returns to Konoha. Uchiha massacre occurs. Naruto age 9. Naruto travels to Suna. Naruto trains the Suna siblings for 2 months. Naruto returns to his wandering. Naruto defeats the 7-tailed Makumori. Naruto age 10. Naruto makes his second journey to Nihon and meets Shinguji Kazuma. Naruto age 11. Can't tell you, it would spoil it. Needless to say, Naruto is training during this year as well. Naruto age 12. Naruto returns to Leaf. Chapter begin. Hai no Kuni, Konohagakure no Sato, Hokage Monument. Night has fallen on the hidden village of the Leaves. Atop one of the buildings, Gaara sits in total solitude when Dosu arrives, surprised that Gaara does not sleep. He wishes to defeat Gaara right here and now so his chances of battling Sasuke will increase. When there is a full moon, Gaara mutters, his blood gets excited. Huh, is Dosu's oh so intelligent response. Gaara's sand emerges and quickly crushes the mummy of sound into a mush of blood, organs, bone and gore. Kyo appears. The crimson-eyed shinobi smirks. Hey full moons, I hear they get Satani-sama riled up as well. Nights as bright as this make me want to cut someone to pieces. Mutters the crimson-eyed sword user. Kyo's Jonin. Kuro arrives and informs Kyo all onsen shinobi are to return. Kyo grumbles but complies. Hi no Kuni. Kanahagakure no Sato, Hokage Tower. Enko visits the third and apologizes to him. The third said that there is no need for it. He also said that there is no one that is capable of beating Orochimaru. Enko then says that she wishes that the fourth is alive, but the third tells her that there is no need to say such things. Only because of him that the village was saved from the Kyuubi. Elsewhere in the village on the top of another building, Hayate, that's the chunin examiner if you've forgotten, stumbles upon two shinobi talking, one as the Sand Nin, Baki, and the other as Orochimaru's right-hand man Kabuto. Hayate, who is unaware of Kabuto's true loyalties, wonders why Kabuto would converse with a Sand Jonin. There's a brief flashback to Kabuto's confrontation with Akashi and how most know he's a spy for Orochimaru, which, if discovered by many, could jeopardize the plan to destroy Konoha. While the two are discussing the plan to attack Konoha, Baki states the plan could be jeopardized given Naruto's presence. As Hayate hears this, he whisks away to tell the third, but he was been discovered already by Baki, who confronts him. Hayate withdraws his word and attacks with Konoha Ryu Mikazuki no Mai, Dance of the Crescent Moon, to deliver a blow to Baki's shoulder. Though it does no major damage, the wind blows Baki's cloth which covers the side of his face up, revealing a long seared scar. You're not bad, however. A blade of wind cannot be defended against by a common steel sword. Baki uses K's no Yeba and attacks the Chunin proctor, thus, the end of Hayate Gecko. Don't worry, I'll get rid of the body. Are you sure? Risking your cover. Humph, like you said, Naruto's presence might have messed up the whole plan. I see no one real. Lee knows just how far Yamazaki Donna's information sources have infiltrated. Hi no Kuni, Kanahagakure no Sato, Ninja Academy. Iruka is with his students and shows them the faces of the Hokage. Suddenly, the third Hokage arrives and Iruka started to describe him to his students. Apparently, the third is called the Professor for he knows all the village's jutsu. Then the Hokage goes on and tells the that they should protect those who are precious to them. Choji and his team are going to a barbecue restaurant. Kankuro and Temari are in their hotel. A flashback occurs where Kankuro's Jonin, Baki, tells them that they are not in the Chunin exam to become Chunins, but instead they are there to help them crush Konoha. Gaara tells Baki he does not care what his father's plan is and that he does no care what happens as long as it doesn't interrupt his fights. Baki gulps as Gaara's sand begins to close around him. The sand forms small spikes around Baki. By Gaara. Baki hastily leaves the room, and Gaara slams the door to his room. Later, Baki reports to the Kazekage about the Sound Village's plan and also that all three Genins have advanced into the main fights. Kankuro and Temari realize that Gaara has escaped from the room he was in. The Sand Shinobi become more than a little worried about where he has gone. Next, Shikamaru is seen playing shugi with himself. Sakura is at Ino's flower shop again picking up some flowers. Ino teases her and asks if they're for Sasuke, but Sakura says that the flowers are for Lee instead. Gaara is at the hospital and enters Lee's room. Lee is still resting. Gaara is about to consume Lee with his sand, when Shikamaru stops him with his shadow imitation. Gaara says that he was going to kill Fuzzy Brows, just because he wants him dead. A few reads here and there and Gaara is lecturing Shikamaru. He even speaks of his own past. When Gaara was being born, the one-tailed demon named Shun-Gaara, his mother used as the sacrifice. Gaara says Hi's family is just lumps of meat linked by hatred and murderous intent. Starting from when Gaara was 6, his father, the Kazekage, tried to assassinate him several times, because he was a threat to the village and could not be controlled. The people were and still are scared of him. So Gaara continues to question his existence. Then he says that he exists to kill everyone, and to fights only for the thrill of a battle and to learn from the strongest. Shikamaru, using his superior intellect, comes up with a quick plan. Do you think Naruto would approve of you killing his sparring partner's student, when he can't defend himself? Gaara pauses. Then, Shikamaru runs out of chakra and Gaara is free to move. Gaara is about to kill Shikamaru, when Guy walks in and saves the day, telling them to cool their jets of fiery flames of youths until the tournament. Hino Kuni, Naruto's primary residence, this month has sucked. Whined Misao. Don't we know it? I don't think Kyo's gone this long without a violent mission. I don't think Satani-sama has ever gone 2 months needing to yell at Kyo to stop causing trouble. If we are all done discussing how irritating this month has been, we can move on to the matter at hand. Satani-sama, quote, Suna and Oto will attack and invade the village hidden in the leaves during the third invasion. During their invasion, the final portion of the exam, what they don't realize is we have mobilized 2 divisions of Onsen's elite for urban operations. They'll intercept the invading troops in the city outside the hidden village. 2 additional divisions will deal with those who are starting outside the village. Good luck on the exam. When the invasion starts, start killing sound shinobi in the arena. Chapter conclusion. Heltanza's notes. Vote who you want to S. Naruto use his taijutsu against Orochimaru is not an option. Also vote whether you want Sasuke to stay in Konoha, or whether he should go to Oto. Whether he is retrieved or not is also up for a vote. And I'm considering give Haku another Kake Genkai for plot development purposes. I've been pondering this course for a while. Vote if you want Naruto to be able to summon toads. This would be contract number 3. The first contract is Cobra's and the second is one you haven't seen. Actually, you'll probably see Naruto's sister or one of his cousins use it first. A canon Kake Genkai. Submit. Ted by Kazuha. I personally like this one, but I've decided to tweak it a little unless like everyone votes against it. This on is looking pretty good to win. The ability to distort time and space around a limited area. Or something similar to black magic, necromancy perhaps. 5 votes for, including mine. These original bloodline were submitted by Black Kitsune. Naruto not so much. Tamashigan T. His dojutsu can rip people's souls apart piece, meaning that one person or group become puppets and if their minds survive they can't use chakra, but a taijutsu and kenjutsu technique goes with this. He taijutsu Ryudokan, Ghost Fist, acts the same way as the Juken style. The kenjutsu Shinigami Ryu or Death God style, it damages any type of chakra, even cursed seal chakra. Also users of Tamashigan can take a person's soul, that's if that person deserves it, but taking someone's soul can give the user of the soul I gains every ability, even bloodlines and memories of that person. The bad thing is the user can suffer very severe chakra depletion, even uses their life chakra, but the chakra and soul chakra make up for that, making the user's chakra and stamina larger. Absorbing chakra and soul Kra combined is almost as big as Biju chakra supply, and users of the Tamashigan can add people to the clan by either having seals put on them or infusing them with the user's blood or chakra. The K of the Tamashigan is like golden Byakugan and the veins like it. Also can see Tenketsu. 1 vote so far, submitted by Connect Fire 611. This one wouldn't work for Naruto. Elemental control, only the 5 elements doesn't have a name for it. Beginners. For those of this bloodline using hand seals, elemental jutsu's strength will be a 5 increase for 75 of the chakra required. Advances with level. No. Vices. After a year of training, those of this bloodline with twice the chakra required can use elemental jutsus without hand seals after they have a handle on the flow it takes for the jutsu. By just saying or thinking the name of it will activate. Using hand seals, elemental jutsu's strength will be a 10 increase for 50 of the chakra required. Intermediates. After 5 years of elemental training in all 5 elements. Without hand seals, using elemental jutsus would take the same amount of chakra required for someone without the bloodline. Using hand seals, elemental jutsu's strength will be a 20 increase for 25 of the chakra required. Masters. After another 15 years of elemental training, those of this bloodline can bend the very elements, like combining elements ice and wood but with no hand seals, melding, traveling through earth, water, etc., or use jutsus without chakra and seals, using opponent's elemental chakra or the elements around them using hand seals. Elemental jutsu's strength will be a 40 increase for 10 of the chakra required, as well as Gaara's weapon. Whip, suggested by Coheed 16. The Man in the Dairy, Bladed Shield, submitted by Shinobi 87. Naginata or a pike. Halberd or poleaxe, suggested by Drake 0x. Spear, suggested by John Hamsta, seems to be the most popular. Specify what type or appearance. Appearances. Lance of Longinus, from Neon Genesis Evangelion, javelins. Yari, the standard Japanese spear. A spear like Ed uses in Fullmetal Alchemist. 3-section iron staff, submitted by Spaceman, seems the second most popular. Additionally, there is the matter of summoning Contra. CTS. There are 2 votes in this category. The first shinobi can have multiple summoning contracts. How many should be the limit? So far 3 and 5 seem to be the most common. The second vote for Naruto's, or anyone else's, summons. Also, I still need creative suggestions for Earth Jutsus. As well as vote on if you want Iruka to have a Kake Genkai. 3 vote for. 1 vote against. Also whether the 4th should come back or not. We're tied. Vote people I dislike casting tiebreakers. 2 vote against. 2 vote for a temporary return. 2 vote for. Chunin 22. Chapter 28. Chunin 22. I will strive. Disclaimer. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Summary. Mizuki failed to get the scroll after an early attempt. Now Naruto is an assassin of the highest caliber, with an army and an interesting sense of ideals. Heritages are realized but true loyalties and intentions unknown. What will befall the world? Heltanz's notes. Well, this chapter concludes the month interlude and starts the finals. For Reefer, NCE. The people of Konoha are not aware of Naruto's Uchiha blood. Chapter begin. Hai no Kuni, Konohagakure no Sato, Naruto's primary residence. White mist begins to cover the ground. Naruto clicks his unsheathes his tachi. This sword is important later. His eyes glow black. Early aren't you Akuma? Naruto didn't expect a response. A large red oni with 3 horns on its head, dressed in samurai armor, steps out of the mist. No less than a millisecond later, a large Zanbetu was swung, at speeds rivaling Naruto's own attacks with a sword, the blade ignited in flame. Ippai Tsuki no Mai. Naruto blurs from sight for an entire minute and delivers 360 consecutive slashes on the oni. Gakido no Kuragari. Snarls the oni. A black wave shoots from the Zanbetu. The Yuki is going to start attracting attention, stated the Cobra boss. Naruto draws his katana. 9 dragons of heaven, ye who ensnare the universe, take flight. Naruto blurs out of sight again. Hitokiri Haijutsu. Aozora Akatsuki. Both swords glow blue and Naruto bisects the oni at godlike speed, leaving a trail of blue energy. The devil dissolves into red dust. Nicely done, Madara. The Uchiha smirks. Uma was here for me, but oni aren't terribly smart. He targeted the nearest Uchiha with Yuki, and in this case you vanishes into the ground. That woman of yours was looking for you. Evil bastard, thinks Kyubi. Naruto rolls his eyes. She's not my woman, Madara. Just a nuisance, just another obstacle to the plan. Hidan appears covered in blood, grinning like a loon. Kuro and Darcia, both also covered in black oni blood, are close behind. It would appear Akuma brought friends. Hissed Hoshimaru. Hai no Kuni, Konohagakure no Sato, final Chunin exam location, Konoha Arena. People are now gathering for the Chunin exams. Everyone going to the stadium and are very excited to watch Neji and the last Uchiha. In the arena, Sakura is nervous because Sasuke hasn't shown up yet. The opening ceremony starts off with the introduction of all combatants. The only ones missing are Sasuke and Dosu. Gaara and Yugito have gone back to glaring at one another. Up at the Hokage's seat, he receives the news that Sasuke isn't there yet. Then he and his bodyguard ponder whether Orochimaru has Sasuke. Suddenly the Kazekage Sunagakure no Sato version of the Hokage for ye who are new steps in and they both greet each other. Down in the ceremony Kankuro, Temari, and Gaara look up at their father. Gaara more glares at him like he wants to jump up and rip his throat out. The Hokage then thanks everyone and yada, yada, yada. The main matches are about to begin. Genma then explains how the matches will be held, and paired off. The first match is Yugito ni versus Sabaku no Gaara. No one saw that coming. Gaara smiles demonically and his eyes change, and both combatants Yuki flares. Satani-sama, does that mean the same as when Kyo's eyes change? Unfortunately yes. Yamazaki Dana, does that mean? Yes, Kankuro, that is more than likely what it means. Temari scowls. Yamazaki Dana, are you sure it's possible that he just views her as a rival demon, right? Possible but unlikely, states Naruto. Shouldn't you go and stop them, then Gaara will. Temari. Look, there isn't anything we can do. I'm sure Yamazaki Dana would have stopped it if was. States Kankuro. Kankuro is correct, agrees Baki, not looking the least bit concerned. But that's Nibi's vessel. Gaara's safety is not a concern. Shukaku is weaker than Nibi, true enough, but Gaara's own Yuki is stronger. Yugito shot a blast of fire at Gaara. The fire struck Gaara's sand harmlessly. Wind and sand began to spiral around Gaara's arms. Subaku no Naraku Rasengan. I concede that Jutsu is a nice touch, Gaara's personal Rasengan. One of the blasts sliced through the arm. The second intercepted a blast of lightning, forming a complete sphere around Gaara's body. Let me help, growled Shukaku. This is my fight. Shukaku pouted. If Nibi comes out, I will consider it. Gaara's gourd dropped. Ikazuchi no Mai. Lightning shot from the sphere. Ni started calling demon chakra into her system. Fire swirled around her. Gaara's sphere fired another blast of lightning. Gaara's going yokai. Naruto makes several hand seals. Sweden Kotogotoku Waga taped to Narinami. Huge waves of water form inside the Eren and absorb the massive release of demon chakra. Gaara only major change to his appearance as he has claws and demonic-looking gold armor. Gaara then dashes forward and slams Yugito into the wall by her throat. Gaara, enough, deal with this later. Now is not the time for one to give in to your demon instincts. I insist you repress them for now, later during the invasion if you so desire. Mutters Naruto. Gaara pauses and promptly knocks Yugito unconscious. Arigato Yamazaki Dana. Temari latches onto Naruto's arm. Temari. Right, sorry sensei. Vulcan much. Mutters Kyubi. I have a conk. EPT of personal space, and she was latching onto the hand I draw Koto Muke with. Retorted Naruto. Yugito ni is unable to continue. The winner is Subaku no Gaara. Announces Genma. The next match will be Kankuro and Shino. Fearing that if he fought, he might expose techniques that will be useful in the Sans game plan, Kankuro forfeits, and Shino wins by default. The next match is then announced to be Temari and Shikamaru. Shikamaru feels particularly lazy and contemplates giving up, but Naruto gives him a shove onto the field to get him moving. No negation Nara, states the Hitokiri. Thanks to said actions by Naruto, Shikamaru finds himself dumped into the arena to fight against Temari. The match before his was supposed to be Aburame Shino against Kankuro, but Kankuro forfeited. The order of the matches were switched around to accommodate Sasuke, who was still missing, and with Kakashi. In the arena, Shikamaru lands on his back. People are disappointed to see such a lazy fight. That they start throwing trash at Shikamaru. Now Naruto is getting annoyed at Shikamaru's actions and starts to get irritated. He tells Shikamaru to stop fooling around. Temari is also getting anno. Yet so she attacks while Shikamaru is down. When the smokes from her attack dissipated, we see Shikamaru used his kunai to stick himself to the wall. Temari used her fan to attack, but Shikamaru was lit a dodge and he hid himself in the trees. Meanwhile in the stands, Ino is cheering for Shikamaru. Choji arrives and sits next to her. Back in the fight, Shikamaru is concentrating on the clouds instead on his opponent. He then finally decides to fight. Chapter conclusion. Heltanza's notes. Akuma is an Oni, and is one of Naruto's real enemies. He isn't dead, well he is, but not permanently. Uchiha Madara isn't necessarily an enemy. Just another powerful malevolent figure, who can match Kyuubi in power. He's more important in part 2. Right, okay, one more thing, Iruka's elemental affinities, one of them is going to be water. What do you want the other to be? Vote on that as well. Vote who you want to see Naruto use his taijutsu against. Orochimaru is not an option. Also vote whether you want Sasuke to stay in Konoha, or whether he should go to Oto. Whether he is retrieved or not is also up for a vote. 2 votes for Neji. Looks like this is how it's going to be. Doesn't matter much to me. I had written to fight scenes for Neji anyway. Vote if you want Naruto to be able to summon toads. This would be contract number 3. 1 vote for Akanen Kake Genkai. Submitted by Kazuha. I personally like this one, but I've decided to tweak it a little unless like everyone votes against it. This on is looking pretty good to win. The ability to distort time and space around a limited area, or something similar to black magic. Necromancy perhaps. 5 votes for, including mine. These original bloodline were submitted by Black Kitsune. Naruto not so much. Tamashigan, this dojutsu can rip people's souls apart, piece meaning that one person or group become puppets, and if their minds survive they can't use chakra, but a taijutsu and kenjutsu technique goes with this. The taijutsu Ryudokan Ghost Fist acts the same way as the Juken style, the kenjutsu Shinigami Ryu or Death God style. It damages any type of chakra, even cursed seal chakra. Also, users of Tamashigan can take a person's soul if that person deserves it, but taking someone's soul can give the user of the soul gains every ability, even bloodlines and memories of that person. The bad thing is that the user can suffer very severe chakra depletion, even uses their life chakra, but the chakra and soul chakra make up for that, making the user's chakra and stamina larger. Absorbing chakra and soul chakra combined is almost as big as Biju chakra supply, and users of the Tamashigan can add people to the clan by either having seals put on them or infusing them with the user's blood or chakra. The look of the Tamashigan is like golden Byakugan, and the veins like it. Also can see Tenketsu. 1 vote so far. Submitted by Connect Fire 611. This one wouldn't work for Naruto. Elemental control, only the 5 elements, doesn't have a name for it. Beginners. For those of this bloodline using hand seals, elemental jutsu's strength will be a 5 increase for 75 of the chakra required. Advances with level. Novices. After a year of training, those of this bloodline with twice the chakra required can use elemental jutsu's WITR. They have a handle on the flow it takes for the jutsu. By just saying or thinking the name of it will activate. Using hand seals, elemental jutsu's strength will be a 10 increase for 50 of the chakra required. Intermediates. After 5 years of elemental training in all 5 elements, without hand seals, using elemental jutsus would take the same amount of chakra required for someone without the bloodline. Using hand seals, elemental jutsu's strength will be a 20 increase for 25 of the chakra required. Masters. After another 15 years of elemental training, those of this bloodline can bend the very elements, like combining elements ice and wood, but with no hand seals, melding, traveling through earth, water, etc. Or use jutsus without chakra and seals, using opponent's elemental chakra or the elements around them, using hand seals. Elemental jutsu's strength will be a 40 increase for 10 of the chakra required. As well as Gaara's weapon. Whip, suggested by Kohide 16. The Man in the Dairy, Bladed Shield, submitted by Shinobi 87. Naginata or a pike. Halberd or poleaxe, suggested by Drake 0x. Spear, suggested by Joe. Enhamsta, seems to be the most popular. Specify what type or appearance. Appearances. Lance of Longinus, from Neon Genesis Evangelion, javelins. Yari, the standard Japanese spear. A spear like Ed uses in Fullmetal Alchemist. 3-section iron staff, submitted by Spaceman, seems the second most popular. Additionally, there is the matter of summoning contracts. There are 2 votes in this category. The Furs. Chi Shinobi can have multiple summoning contracts. How many should be the limit? So far 3 and 5 seem to be the most common. The second vote for Naruto's, or anyone else's, summons. Also, I still need creative suggestions for Earth Jutsus. As well as vote on if you want Iruka to have a Kake Genkai. 3 vote for. 1 vote against. Also whether the 4th should come back or not. 2 votes against. 3 votes for a temporary return. 2 votes for. Chunin 23. Chapter 29. Chunin 23. I will strive. Disclaimer. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Summary. Mizuki failed to get the scroll after an early attempt. Now Naruto is an assassin of the highest caliber, with an army and an interesting sense of ideals. Heritages are realized but true loyalties and intentions unknown. What will befall the world? Heltanza's notes. Okay, the long-awaited fight with Neji. I finally got off my ass and typed it up. After lengthy deliberation and voting, I declare the voting of the bloodline for Naruto over. Also to address the fight between Gaara and Yugito. Gaara is far more driven by his demon side than Naruto, doesn't help Shukaku as a lech either. According to demonic hierarchy, Gaara is Naruto's subordinate, Naruto is the alpha, patriarch, leader, or whatever title you want to use of the group. The containers of the Biju produce their own set of Yukai. Yugito is not part of the pack, thus fight for dominance ensues, that ensues female instincts. As to Kyo, he is the five tails, he is driven similar to Gaara. Expect Yugito's Biju as a cat, his thus no mating instinct, him being a member of the Ukami comes into play on this as well. Chapter begin previously. Outside, Choji tells Ino that Shikamaru will probably quit soon. When the wind subsided, Shikamaru throws a couple kunai at her. Then his shadow appears, but Tamari thinks that it won't get her, but then she noticed that it went farther than usual. At the last second she was able to dodge. Konkuro then shouts her name and she noticed that Shikamaru's jacket in the air and Shikamaru used it to extend his shadows. Tamari decides to attack now because the sun will create more shadow, increasing Shikamaru's area. She decides to do a decoy attack and used a clone. She did the hand signs, but suddenly she couldn't move. Shikamaru's shadow was finally able to get her. Everyone is surprised how he did it, and it is due to the holes that Naruto made during his fight against Neji. Everyone now is excited that Shikamaru is winning, but everyone is surprised when Shikamaru decided to quit. Tamari is declared the winner and Ino is so mad at Ikamaru that he wasted his chance to become chunin. But Asuma tells himself that Shikamaru has the best qualities for a chunin because of his leadership skills and his strategy-making abilities. The next round is announced to be Naruto vs Neji. Do not use my full name, understand? Mutters Naruto. The match will now commence. Gai-sensei informs me you taijutsu is related to Juken. I will prove to you Juken is superior. I challenge you to a taijutsu duel. You really want to die, don't you, Neji? If that is the way, so be it. The years are rough. Everyone who knows next to nothing or less about Naruto's taijutsu style, meaning most everyone, is confused by the remark. Neji activates his Byakugan and stares down Naruto. Cut to Hinata's father and sister who are watching Neji carefully. Hiyashi then comments saying that no one in the Hyuga family inherited the bloodline limit as much as Neji. Both fighters slide into similar fighting stances, the only difference are their hands. Neji charged. Naruto took 2 steps in circular motion, one palm connected with the back of the proud Hyuga's shoulder blade and sent Neji careening into the wall. Neji tries to push himself up only to find his body is not responding. What did he do? Juken doesn't have that kind of effect. I kind of expected him to try and dodge, no matter. You getting up this century, Neji chibi. Neji collapses again. Neji becomes a little worried now, but he finally manages to stand up. Oh, you stood up, good for you. Neji goes on his little fate rant. In short, everything is predetermined from birth. There is only one fate that everyone has, and that is death. What a waste of time. Battles are determined by power and wisdom. Fate has nothing to do with the determining outcomes. I am this ending Junichi Hake, oh Hitsuji. Naruto hits Neji. Neji begins to cough up black blood. Hinata again looks worried and her father thinks he still curses the head family. Kabuto is then shown taking the mask off an Anbu agent and saying that Naruto needs to entertain him with his fight, for Kabuto has a hard job ahead. Naruto attacks again, but this time a swirling energy tries to impede his attack. Hinata's father makes a comment about what just happened, saying that what happened was the Kaden. That swirling energy was Neji's defense, the Hakusho Kaden, according to Tenten. Naruto hits Neji again. Despite Neji trying to block it with the Hakusho Kaden, Neji collapses on the ground convulsing. Please use some common sense. That so-called defense connects with your chakra system, and by extension connects to your nervous system. Neji manages to stand but is shaking badly. Hiyashi says that the Kaden is a technique that is passed down through the head family of the Hyuga clan. Neji tells Naruto that he is within range of his divination. A peace sign appears and settles under Neji with 2 circles surrounding it and Naruto being in between the circles. This is shown to show the range of Neji's divination. Neji then does his Hake Rokujiansho. Much to everyone's surprise, minus certain people, Naruto is unharmed. What, you should be powerless, exclaims Neji. Loser. That pathetic Atta. CK can't hurt me. You think your watery chakra can hope to block my Tenketsu. Lesson 2 starts now. Naruto strikes Neji in the arm and ruptures a couple of the chakra points. Hinata starts coughing up blood. It seems Hinata is still injured from her fight with Neji. The Anbu Kiba noticed earlier comes down and offers to take a look at Hinata. The trio goes up the steps so they can take care of Hinata. The Anbu, who has some kind of green flame coming out of his hand. He tells Kiba that he is a doctor. Neji tells Naruto why he hates the head family and did what he did to Hinata. The head family. Why has a cursed seal technique that they pass down through the head family? This seal is like a caged bird and those bound by it have an inescapable destiny. Neji then shows this seal to Naruto and tells Naruto how he got it. A flashback is then shown on the country of lightning ended a war with a peace treaty. This was also the day Hinata turned 3. Neji then tells Naruto that Hinata's father and his own father were twin brothers. But Hinata's father was born first, so his father was made a member of the branch family. The flashback continues and Neji's father tells him that he must protect Hinata and the abilities of the Hyuga. Neji's father, after watching Hinata train, begins to get angry and Hinata's father takes it as an attempt to kill. He then activates the seal on Neji's father's forehead which slowly destroys his brain cells. The seal also seals up the abilities of the Byakugan. Neji goes on and tells Naruto that the Hyuga family is the most unique bloodline and it is the responsibility of the branch family to protect it for many or after its secret. I had wondered who used that seal, maybe I should have spent more time in Konoha. Naruto is then informed that the head family killed Neji's father. The flashback continues with Hinata almost getting kidnapped. The would-be kidnapper took Hinata and was about to get away when he was stopped by Hinata's father. The ninja that tried to kidnap Hinata was the country of Lightning's head ninja. The one who had signed the alliance treaty. The country of Lightning then demanded Hinata's father's dead body. But instead of giving them Hinata's father they got his double or twin, which was Neji's father. Giving away your weakness is not a good idea. Naruto makes a hand sign and Neji's curse seal activates. Neji then collapses clutching his forehead while choking on more of his own blood. You should watch what you say about death, some of us are rather attached to it. Naruto, that is enough, shouts the Sandame. Naruto with a sigh deactivates the Hyuga curse mark. Naruto is obviously the winner of the match. As I said, fate has no say in battle, it is one's power, skill and resolve which will determine whether you live or die. A fool who doesn't realize that will not survive the strike of a year, even that of the docile lamb. Juken works by impeding chakra flow by blocking Tenketsu. Junashi has different forms. One interferes with the body's nervous system, the second form destroys Tenketsu, the final form however concentrates on rupturing the organ, gland, or muscle. It targets the pinnacle of the form. 13 strikes and not even a Biju would survive them all. A mere human is unlikely to survive even the weakest 3, most die from a single one of these strikes. All can be coupled with brutal foe RCE to inflict both surface and internal damage. Where chakra is smooth flowing and gentle like a stream, blocking a foe's chakra, mine is a cruel torrent destroying all in its path. Like the name of my great-grandfather suggests, I am a maelstrom, and Uzumaki, my chakra reflects this in its use. The next time you want a duel, leave the pity party at home. Jiraiya up in the Hokage's box is really surprised. Sensei, I am imagining things, or did he just lecture a Hyuga on taijutsu? Naruto can do a lot of things that many from the old generation deems impossible. Chapter conclusion. Heltanza's notes. Comments on the fight. It was kind of cruel for Neji, as for Naruto's statement about death was an allusion to his third Kake Genkai, as you'll see during the invasion. If you haven't figured it out, Junashi means zodiac. Hence all the year references in this chapter. Obviously Naruto was holding back a little information on the style movement-wise. It's similar to Bagwazong, much like Juken. The style's first 2 forms are based similar to Juken and both are based the sexagenary cycle, guided by the 12 zodiac Chinese 12 earthly stems and the yin and yang of each of the 5 elements, 10 heavenly stems, meaning it numbers up to 60 strikes for yin and yang each, with there being an additional set of strikes for the cat. The final state, there are 13 strikes, 1 for each of the zodiac plus the cat. They combine the first 2 forms. A few of these strikes are immediately lethal to a human, and target a specific target on the body and destroy it while screwing up the body's electrical signals. Iruka's elemental affinities, one of them is going to be water. What do you want the other to be? Vote on that as well. Vote whether you want Sasuke to stay in Konoha, or whether he should go to Odo. Whether he is retrieved or not is also up for a vote. Vote if you want Naruto to be able to summon toads. This would be contract number 3, 1 vote for. As well as Gaara's weapon. Whip, suggested by Coheed 16, the man in the dairy. Bladed shield, submitted by Shinobi 87. Naginata or a pike. Halberd or poleaxe, suggested by Drake 0x. Spear, suggested by John Hamsta, Seams T. Obi. The most popular specify what type or appearance. Appearances. Lance of Longinus, from Neon Genesis Evangelion. Javelins. Yari, the standard Japanese spear. A spear like Ed uses in Fullmetal Alchemist. 3-section iron staff, submitted by Spaceman, seems the second most popular. Additionally, there is the matter of summoning contracts. There are 2 votes in this category. The first Shinobi can H. Avenue multiple summoning contracts. How many should be the limit? So far 3 and 5 seem to be the most common. The second vote for Naruto's, or anyone else's, summons. Also, I still need creative suggestions for Earth Jutsus. As well as vote on if you want Iruka to have a Kakei Genkei. 3 vote for. 1 vote against. Also whether the 4th should come back or not. 2 votes against. 3 votes for a temporary return. 2 votes for. Chunin 24. Chapter 30 Chunin 24 I will strive. Disclaimer. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Summary. Mizuki failed to get the scroll after an early attempt. Now Naruto is an assassin of the highest caliber. With an army and an interesting sense of ideals. Heritages are realized but true loyalties and intentions unknown. What will befall the world? Heltanz's notes. This is completely not relevant and probably just my paranoia, but in the latest issues of the Naruto manga, yes, I'm still red despite the fact they've pretty much deified Sasuke. Kabuto seems to have an unhealthy obsession with Naruto. Maybe not as bad as Orochimaru's obsession with Sasuke. This is by far the longest single chapter up to this point, but I'm getting sick of the Chunin arc. Chapter begin. Where the hell is that damn Uchiha? You didn't teach him a jutsu, did you, Naruto? Flashback. Well then, Sasuke, seeing as I doubt Kakashi will be able to teach you anything really useful, and the council wants me to teach you something, I think I have such a technique. A ninjutsu. Yes, before we begin I will concede there is one area of the ninja arts I am not very proficient in. Medical ninjutsu. However, the technique is one of the exceptions. Medical ninjutsu. Sasuke is nonplussed. Believe me, I sympathize, it doesn't sound all that imposing, however this technique is actually rather useful. The technique is known as Chosen Jutsu, it has another name, Chakra Scalpel. This jutsu is a multi-purpose medical technique used by the medic nin to heal wounds and perform surgery. For the former, the user concentrates chakra to their hand and applies it to a wound, speeding up cell regeneration. For the latter, the user focuses their chakra into a blade to make cuts where necessary. Because it is done with chakra, the user doesn't need to cut through their target's skin to reach muscles and organs. For this to be applied effectively in healing, a large amount of chakra is required. Using it to cut seems to be less chakra intensive. This cutting aspect of this jutsu can also be used in combat, though it requires incredible precision on the user's part to be effective. Now, why would I use this technique, you ask? Combine with sword or kunai you get more lethal weapon. It also helps when blocking an elemental blade with a regular sword. It was a basic technique, no doubt. His absence is due to that defeatist idiot Kakashi. It is decided the match will be postponed, because the Cage requests that the match be postponed because most of the head ninja and feudal lords came because of it. Meanwhile, Neji is taken to the hospital and treated. Hiashi enters the room and asks the doctors for a moment alone with Neji. He then delivers a scroll that contains the truth of that day. Written by Hisashi to his son. Hiashi explains that he had every intention of dying that day and asks Neji to read the scroll. Hisashi writes that the Lightning Country's head ninja was killed by Hiashi in the act of kidnapping Hinata. However, the Lightning Country refused to acknowledge the crime, instead focusing on the death of their head ninja. They demanded Hiashi's life as compensation. He agreed, knowing that his death would protect war. The Konoha elders warned about protecting the bloodline and proposed a new idea. Hisashi would be the one to die in place of Hiashi. That had been the purpose of the branch family for generations. Hisashi had already consented to it. Hiashi immediately objected to his brother taking his own place, but Hisashi stepped forward to explain why. He admits that he has always hated the head family, but he wishes to protect his older brother. His death will be the first thing he chose to do himself. He regrets that he has only shown G his ugly side, his hatred for the head family, for now he has discovered his own will. This will not be an act to protect the head family, but it will be his own choice to protect Neji, his siblings and family, and the village. His death is a symbol of overcoming his destiny. He then advises Neji in the letter to overcome his destiny. When Neji finishes the letter, he is surprised to see Hiashi bowing before him. Hiashi then apologizes, and Neji accepts. After Hiashi leaves, Neji seems to come to peace with himself. He wishes to become stronger so he doesn't lose. Meanwhile in the arena a few matches have taken place. Kaide defeats Misao using shadow clones, and Rikamaru loses a close match against Aoshi, thanks to Kaden Kanbu. Sasuke's match arrives and Sasuke finally arrives just a few seconds short of getting disqualified. Sasuke's match begins badly with Sasuke barely able to hold off his opponent's sword with a kunai, but he ends up winning as the Chidori, which kills his Kiri opponent. Ukami soon fights Rock Nin Kuni. The match starts out fairly balanced until Kuni uses Doryuden, which seems to knock Sum out. Instead Sum freaks and transforms into a brown wolf and goes berserk. The laid-back stone ninja manages to avoid the wolf for a few minutes, but Sum eventually manages to slice open one of Kuni's arms. Kuni responds by using Kurigane Karata and Head Bu. TS Sum knocking Sum out, and Kuni passes out from blood loss. Ukami Ao and Ukami Kyo fight next without forfeiting. The final match of the first round of the finals is Hideo Mizutengu vs Mune Sojiro. The match quickly ascends into a sword duel that most people in the audience can't keep up with. Hideo finally catches a break and grabs Sojiro's shoulder and slows his heart rate till he passes out. The second round of the finals begins. Gaara gets to fight Sasuke. Oh happy days for the Uchiha. Sasuke, meanwhile, attacks with Shrunken, but Gaara uses his sand to create a protective replica of himself. Sasuke takes it up a notch, imitating Lee's speed taijutsu, and gets a hit in. Lee watches in fascination. How could Sasuke gain so much speed in only a month? Elsewhere in the stadium, Kiba asks an Anbu how Hinata is doing, and Akamaru barks in recognition. While Kiba tries to figure out what is going on, the Anbu knocks him out. The Sasuke-Gaara match continues with Sasuke dodging Gaara's sand shield to get in another jab, and soon, he starts circling Gaara at Lee's speed without his weights. He is able to use his stamina to maintain speed, while Gaara uses up his fair share maintaining his sand armor. Still, Gaara and Lee are skeptical that Lee's taijutsu techniques will alone hand Sasuke the victory. Sasuke charges again unfazed, sends a whip of crimson lightning at the Uchiha. Kakashi has confidence that Sasuke will prevail. Sasuke makes yet another futile full-force attack, dodging the sand spikes with his Sharingan. Meanwhile, several Anbu outside the arena prepare a summoning ritual, indicating the start of things to come. Since Gaara's not doing much, Sasuke uses this time to set up for Kakashi's Chidori. He poises on the arena wall, building up chakra in his arm. Once he has built up a lightning chakra charge, he rushes Gaara's barrier and punches with a straight thrust. Naruto laughs. Gaara glares at the Uchiha and his arm becomes inked by his own lighting. Kakashi is dumbstruck. I am unfamiliar with that pathetic jutsu, but it seems it's offended Gaara-chan. Here we go. Karaiden Reikiri. Gaara bats Sasuke away, slicing his arm open. How the hell does he know Reikiri? Yells Kakashi. Not Reikiri. Karaiden Reikiri. Well, Gaara does know Reikiri, but that's beside the point. States Tamari. Gaara, this is boring, kick his ass already. Yells Konkuro. Gaara glares at the puppeteer. Eep. The invasion has begun. Gaara cracks his neck, and transforms into his demon state. Business before pleasure. Gaara. On the outskirts of Konoha, Anbu Memb. RS are currently searching for something, but find nothing, so they leave. When they are out of sight, a slew of Suna and Sound Shinobi head out. Back in Konoha, Sakura asks Kakashi what he meant when he and Sasuke were late for a reason. Sasuke backflips and jumps high up on and sticks to the stadium walls by focusing chakra to his feet. He forms a few seals and begins focusing. Back on the outskirts, Sound Shinobi rush off while Suna's forces appear to be preparing to summon something massive. A large amount of chakra so great that is visible appears in Sasuke's hand in the form of lightning. Guy recognizes this and Kakashi states that he supervised Sasuke's training because they are similar. Sasuke begins rushing down the stadium wall. Guy realizes that this must be the reason Kakashi had Sasuke master taijutsu in order to increase his speed. Sasuke hits the dirt and begins charging forward. Sakura points out that the attack is certainly making a lot of noise, but Guy clears everything up. Just a straight thrust. But it is Konoha's #1 technique specialist, the copy ninja Kakashi's only original move. It's a secret move for assassination purposes. Its secret lies in the speed of the thrust and the activation of the body to generate a large amount of chakra. Then he concentrates that large amount of chakra into the thrusting arm. And because of the incredible speed he moves at, it emits a distinct chirping sound similar to 1,000 birds chirping. That's why the move is called Chidori. Gaara uses Raiden Ikazuchi no Mai to put an end to Sasuke's attack. Stop joking around, you loser. I don't see how anyone as foolish as you is of the same blood as Yamazaki Dana. Everything else for the Suna and Sound Shinobi seems to be going well, as their signal to attack is only moments away. The one person in the crowds with the Anbu mask, better known to be Kabuto, remarks, "It's about time." The person in the audience with the Anbu mask taps someone on their shoulder, putting them to sleep instantly. White feathers seem to fall from everywhere at this point, putting the majority of the audience to sleep. Kabuto sees everything is ready and casts an illusion spell on the crowd. Everyone falls asleep except for the Jonin, Sakura, Naruto and the Onsen Shinobi, who quickly dispel it. The invasion has begun. Kakashi and Guy immediately recognize as a genjutsu. They both dispel Kai, as do other shinobi, Sakura being one of them. The cage, after staring at the Hokage for some time, begins as an explosion rocks the area where the Hokage and cage currently are. Suna and Sound Shinobi advance on Konoha. Baki, Kankuro, and Temari knew this moment would come. Commence mission. There was smoke coming out of the Hokage's position and he asked the cage what the meaning of this was. The Anbu Black Ops saw this and went to the Hokage. 4 ninjas goes over to stop them and the Anbu team was able to defeat them. Suddenly the case to the roof. And the 4 dead ninjas they just defeated came back to life and created a barrier to keep everyone out of the fight between the Hokage and the disguised Orochimaru. 2 ninjas are on guard duty and suddenly they see smoke coming out of the forest. In the forest, a couple of sand ninjas were summoning giant snakes. A couple of ninjas tried to stop it but they too were defeated. Sasuke sees what is going on when suddenly he sees Kankuro, Temari, and Gaara together. A Junin from the sand village comes over and tells them that the mission has commenced. He tells them to leave. In response Gaara spins around and kicks Baki in stomach. Ibiki and his squad are accessing the situation. While they wait, Ibiki tells them about Orochimaru's story. A ninja arrives and tells Ibiki about the situation. Back at the stadium, Kakashi and Guy are facing off against a couple of sound ninja. They then notices that the Hokage is with Orochimaru. A couple of sound ninjas attack Sakura but Kakashi saved her. Naruto himself smirks and feels his body changing. Akatsuki no Kuruma. Blood splashes onto the walls of the arena. "Don't you see Baki death has arrived?" states Gaara. Naruto floats down to the arena looking like a devil complete with black wings and a bone tail. Another wave of sound shinobi attack the delegates only for a group of onsen shinobi to intercept and cut them to pieces. Relax. Defeatist idiot, they are onsens F asta CT ing I integrate T Actical A Cheat Quarters and Satsu Senjutsu Tokushu B Utai Urban Combat Division of the Tenshu Autonomous Elite Unit. Said elite shinobi finish off the remaining enemies. Satani-sama. Good job, proceed with mission objectives. Hi. Chapter conclusion. Heltanza's notes. Right, the invasion has commenced. Uruka's elemental affinities, one of them is going to be water. What do you want the other to be? Vote on that as well. 2 chapter till this ends. Wind affinity 1, mine. Vote whether you want Sasuke to stay in Konoha, or whether he should go to Oto. Whether he is retrieved or not is also up for a vote. Vote if you want Naruto to be able to summon toads. This would be contract number 3, 3 votes for. As well as Gaara's Appen, okay, for everyone vote for one of these 3. Whip, suggested by Kohide 16, the man in the dairy. Spear, suggested by John Hamsta, seems to be the most popular. Specify what type or appearance. Appearances. Lance of Longinus from Neon Genesis Evangelion, javelins. Yari, the standard Japanese spear. A spear like Ed uses in Fullmetal Alchemist. 3-section iron staff, submitted by Spaceman, seems the second most popular. Additionally, there is the matter of summoning contracts. There are 2 votes in this category. The first shinobi can have multiple summoning contracts. How many should be the limit? So far 3 and 5 seem to be the most common. Also, I still need creative suggestions for Earth Jutsus. As well as vote on if you want Iruka to have a Kake Genkai. 3 vote for. 2 vote against. Also whether the 4th should come back or not. Right, I'm thinking if the 4th does come back he will just show up every now and again. 3 votes against. 4 votes for a temporary return. 2 votes for. UTSU list for the chunin exam up to this point. I think this is all of them. If I missed one tell me. I only included descriptions on 1 or 2. Kaden. Kurohi Tatsumaki no Jutsu Fire Release Black Fur. Tornado Hyoten Hyo Ukami Tobo Ice Release Ice Wolf Howl. Raiden Ikazuchi no Mai Lighting Release Dance of Thunderbolts. Raiden Beni Raiko Lighting Release Crimson Lightning. Raiden Reikoho Lightning. Style Lightning's Roar Cannon Sanjo Za Kai Cutting Away the World. Shikato Dama Assassin Bullet A Condensed Sphere of Negative Chakra. Shikato Dama Sanju Assassin Bullet Triple. Naraku Rasengan Doden. Uzumaki Hell Spiraling Sphere Earth Release Maelstrom. Kaden Chio no Tatsu Fire Release Blood of the Dragon. When used the blood ignites into a whip or a blade. Slicing and burning. Clan's secret technique. Futon. Yeba no Mai Wind Release Dance of Blades. Sweden Moko Zan Water Release Fierce Tiger Slash. Doden Suchi Ryu Tachi Earth Release Stone Dragon Daggers. Kaden Bansho Isai Kaijin Tenace S Rank F. Ire Style Reduce the whole of creation to smoldering ashes. Kaden. Ketsuki no Tatsu Blood of the Dragon. Clan Secret Technique Advanced Version. Futon Naraku Rasengan Tatsumaki Wind Release Hell Spee. Rallying Sphere Tornado. When fired, this version of the elemental Rasengan turns into a sideway funnel. Ippai Tasuki no Mai Dance of the Full Moon. Gakido no Kuragari Wrath of Darkness. Hitokiri Haijutsu. AOZ. Aura Akatsuki Manslayer Personal Technique Blue Skied Dawn. Subaku no Naraku Rasengan Desert of Hell Spiral Sphere. Sweden Kotogodoku Waga Tape to Nair Nami Water Style Every Wave Be My Shield S Rank Defensive. Kuraiden Reikiri Strict Heavens Lightning Cutter. Akatsuki no Kuruma Wheel of Dawn. Naruto launches into the air and creates wire-like objects made of chakra which coil around his enemies. Hitha N spins in a motion like the Kaden, causing the wires to constrict and slice the targets into bloody shreds. Koku Yoku Baku Black Wings Explosion. Naruto sends a wave of exploding feathers at the enemy. Chunin 25. Chapter 31. Chunin 25. I will strive. Disclaimer. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Summary. Mizuki failed to get the scroll after an early attempt. Now Naruto is an assassin of the highest caliber. With an army and an interesting sense of ideals. Heritages are realized but true loyalties and intentions unknown. What will befall the world? Heltanza's notes. Crud, I realized shortly after I posted the last chapter. There was a mistake on the jutsu list. Koku Yoku Baku doesn't make an appearance until this chapter. Chapter begin previously. Another wave of sound shinobi attack delegates only for a group of onsen shinobi to intercept and cut them to pieces. Relaxed defeatist idiot. They are onsens F asta CT ing I integrate T actical H'd quarters and Satsu Senjutsu Tokushu B. Utai Urban Combat Division of the Tenchu Autonomous Elite Unit. Said elite shinobi finish off the remaining enemies. Satani-sama. Good job. Proceed with mission objectives. Hi. The elite shinobi all disappear and Naruto himself launches into the air. Sensei, what just happened? If I had to hazard a guess, Sakura, I would say Naruto has activated his third Kake Genkai. Sasuke kicks the wall. Naruto flies far above the stadium. Orochimaru and the third stand atop the roof, while 4 sound shinobi, better known to be as Orochimaru's personal guard, the Sound 4, keep them in PLA. CE with a powerful barrier that can't be broken so easily. The 2 charge forward. The third uses Ninpu, Kawara Shuriken, but Orochimaru is counters with hidden snake hands. The Hokage seems to be trapped, yet he soon becomes mud and dematerializes, a Kawarimi no Jutsu. Up next from the third is Doden, Doryu Taiga. Orochimaru forms a few seals and prepares to counterattack, but the fourth is ahead of him with Doden, Doryuden, Karyuden. to form an earth-fire attack that looks like a dragon head that attacks while Sarutobi spits fire. Neither of them is giving it their all. Kabuto takes out a profile card on Naruto. The same cards from earlier in the chunin exam, and warns the others not to engage him. In Konoha, the Jonin think of how to handle the current situation without making a big fuss out of it. Iruka suggests evacuating the children under the pretense that it is an evacuation drill. The third, now ready to get serious, removes his normal Hokage attire and is wearing a shinobi uniform underneath. The amount of energy from their chakras is enough to cause cracks in the roof. They charge towards each other. Sarutobi begins with Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, while Orochimaru uses Kuchiyos. Edo Tensei to summon 3 caskets to use as barriers. The first and second arise, but the third casket, the fourth Hokage, is successfully stopped. That being said, Sarutobi still has his hands full trying to take down both the first and second fire shadows. All of the young genin are gathered out. Konohamaru sees the concern on Ebisuthing is going down. More than that, that rain bow ring around the sun reminds him of a time when his grandfather, the third, explained that rainbows used to represent snakes, they are an omen of bad luck. Konohamaru was skeptical of it, but now, he thinks differently. Sarutobi speaks to the 2 summoned bodies, please prepare yourself, Shodaime-sama. The first the black-haired guy, Nadaime-sama, the second, white-haired guy. Orochimaru places something on them that made them start to smoke. One of the Anbu members outside said that life is returning to the bodies of the Hokages. He explains that it is a forbidden jutsu that revives the dead. When Sarutobi sees them, he cries for he is happy to see his mentors, but he is also sad that he has to fight them. The 2 Hokages attack Sarutobi, but he is able to stand his ground. Sarutobi fights back and uses Kaden Karyu Enden. The flames engulf the 2 Hokages. The second counters by using Suiden's Sujinheki Jutsu. The Anbu Black Ops members outside were amazed that he could use water. Attacks even though there aren't any water around them. The second used Suiden Sushoha to attack Sarutobi. To defend himself, Sarutobi uses Doden Doryuheki. Then the first attacked Sarutobi and was able to get some hits. Sarutobi stands up and realizes that the second is behind him. The second caught him, but he was able to escape to his rock wall. He was on top of the wall when the second used another one of his water jutsu to break down the rock. Then the first used Mokuden Haijutsu, Jukai Koden, and he summons trees out of the ground and the newly grown trees catch Sarutobi. Sarutobi summons Enma. When Enma is summoned, he sees that Orochimaru was behind it. Enma tells Sarutobi that he must feel pathetic that he didn't kill Orochimaru when he had the chance. Enma then transforms into a pole. Orochimaru then summons his own weapon, the legendary long sword of heaven Kusanagi. Sarutobi starts his attacks against Orochimaru. It's a standoff when suddenly the 2 other Hokages appeared and attacked Sarutobi. Sarutobi is knocked down and Orochimaru taunts him. Sarutobi attacks Orochimaru and gets up. He then uses the explosive tags that he attached to the Hokages to try and stall them. He then sees that the 2 Hokages are regenerating. Then Orochimaru removes his face and reveals a young person. Sarutobi asked him who he is and he tells him that he is Orochimaru. Sarutobi realizes that Orochimaru was able to complete his forbidden jutsu. Outside the barrier, Naruto unleashes a blast of chakra, which splits off into separated blasts and surround the walled ninja village. The Sen shinobi suddenly begin moving toward the city. Back at the arena, Naruto shoots down through the air and pierces the barrier. Naruto glances at the aged Hokage and glares at Orochimaru. You, how dare you harm my contractor? You are so far below my contempt you aren't even worthy of a name or rank, low-level piece of garbage. Naruto starts to expel massive amounts of chakra of all forms. Naruto. The third manages to pacify Naruto. What are you? Demands Orochimaru. Naruto looks up. Or Shinigami. A friend of yours, Sarutobi-kun, is he your successor? Asks the first. The Nid. Amy launches a large water dragon at Naruto, who take one look at the former Hokage before countering. Koku Yoku Baku. Naruto flaps his wings, sending a wave of feathers at the water dragon. The feathers collide and explode. The first attacks with his Mokuden Jutsu. Mokuden Sumomo Jizo. A plum tree grows from Naruto feet and blocks the attack. Mokuten Sumomo Odachi. Naruto smashes the first the wood blade, sending the founder of Konoha spiraling into awe of his own trees. Naruto, I'm sure you can comprehend what Orochimaru has done. Hi. My ultimate assassination jutsu will handle this. Ultimate assassination jutsu. Orochimaru eyes widen with interest. Black energy coalesces around Naruto's arms, and in the center of Naruto's palm a black shiny jewel forms. Naruto launches hymns LF at the fallen Hokages and plunges his hand through their chests. Don't bother struggling, states Naruto, plunging his hands through Orochimaru's arms as well. I'm ending this, your life as a shinobi. I'll stop you from using jutsu by devouring your soul. I'll let go of me. Orochimaru struggles. The snake Sanin's arms turn completely black and Naruto tears his hands out of his arms. Sound. For we are withdrawing, lower the barrier. Naruto clutches his stomach. Damn it, I've devoured too many strong souls recently. I wonder if Shikyomaru-san feels like this when he eats too much. Naruto clenches his teeth in pain. Naruto, are you okay? Asked the concerned Sandame. I'll be fine, I merely underestimated the strength of their souls. I will be fine, I assure you. Despite some pain, not even Kyuubi could stop me in this form. Show off, growled the fox, even if the fox knew he was right. Anbu the Hokage will require medical attention. The Anbu were still in a state of shock. Now you idiots, roared Naruto, slamming his tail into the roof, which literally sliced the building in half. The Anbu complied and left with the Hokage. Finally, groaned Naruto, cracking his neck. His radio headset crackles to life. Satani-sama, all personnel are within the village. Acknowledged, commencing operation. Naruto flashes through hand seals. Ninpu. Suiten Kinjutsu. Ichigatsu no Aoi Tasuki. The sky darkens and the moon appears and shines brightly like on a clear night. Not long. Human bodies are more than 60% water. Naruto, a bead of sweat rolls down Naruto's face. No, I don't have to maintain this level of control long. Long rays of moonlight expand outward. We ask the starry sky the reason to keep our cruise, while we suffer and struggle till end. Though darkness may prevail, a lighted heart shall avail. In this serenity, eternally. Quote, all the attacking shinobi and summons outside Konoha's walls begin to stumble as the water inside their bodies freezes, destroying their cells. The water then shoots outward and evaporates, saturating the air. Ninja water style, forbidden technique, pale January moon G rank. Mutters Kabuto, standing on top of one of the buildings. Fight between Leaf and Sound village continues. Onsen shinobi emerge and begin to cut down the invading shinobi. A giant snake is destroying the village. Ibiki is on the spot and tries to hold the snake, but he can't. Ibiki is about to be eaten when a giant toad appears and defeats the snake. The one that summoned the toad was Jiraiya. Another snake attacks the toad only to be bitten in half by a large black wolf. Another snake summons gets impaled through the head by Gaara wielding a black lance. Atop the Hokage monument, a pair of S-class shinobi witnesses the jutsu. What the fuck was that, Itachi? Demands Kisame. I've seen a water jutsu do that. That was Naruto's technique. I had hopes to see Naruto's anti-city technique. The signal is given and Konoha begins its counterattack. Hiyashi Hyuga uses the Hakushokaden and takes out a number of his attackers. While the elder Ino Shika Cho trio reunites to defend the village. So Naruto intended to use his super technique. Thinks Iruka. Chu Sand Jonin jump down. Humpha lowly chunin thinks to challenge us. Lowly chunin this dust bunnies. Ninpu Tsubasa no Hikari. Two wings made of light erupt from Iruka's back, slicing apart the buildings the wings touch. Iruka draws a pair of kunai and charges the two Jonin. At the funeral all of the clans and villagers are shown. The third gives a eulogy and then gives a speech about how the tree known as the village of Konoha will survive and grow, no matter the hardships it experiences. Over at the rock that Kakashi goes to every day, Kakashi stands motionless when Yugao, Hayate's lover and Kakashi's former subordinate when he was in Anbu, comes over to drop off some flowers for Hayate. Back at the memorial ceremony, Naruto. Oji-san, you were required for the council meeting, you know. Yeah, I'll be there. Naruto sighed. I hate my family, Kyuubi snorted. Okay, maybe that the bureaucratic nonsense that goes along with being a part of my father's side of the family. Chapter conclusion, arc conclusion. Heltanza's notes. Right, so Naruto's is a Shinigami, and no, not the kind from Bleach, and unlike Jashin, that's Hidan's god and another Shinigami in this fic. It is highly unlikely Naruto will have his own cult, religion. Naruto is not the, I am a Shinigami, I'm going to transport your soul to the soul society. This is I am going to rip your soul out and eat kind of Shinigami. Also, this story has its own topic on my forum concerning on Naruto stories. Iruka's elemental affinities, one of them is going to be water. What do you want the other to be? Vote on that as well. 2 chapter till this ends. Wind affinity 1, mine. Vote whether you want Sasuke to stay in Konoha, or whether he should go to Oto. Whether he is retrieved or not is also up for a vote. 3 for Sasuke stays. 4 for Sasuke leave. 3 for retrieval. 2 no retrieval. Vote if you want Naruto to be able to summon toads. This would be contract number 3. 4 votes for the first Shinob. I can have multiple summoning contracts. How many should be the limit? So far 3 and 5 seem to be the most common. Also, I still need creative suggestions for Earth Jutsus. As well as vote on if you want Iruka to have a Kage Genkai. 3 votes for. 3 votes against. Also whether the 4th should come back or not. 3 votes against. 4 votes for a temporary return. 2 votes for. Uchiha Memories Arc I. Chapter 32 Uchiha Memories Arc I will strive. Disclaimer. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Summary: Mizuki failed to get the scroll after an early attempt. Now Naruto is an assassin of the highest caliber. With an army and an interesting sense of ideals. Heritages are realized but true loyalties and intentions unknown. What will befall the world? Heltanza's notes. Had to make Sasuke look stupid since I can't kill the ickle loser, yet, still deliberating. Chapter begin. After the invasion, Gaara had initialized his plan and seized control of Suna. Naruto had mysteriously vanished for a period of 8 hours. And somehow the daimyo of Wind Country was found sliced into very small gory pieces the next day. While Sasuke had holed himself up in the Uchiha compound. Hai no Kuni, Konohagakure no Sato, council chambers. All the important members of Konoha were present, including but not limited to Sarutobi Sasuke, the Sandaime Hokage, Jiraiya the Toad Sage, Naruto Sho Hitokiri no Hai amongst other titles. Homura Mitokato, teammate of the 3rd, Kaharu Udatane also a teammate of the 3rd, Aburame Shibi, head of the Aburame clan, Inazuka Sume, head of the Inazuka clan, Hyuga Hiyashi, head of the esteemed main house of the Hyuga clan, Danzo, head of the Root Anbu division, Nara Skikaku, head of the Nara clan, Yamanaka Inoichi, head of the Yamanaka family, among others. Several prominent non-shinobi also made up the council. Sasuke suddenly burst into the chamber. Naruto, said ninja promptly, hand slaps his forehead. Sasuke, can this wait? We're kind of in the middle of something, preferably after I get a chance to go home. Sasuke wasn't paying attention and was instead busying himself unfurling a scroll. I have figured out why you don't use the Uchiha name, exclaimed Sasuke, rather pleased with his supposed cleverness. What the hell is he going on about? Your father was Kazama Arashi, the 4th Hokage. Idiot. Why are you blurting that out in the middle of public with a bunch of civilians around? You know how much their kind gossips. There is a damn good reason I don't use either of my parents' family names and instead use my paternal grandmother's name. Oh, why's that? Tell me, who was the 4th's chief enemy? Iwagakure no Sato. And which village just finished a war with said village? That would be Onsengakure no Sato, states Sasuke smugly. And who foe? Undid, aforementioned hidden village of shinobi. And I think he's got it, gentlemen, muttered Naruto. Hiyashi smirked. While most the Uchiha lovers in their blindness thought Sasuke was absolutely brilliant. Well, now that Sasuke-kun has left, we can resume. Yes, we need to choose a new Hokage. No offense Sarutobi-san, but you would have likely died had Naruto not shown up when he did, states Hiyashi. Let's have Jiraiya, he's one of the Sannin, suggests Kaharu. Jiraiya refuses and suggests Sunand. Ha, daft idiot, thank goodness he stupidly refused the position, thinks Naruto. Sarutobi supports the suggestion, though his thoughts concerning Jiraiya are a bit more kind. Well, at least this won't alienate the female half of the population of the village. The meeting proceeded to draw on for several more hours, addressing amongst other things Gaara's takeover of Suna, onsen relief forces, Naruto being asked to procure aid for Konoha from the Fire Lord, suggestions for strengthening the village's defense. Chunin promotions, varying awards to be those who acted heroically in the defense of Konoha during the invasion, suggested actions to be taken against Oto, and Jiraiya decided to bring up the Akatsuki. Much to Naruto's displeasure, Jiraiya volunteers to go retrieve Sunin, but he wants to take one person along. Naruto heads back to his compound, via melting into the shadows. Kakashi sees Asuma and Kurenai walking with each other. Kurenai states that she is just getting dumplings for Anko. "Why are you here, Kakashi?" asks Asuma. "Oh, just waiting for Sasuke." Two guys that are eating in the shop suddenly disappeared. Kurenai and Asuma goes over and confronts them. One of the mysterious people shows himself and it is Itachi. The other guy introduced himself as well, it's Kisame. Who Asuma's girl, that Kurenai, identifies as a missing ninja from the land of water wanted for among other things daimyo assassination. Asuma, "Don't make me kill you. I find that hilarious coming from the guy who murdered his own people." Kisame attacks Asuma with the declaration his Samaheda doesn't slice, it shaves. Kurenai uses Meigen Jabaku Satsu, to which Itachi uses Meigen Kyoten Chiton. "That level of genjutsu will not work on me, the real technique is far more impressive." Kisame and Asuma fight. Kisame uses Suiden Suikuden no Jutsu, only for it to be intercepted by the same technique. Kakashi has arrived. "Hey, the guy who fought Zabuza a while back heard Naruto had to come in and save your ass cause you overdid it." Kakashi growls. Kakashi is not surprised that Itachi has the same eyes as before. But then again, he is a true heir of the Sharingan, and then briefly ponders why Naruto's Sharingan is different. Kisame remarks that he wouldn't have believed that no one, not even the legendary copy ninja, Hatake Kakashi, could copy his technique unless he'd seen it himself, but it's Kakashi who should be surprised, as he did sense something suspicious about the two individuals who showed up at the tea house earlier. Turns out that they were Uchiha Itachi, Itachi Akuma no Mai, Devil Dance Itachi, and Hoshigaki Kisame, the Kurigakure no Kaijin monster of the Hidden Mist Village. Kisame, as Kakashi notes, is one of the Kiri no Shinobugatana Shichinin Shu, 7 swordsmen of the mist. He, Kisame, is ready to battle when Itachi intervenes, saying at fighting Kakashi alone could result in dire consequences, as well as the possibility of other shinobi arriving. Therefore, the real Kakashi, the one speaking to Kisame as a Kage Bunshin, asks the Whoa, what their purpose is for being in Konoha. Yeah, I was kind of wondering that as well. I mean, yeah, Naruto's technique was awesome and I'd kill to learn, but why are we here? This is matter between true masters of the Sharingan. This does not concern you, Kakashi. As one who is not of the Uchiha blood, you are incapable of total mastery of the Sharingan. You're here for Naruto, questions Kakashi. Right, I forgot we haven't told him yet. Yeah, we kind of need to warn him, states Kisame. Now the copy ninja is confused. Hai no Kuni, Konohagakure no Sato, Uchiha compound. Meanwhile, Sasuke is back in Avenger mode and punches the wall because he's so weak he's stuck being trained by Cockle. Chapter conclusion. Heltanza's notes. Naruto's stated title in this chapter show Hitokiri no Hai translates as First Manslayer of Fire or extended show Tenchu. Hitokiri no Hai no Kuni, Principal Tenchu Hitokiri of the Country of Fire. During the Tea Country arc, I will introduce Fire Country's second Hitokiri. Title means that Naruto is the top assassin born in Fire Country who is alive. I really don't translating, it's annoying. I made up Itachi's title, it was the best I could come up with on short notice. Iruka's elemental affinities, one of them is going to be water. What do you want the other to be? Vote on that as well. Wind affinity 1, mine, earth 1. Vote whether you want Sasuke to stay in Konoha, or whether he should go to Oto. Whether he is retrieved or not is also up for a vote. 5 for Sasuke stays, 7 for Sasuke leaves, 6 for retrieval. 2 no retrieval. Vote if you want Naruto to be able to summon toads. This would be contract number 3, 6 votes for. The first shinobi can have multiple summoning contracts. How many should be the limit? So far 3 and 5 seem to be the most common. As well vote on if you want Iruka to have a Kake Genkai. 3 votes for. 4 votes against. Also whether the fourth should come back or not, 3 votes against. 5 votes for a temporary return, 2 votes for. Uchiha Memories Arc 2. Chapter 33 Uchiha Memories Arc 2 I Will Strive. Disclaimer. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Summary: Mizuki failed to get the scroll after an early attempt. Now Naruto is an assassin of the highest caliber, with an army and an interesting sense of ideals. Heritages are realized but true loyalties and intentions unknown. What will befall the world? Heltanza's notes. The truth of the Uchiha massacre. I swear my friend has corrupted me with his delusion of the glory of the Uchiha, will be revealed soon. Chapter begin. Hai no Kuni, Kanahagakure no Sato. Sasuke punched the W. All angrily. How was he supposed to get stronger? If he only had Kakashi to train him. He need to get stronger, so he could learn from Naruto, a true Sharingan master. Naruto had proved even something as useless as medical ninjutsu could be useful. Obviously he needed to train with Naruto so he could kill Itachi. Poor, delusional Sasuke. Speaking of Kakashi, I'm supposed to go meet him. Kakashi sneezes. Itachi pulls out 4 shuriken as Kakashi backs up, using Ninpu Suiden Sujinheki in order to block the attack from Itachi that came in the form of water cyclones. The shuriken were only a distraction. Not like he should have figured that out. People always that technique, as Kakashi did not see Itachi form any seals. A Kage Bunshin stabs Kakashi from behind, yet it turns out that this Kakashi was only a Mizu Bunshin. A water clone. I guess the people of my village should be honored that he's copied our jutsu so well, states an impressed Kisame. Underwater, Kakashi passes Kurenai Kanai, then jumps forward and grabs her, whispering that this is the Kage Bunshin, which explodes. Itachi is impressed. It is impressive that you can use the Sharingan Kakashi so well despite not being of Uchiha blood. But that's just it. An Uchiha's body is better suited to the Sharingan. You cannot hope to defeat a true heir of the Sharingan. Itachi prepares to show the Sharingan, the Kakage Genkei's true power. Kakashi warns Kurenai and Asuma to close their eyes, as if they open them, they're dead, as only someone with the Sharingan can resist this technique, the Mangekyo Sharingan. While that's true, the special Sharingan technique, the Genjutsu Tsukuyomi, cannot be countered. Through Tsukuyomi, Kakashi is taken to an illusionary world of red and black where he is bound to what appears to be a cross. It's really a T. In this world, Itachi controls all space, time, and even the mass of objects. As he says this, he stabs Kakashi repeatedly with a sword, which will continue for the next 72 hours. Later, Kakashi looks up and sees himself further off in the same position, with the same 2 Itachi stabbing him. Soon, a large number of Kakashis are bound and being stabbed by possibly an even greater number of Itachises. All of this pain only amounts to 1 second. Damn it, how was Naruto able to counter this technique? When the Genjutsu is over, Kakashi collapses from fatigue while Itachi remains standing. Asuma asks what's wrong, having noticed that Kakashi went down only after Itachi finished talking. 3 days in the cursed Genjutsu only amounted to a second in the real world. Kisame is surprised that Kakashi is still able to stand. Itachi, you might not to use that technique too much, as it seems to be doing a number on your eyesight. We have no interest in Sasuke, but instead the heir of the Yondaime Hokage, and the Uchiha clan Naruto. Stated Itachi. It is very important we warn him. What's so important about Naruto you have to warn him about? He is the only. Otoko is the only one who is capable of continuing the Uchiha line properly. He is the only one whose bloodline is strong enough to sustain the Uchiha blood. You didn't answer the question. What are you warning him about? Asks Asuma. A woman, who is the same level as he, AG class, her name is Kyoshi, has come to Fire Country. States Kisame. And I don't think it's for a date either. Says the smirking shark swordsman. Kakashi realizes they are telling the truth, which allays the 3 Konoha nins. Fears the Akatsuki are here for Kyuubi. They haven't been informed that the Kyuubi can escape Naruto's belly, as said ninja status as being an actual Shinigami hasn't been revealed, but they are now worried about this Kyoshi person. Konoha Goriki Senpu. Comes the shout of an exuberant voice of Guy. Demands Kisame. After getting kicked by the taijutsu enthusiast. Who's this? I'm Maida Guy. You're Maida Guy. Huh. Mighty stupid looking Guy. Kisame, you are not to underestimate Guy. Itachi warns when all of a sudden Kakashi collapses. Asuma warns Guy not to look into Itachi's eyes, but Guy is well aware of this and took into consideration how to counter the Sharingan. Just Don't look into their eyes, keep your eyes on their feet, predict their movement, and counter accordingly. Guy has Kurenai take Kakashi to a medical ward, while he and Asuma will fight until the Anbu reinforcements arrive. Kisame accepts this challenge and prepares Samaheda, but Itachi tells him that they did not come to start a war, their business is done. The two are instantly gone. Hai no Kuni, Kanahagakure no Sato, Naruto's estate. Jizu arm had a number done on it, Haku, stated Naruto, examining the blushing girl's shoulder. Oh well, just don't use it for a few days, you should be fine. Oh ho, ho, what have we here? Nice digs. Comes the voice of Jiraiya. Stay here. Naruto phases into the shadows and appears behind Jiraiya. Now if I was that brat, where would I be? How about right behind? States Naruto, drawing a little bit of blood from Jiraiya's neck with his wakizashi. Now why are you here? Sarutobi-sensei has a mission for us, we're going to track down Chunin, so go get packed. When do we leave? States Naruto, coming down the stairs. What the devil? Surely you are familiar with Kage Bunshin, merely a variation of it, and I don't see what I have to do with anything. Damn, he's going on a mission with Jiraiya of the legendary three. Indeed, it is likely he would attack us on sight. Even together it is unlikely we would survive. Naruto would be forced to interfere. Thankfully he has a weakness we can exploit. Back in Konoha, Guy, Kurenai and Asuma are crowded around an unconscious Kakashi in his room. They are discussing why Itachi might want to warn. In spite of what he said, they aren't sure it's for Naruto's protection, but they hear Sasuke coming, so they shut up. Sasuke sees all the Jonins crowded around Kakashi and he demands to know what's going on and why Kakashi is unconscious. Then another Jonin barges into the room and asks them all if it is true that Itachi came back to the village and is after Naruto, but shuts up when he sees Sasuke in the room. Sasuke starts off and Guy groans other Jonin an idiot. Sasuke runs out of the room and goes to look for Naruto. Chapter conclusion. Heltanza's notes. Uruka's elemental affinities. One of them is going to be water. What do you want the other to be? Vote on that as well. Yes, I know it was short, but people asked for updates. Wind affinity 1. Earth 2. Vote whether you want Sasuke to stay in Konoha, or whether he should go to Oto. Whether he is retrieved or not is also up for a vote. 5 for Sasuke stays, 8 for Sasuke leaves, 7 for retrieval. 3 no retrieval. Vote if you want Naruto to be able to summon toads. This would be contract number 3, 6 votes for. The first shinobi can have multiple summoning contracts. How many should be the limit? So far 3 and 5 seem to be the most common. As well as vote on if you want Uruka to have a Kake Genkai. 3 votes for. 4 votes against. Also whether the fourth should come back or not. 3 votes against. 5 votes for a temporary return. 2 votes for. Uchiha Memories Arc 3. Chapter 34 Uchiha Memories Arc 3 I Will Strive. Disclaimer. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Summary. Mizuki failed to get the scroll after an early attempt. Naruto is an assassin of the highest caliber, with an army and an interesting sense of ideals. Heritages are realized but true loyalties and intentions unknown. What will befall the world? Heltanza's notes. Right on the subject already. Since Naruto is allied with Akatsuki, and unfairly decent, considering he's speaking to terms with Madara, Naruto need an enemy for Arc 2, preferably some Naruto would need to at least give a little effort to fight. So hence some of Naruto's other enemies or allies are level graded as G-class shinobi. The first simply shows up introduced during the Sun and Retrieval arc the same way Itachi and Kisame show up in canon, except I had added a little foreshadowing. Chapter begin. We're not that different, I mean we were both trained by Sarutobi as kids. Jiraiya reminisces. But man was he strict. Flashback after Jiraiya fails the bell test. Young Chunin. Well, Jiraiya. It seems of one our little wager. Shouts the smug future slug summoner. Enjoy your time on the stump. The young Jiraiya groans annoyed. Oh, shut up. You annoying little troll. Young Chunin grabs him by his shirt. Enraged. What did you say? You smarmy little dork. Chunin proceeds to start beating on him. Sarutobi. Okay, that's enough, Chunin. After Orochimaru and Chunin leave, the future writer proceeds to brag about his jutsu. Sarutobi mutters, I don't even want to know where you were with your transparency jutsu. Young Jiraiya. I haven't been caught peeping yet. The transparency jutsu is flawless. I swear. Young Jiraiya is obviously quite proud of himself. Sarutobi. All right then. If you're so sure of yourself, glances elsewhere, then I should probably tag along next time. Young Jiraiya pauses a moment. Wow, Sarutobi-sensei, you're a perv. End flashback. You were a bigger loser than I thought. Hey, I am not a loser. I simply tricked Kakashi into thinking we were working as a team. States Naruto smugly. You're sure you're not related to Orochimaru? Jokes Jiraiya. Two cobras bind Jiraiya's arms and legs. I was kidding. I already know your family tree. Let me go. Please let me go, begs Jiraiya as blade of rock forms beneath him. Sort of in the shape reminiscent of an Iron Maiden. Think of all the poor perverts out there who will have to go without the saving grace of Ika Ika Paradise. Have mercy. Naruto rolls his eyes and releases Jiraiya and the two resume. Until the perverted sage, as Naruto begins to call him, is winked at by some woman. Naruto is quite irritated by Jiraiya's slouching, but rather than complain Imply takes the keys to the hotel room from Ero Sennin, the perverted hermit, Jiraiya, who tells him that, you can go practice up in the room, if you would like. Idiot, mutters Naruto getting more than a little annoyed. Naruto's heads to the hotel and Jiraiya goes with the woman. Meanwhile, Sasuke has been looking all over the place for Naruto. Eventually Sasuke runs into Haku who explains Naruto went with Jiraiya. Sasuke runs off. After a quick thanks, Naruto hears a knock at the door, and wonders to himself whether that old lecher has already gotten dumped. The guy knocks on the door again. Sasuke knocks on the door and yells for Naruto to hurry up. He knocks again, and then the door opens. Naruto yells to hold on a second. He gets up and opens the door, to see Itachi staring down at him. Sasuke looks down at a little boy with blonde hair and his grandfather, who both look at him, surprised. He curses and says that it was the wrong one, and he leaves. Kisame freezes under a heavy blast of killer intent, but Itachi is unfazed. Good, it's actually you, greets Naruto. What the hell was that for? Demands Kisame. Itachi isn't afraid to die, so it is my method of making sure it's him. Well, warn someone in the future, grumbles Kisame. Meanwhile, Sasuke runs out of the hotel where he got the false info about Naruto and remarks, that guy is here. That guy. Then, he has a flashback about what happened in the past, the day before the massacre of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke, around the age of 8, begging Itachi, who is 13, to help him train. Instead, he gets a poke in the forehead. Sasuke whines. Itachi states he is going to train with Otoko and walks off. Back in the living room, he asks his dad if Itachi cares about him. His dad just remarks that his brother is a little bit different and not even he understands him. His mom interrupts and tells him that if he needs help with his training, she'll help him. Sasuke agrees. While heading to school, he meets up with an elderly couple who talks to him about Itachi. Sasuke then realizes that he's about the same age when Itachi graduated, and is embarrassed with this. Uchiha massacre. Everything is in position, Otoko stated the first shinobi standing on the roof of the temple. Then let us proceed with our objective, stated the second. Sharingan Jutsu. Amaterasu no Ni, cried two adolescent voices in unison, their actions perfectly synchronized. A blast of black fire consumed a number of the Uchiha who were within the secret meeting hall. Let's go, it is only a matter of time before they realize I placed a barrier. Hi Otoko. The two Mangekyo Sharingan users broke off instead of to deal with the other Uchiha. Uchiha district entrance. Itachi impaled several Uchiha civilians with kunai onto the wall. Itachi, what is the meaning of? The police officer never finished, consumed in a blaze of fire. Uchiha district training ground. Uchiha Moromaru slashed desperately against his opponent. Opponent's white tachi slice line from the middle child's sternum to the middle of his thigh with enough force to send the Uchiha flying. No, I won't let you get away. No, I can't pass out, muttered the Uchiha. The stranger vanished. No, you can't, I won't let you. You stop, shouted one of the Uchiha policemen, flaring his Sharingan. You will not stand against us, Ninku. Kaden, Senki Sofusha Tachi. The three military police eyes widened as the lethal flaming projectiles sliced through the ground before wrapping them up, slicing them apart. "You monster!" One of them charged. In a flash his sword was out again and severed the Uchiha's head. "Kaden! Ruka no Jutsu!" shouted the leader policeman, only to find his target had already severed his head. "Detective!" the last one shouted as the tachi pierced his heart. All 97 Uchiha combat personnel in this area dead, 230 Uchiha civilians dead. Judging by the lack of life signs, Itachi should have already progressed to the main house. Noted the assassin using his Sharingan to count the numbers sliced off heads, as well as the Uchiha who had been killed with the initial blast of pressure, which had dealt with he majority of the weaker personnel and shattered most the windows. Itachi had just thrust his katana through his father's through after having impaled his mother in the ribs, leaving her to bleed to death. Sasuke. He finds everyone dead. In a panic, he runs home and finds everything empty. That is, until he heard some type of noise coming from one of the rooms. There, he finds the dead bodies of his parents and Itachi. At first, he thought Itachi was searching around for survivors, just like him, until he threw a shuriken at him. A shadowy figure emerged from the wall. Sasuke gasped his Yes, we're identical to Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi, you should leave now. I have finished eliminating the last of the Uchiha clan within the complex. My barrier will stop any Anbu Black Ops W. Ho would attempt to enter the compound, but nonetheless you should leave. The two briefly locked eyes. Itachi nodded. Just one more thing, Otoko. Itachi turned to Sasuke and sheathed his standard issue Leaf Village Anbu Black Ops katana. If you want revenge, hate, detest me, despise me with all your being. Itachi told Sasuke. Tsukuyomi. Sasuke was taken to the dimension of the moon god. For the next 72 hours you will witness the massacre of the Uchiha clan and endure every wound inflicted upon them, and I can assure you little brother Otoko and I were quite viscous. Then, Sasuke finds himself, observes how Itachi and his comrade killed everyone. Uchiha massacre. Everything is in position, Otoko stated the first shinobi standing on the roof of the temple. Then let us proceed with our objective, stated the second. Sharingan Jutsu. Amaterasu no Ni, cried two adolescent voices in unison, their actions perfectly synchronized. A blast of black fire consumed a number of the Uchiha who were within the secret meeting hall. Let's go, it is only a matter of time before they realize I placed a barrier. Hi Otoko. The two Mangekyo Sharingan users broke off instead of to deal with the other Uchiha. Uchiha district entrance. Itachi impaled several Uchiha civilians with kunai onto the wall. Itachi, what is the meaning of? The police officer never finished, consumed in a blaze of fire. Uchiha district training ground. Moromaru slashed desperately against his opponent. The opponent's white tachi slice line from the middle child's sternum to the middle of his thigh, with enough force to send the Uchiha flying. No, I won't let you get away. No, I can't pass out, muttered the Uchiha. The stranger vanished. No, you can't, I won't let you. You stop, shouted one of the Uchiha policemen, flaring his Sharingan. You will not stand against us, Ninpu. Kaden, Senki Sofusha Tachi. The three military police eyes widened as the lethal flaming projectiles sliced through the ground before wrapping them up, slicing them apart. You monster. One of them charged. In a flash the sword was out again and severed the Uchiha's head. Kaden, Ruka no Jutsu, shouted the leader policeman, only to find his target had already severed his head. Detective, the last one shouted as the tachi pierced his heart. All 97 Uchiha combat personnel in this area dead, 230 Uchiha civilians dead. Judging by the lack of life signs, Itachi should have already progressed to the main house. Noted the assassin using his Sharingan to count the numbers sliced off heads, as well as the Uchiha who had been killed with the initial blast of pressure, which had dealt with the majority of the weaker personnel and shattered most the windows. Itachi had just thrust his katana through his father's through after having impaled his mother in the ribs, leaving her to bleed to death. 3 seconds later, are you done? Asked the figure, his own Sharingan perfectly still. He was eyeing Sasuke with a bored expression. Itachi nodded. Yeah, let's go. And then Sasuke passed out as the two left. A few minutes later Sasuke runs out of the building, just to have Itachi catch up to him outside. There, He makes his famous statement. Foolish little brother, if you wish to kill me, despise me, hate me, and survive in an unsightly way. Run. Run and cling to life. I did not expect you to kill your own mother. It was necessary. Orders are orders, I suppose, we have done our task. It was necessary to sever ties with them, their ambition could not be tolerated. Stated Itachi. Death was the only way. You're correct, of course. I am still surprised that you were able to kill your mother. It was something I had to do myself. I had to, thank you for offering, but it was something I needed to do. That crest. Yurikazama. What's going? The Anbu was silenced as her head was severed by a single stroke from the Tachi. Her comrade died immediately, a kunai thrust into his cervical vertebrae. Kaiden ni Gyuku no Jutsu. 2 fireballs incinerated the Ansatsu Senjutsu Tokushu Butai operatives' bodies. My such naughty children, going off and killing an entire clan. And then dealing with the Ikkel Anbu. The 2 sword-wielding Mangekyo users turned to face a shadowed figure, who also possessed the fabled Sharingan. The Uchiha waved lazily, not bothering to stop slouching. Uchiha Madara. Quote. The famed Uchiha chuckled. Oh indeed, it's been a while, Ikkel Shinigami-kun. Otoko, what should we do? Inquired Itachi, channeling chakra to his sword. Madara didn't even glance at Itachi. Nothing, our mission is complete. Oh, I have not intention of fighting you, think of it as a job offer. Stated the older Uchiha, handing over a letter and a red cloud-covered black cloak. See ya around, little ones. I think I understand where our former relatives received their arrogance. Stated Itachi. Back at ya, Madara does have attitude problems, in more ways than one. We should hurry and get out of here, the barrier's falling. The Hokage will know soon. Back in the present, Itachi then tells Naruto that they should go outside. Itachi mutters, it's been a long time, Sasuke. Sasuke is standing behind them, blocking the exit. Sasuke's response is to whisper, Uchiha Itachi. Kisame asks who that kid is, and Itachi just replies, my little brother. Sasuke says, Uchiha Itachi. I'm going to kill you. Like you said, I hated you, detested you, and just to kill you, I've survived. And charges towards his brother with a Chidori. Unfortunately, it fails due to the fact Itachi grabbed his wrist last second, deflecting the attack and making a huge hole in the wall. You stole one of my speeches. Roars Naruto, pointing his finger accusatorily. Kisame and Sasuke fail to see Naruto as just messing with Itachi. The 2 men turn against Naruto, while Sasuke tries to attack again, and gets a broken wrist from Itachi. I really don't think it's time for that argument, mutters Kisame. In a huge puff of smoke, Jiraiya appears. He remarks that a girl will never seduce him. Chapter conclusion. Heltanza's notes. Right, so time for another poll. Most of the others will be closing shortly after Sunan returns. Who should Naruto be paired with, or you can vote to make it a harem. After each of the following is the reason not. Sunan, a little too old. Hana, don't know enough. Sakura and Ino, Uchiha fangirls. Kin, she's dead. Tayuya, she's probably going to die, and besides how she fights, all I know is she swears a lot. Anko, at least a serious relationship. Naruto's family wouldn't approve, and more importantly their primary summons clash. And the blue-haired chick from Akatsuki are not choices. The last one I might change, but likely she'll be paired with Itachi. Iruka's elemental affinities, one of them is going to be water. What do you want the other to be? Vote on that as well. Yes, I know it was short, but people asked for updates. Wind affinity 1 Earth 3. Vote whether you want Sasuke to stay in Konoha, or whether he should go to Oto. Whether he is retrieved or not is also up for a vote. 5 for Sasuke stays, 9 for Sasuke leave, 8 for retrieval. 3 no retrieval. Vote if you want Naruto to be able to summon toads. This would be contract number 3, 7 votes for. The first shinobi can have multiple summoning contracts. How many should be the limit? So far 3 and 5 seem to be the most common. As well as vote on if you want Iruka to have a Kake Genkai. 3 votes for. 4 votes against. Also welcome back or not, 3 votes against. 6 votes for a temporary return, 2 votes for. Uchiha Memories Arc IV. Chapter 35 Uchiha Memories Arc IV. I will strive. Disclaimer. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Summary. Mizuki failed to get the scroll after an early attempt. Now Naruto is an assassin of the highest caliber, with an army and an interesting sense of ideals. Heritages are realized but true loyalties and intentions unknown. What will befall the world? Heltanza's notes. Right, just cause I'm still reading canon doesn't mean I will change to fit that. Ain't a chance in hell Sasuke is getting a god mode cheat or that. Load of shit for the new Rasengan or using Kyuubi, not that this Naruto uses Kyuubi's power, so in following ignoring canon on Naruto's parent's name. On the subject of Kyuubi, allow me to make this perfect. TLY clear. Paying attention, Kyuubi is basically an ass who likes destroying things generally on a very large scale. He and Naruto only get along because Naruto is strong enough to have earned Kyuubi's grudging respect. And because Naruto is well, he can be very violent. Next rant to explain elemental affinities in this. Elemental affinities work like this: you have an affinity for say fire, then fire jutsu come easier to you. You can still use other elements. Several stories I have read make the stupid assumption because you have an affinity in one element you can't use the other's elements, and when questioned on it, say it's canon. It isn't canon, because if it was, the damn Sharingan wouldn't be near as useful, nor would Kakashi, or Asuma, or any of the other ninja be able to throw around varying elemental jutsu. Chapter begin. Jiraiya cracks a ridiculous pose. You guys don't know me at all. Jiraiya of the 3 legendary sages of Konoha falls before no woman's charms. The rare beauties fall for me when you have reached my level. The ladies worship at your awesomeness. Naruto rolls his eyes. What kind of cowardly person would use their Sharingan to control a poor woman just to separate Naruto and I? Jiraiya, shut up, you're out of your league. Itachi is above you. What the hell does that mean? Itachi Mangekyo him now. Hi, Tsukuyomi. Geez, that's a bit cruel even for you. You know to have Itachi Tsukuyomi your own ally. States Kisame. It will be good for him in the end, and we are not allowed to kill him as it interferes with the plan. Where was Kyoshi last seen? She was searching Lightning Country. According to last reports, old man Aizen and Madara managed to kick her out of the country. Not bad for an old man in his 80s, even if he is working with one of the strongest of the Uchiha. States Kisame. The horror. Jiraiya, shut up. You'll die another day. You two get out of here. Snaps Naruto. What? Kisame, he's right. Konoha shinobi and 2 of the guard ninja of fire are approaching. Now isn't the time for our cover to be blown. Itachi and Kisame vanish, and Guy comes flying through the wall. Itachi is on some kind of hidden mission from the office of the Fire Lord. Guesses Jiraiya after Guy takes Sasuke back to Konoha. I can neither confirm nor deny that statement is truthful or erroneous. States Naruto, producing a flask. Drink this. What is it? A concoction. To fight off the effects of Tsukuyomi. You have something like this. It is difficult to produce. I've been subjected to Madara's Tsukuyomi a few too many times when I was younger. States Naruto. Itachi would have been able to kill you. You were too reliant on single set of techniques, and had you used your incomplete Rasengan, or the Toad Mouth Bind would have been defeated by his Amaterasu. What? How many brats are there who can beat that jutsu? Quite a bit. I would suspect most of my Onsen Jonin can. Jiraiya start bawling. It's not fair. You're pathetic. 2 red-clothed shinobi arrive wearing the distinguishing sash of the 12-guard ninja of fire. Naruto, we have been alerted that a G-class shinobi has plotted your assassination. I am aware. I don't need any help in dealing with the problem. I am Tenchu Hitokiri. I will handle the matter. I do not need the village of the Leaf, nor Madara's, nor your help in settling my personal problems. Now, Naruto turned away from the 2 ninja. I will deal with it myself. I do not need your assistance in this matter. Your offer is appreciated but not necessary. She is my concern. I will handle the matter. The first shinobi stopped his partner from saying something. If that is your wish, you are expected to return to the capital sometime this year. I know. There was a tense moment and the guard ninjas withdrew. Naruto, leave it. If I get into a fight with a woman you interfere, I will kill you myself. Jiraiya gulped hearing the quiet declaration. Jiraiya roused from his slumber noticing Naruto wasn't present. Shit, where did he get to now? Better go look for him. Naruto stood outside blue fire whirled around him in long ellipses. The air was filled with horrible smell of brimstone and singed air. That's such a high caliber elemental manipulation with such a, how is The fire rotated and lashed out, exploding with a sudden influx of wind-natured chakra and earth-natured chakra. The ground glowed red, turned hard, then molten. Sand had become glass, rock had become lava, the air itself had been singed in volley of waves of fierce heat. We should be going, Jiraiya. I have things to do after we find Sunand. You know that was some very impressive elemental manipulation. Not really. Of course it was, I mean even for your. Actually I am much more skilled in earth elemental manipulation than fire. But your dad's and your mother's family is, and you use all those fire techniques, and. Your point being, that is just because I choose to use them. I know it must be because Sarutobi-sensei must have started on Earth first. That may be true, however the old man has indicated my abilities are still very high. Geez, if the Uchiha clan was still around would really be harking about their prodigies. Naruto scowled. That hardly matters, my experience with the Uchiha clan was limited, most of them feared me because of the power of my Sharingan. Sensei said you acquired the Mangekyo Sharingan at what 6, and activated the regular form with 2 tomo in one eye and 3 tomo in the other eye. That hardly matters anymore. The Sharingan hardly concerns me. But you and Sasuke, and Orochimaru, and Itachi, are the last Uchiha. No, they are not. What? Hey, wait up. I have no interest in discussing the Uchiha or my father's family. Now we need to locate Sunand. Right. Is he repressing his emotions about their deaths? Sarutobi-sensei never mentioned anything like this. So what about the Akatsuki? From what I know they are divided into cells of 10. The overall leader of the group is Uchiha Madara. So Sarutobi said you defeated the 7 tails. How was that? Makumori. I countered using Hikari no Tsubasa. Isn't that a Onsengaku no Jutsu? I founded the village. I created the technique. So was Iwa. Iwa and Onsen's conflict had nothing to do with my father. They threatened my village, so I broke them in half. The Yondaime had nothing to do with the battle. Sneers Naruto. Jiraiya gulps. What about the Rasengan? I have mastered and completed it, and several variations thereof. Damn it, how do I get this kid to open up? Meanwhile, Orochimaru is in pain because of his arms. A helper was taking care of him, but he killed him when he told him to take his medicine. Kabuto arrives and tells Orochimaru to take his medicine. Then Orochimaru asked Kabuto if they found that person and he said yes. Jiraiya looks for Tsunade, as do Orochimaru and Kabuto, who are heading towards Tsunade. Jiraiya is having no luck until someone said that they just made a fortune from her. It seems that she lost her money again, and Naruto has vanished as well. Naruto swept the town. Well, Kabu. To there you are 2 female signatures on cage level, the other Jonin, and Orochimaru. The black vein-like things under fed back towards the Hitokiri. Hey you. Naruto slit the thug's throat with a wind blade. Fools. Chakra strings flew through the air attaching to the helpless prey. She will hear of this and that will draw here to me, and then, but first to acquire Tsunade. Tsunade and a companion is playing slot machine when Tsunade won the jackpot. For her this is a bad omen because she rarely wins this much. Orochimaru and Kabuto are walking in the woods and they talk about Tsunade. Kabuto said that she was the one who thought of having a medical specialist in a 4-man squad. Tsunade and her companion bought some food and Tsunade tells her that she has a bad feeling about the city and says that they are going to leave. Tsunade and her Shizune are sightseeing. They proceed to a castle where Orochimaru shows up. A second figure arrives as well. Chapter conclusion. Heltanza's notes. Yeah, not my best chapter. But I figured I should update. Yes, I know it was short, but people asked for updates. Jiraiya is a bit of an idiot. Naruto isn't touchy-feely, he isn't some emotional mess, he is a cold refined killer. Jiraiya is well thinking like Konoha and its niceties toward shinobi. Warning raving. Really, in canon, how does the supposed greatest ninja village turn out losers like Sakura and canon Naruto? If I ran a ninja village or even a ninja academy, everyone would wear something tactically useful uniform, not dresses or orange tracksuits, or shorts or shirts with clan emblems on the back. And all of them would be conditioned to be used to violence, and they would learn useful things like anatomy and elemental manipulation and shit. I have serious problem with canon Naruto. He supposedly can evade all those chunin and jonin after a prank, yet he lets Sakura wail on him. He is dead last supposedly, and he has like no speed, yet he contains the fox demon Kyuubi. Have You seen a fox, those are fast little beasties. Yet again he still manages to evade aforementioned chunin after a prank, and don't get me started on canon Sasuke or Sakura. If a damn chunin can't catch Naruto, how the fuck is Sasuke some punk ass genin able to lay a finger on him? Bullshit, I tell you. Right, anyway. Pairing poll. Most of the others will be closing shortly after Sunan returns. Who should Naruto be paired with, or you can vote to make it a harem. After each of the following is the reason not. Sunan, a little too old. Hana, don't know enough. I don't remember what she looks like right now either. Sakura and Ino. Sasuke fangirls. Kin, she's dead. Tayuya, she's probably going to die, and besides how she fights, all I know is she swears a lot. Anko, at least a serious relationship, their primary summons clash. And the blue-haired chick from Akatsuki are not choices. The last one I might change, but likely she'll be paired with Itachi. As for Yugito, she is basically going to Gaara. I am evil. The Akatsuki information on their structure is basically identical to what I use in Emerging Darkness. I just switched which cell Itachi is assigned to. Speaking of Emerging Darkness, Konan and Pain are still members but are a part of a different cell than the on Itachi is a part of. More on that next chapter. Of Emerging Darkness. Anyway, Shira is basically shortened Okashira meaning G leader, so that should tell you who Naruto is talking to, his nickname for the Akatsuki leader. The next chapter will be better onto polls. Iruka's elemental affinities, one of them is going to be water. What do you want the other to be? Vote on that as well. Wind affinity 1, earth 3. Vote whether you want Sasuke to stay in Konoha, or whether he should go to Oto. Whether he is retrieved or not is also up for a vote. 5 for Sasuke stays, 9 for Sasuke leave, 8 for retrieval. 3 no retrieval. Vote if you want Naruto to be able to summon toads. This would be contract number 3, 7 votes for. E number of contracts unless there is a sudden swing toward either 3 or 5 will be 4. Vote on if you want Iruka to have a Kake Genkai. 3 votes for. 4 votes against. Also whether the 4th should come back or not, 3 votes against. 6 votes for a temporary return, 2 votes for. Uchiha Memories v. Chapter 36 Uchiha Memories Arc VI will strive. Disclaimer. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Summary: Mizuki failed to get the scroll after an early attempt. Now Naruto is an assassin of the highest caliber, with an army and an interesting sense of ideals. Heritages are realized but true loyalties and intentions unknown. What will befall the world? Heltanz's notes. I will add the pairing poll in a few chapters, keep suggesting though. Also on the subject of pairings, still tempted to say fuck it, you know. Because certain people have brought up my original point, Naruto isn't the type, more on that at the bottom. Onto canon hell, I am pretty much irritated the show should be Sasuke as Kami, anyway. I might event drop the Rinnegan from existence, you know, but anyway, here's chapter 36. Chapter begin. Naruto jumped down well closer than Orochimaru was comfortable with, considering his arms were disabled. Tsunade, Shizune, and Kabuto all glance at Naruto. Orochimaru, Kabuto, the Hitokiri turned to the two medics. Tsunade, you are to accompany me back to Konoha. He states. Tsunade-sama, began Shizune nervously. I'm leaving now. Orochimaru, Shira-kun, is still out of the continent. Naruto remarked. Orochimaru was relieved. So all I have to do is not be around Naruto when pain does return. Muses the member of the Dentetsu no Sennin. Naruto dono, please do not harm Lady Tsunade, Kabuto asked, bowing. I do not intend to, remarked the Hitokiri. Tsunade smashes the wall behind her and Shizune. She's strong and scary. I bet she's single, thinks Kabuto with a smirk. Though her assistant is more in line with my tastes. Tsunade, do not attempt to escape. You will return to Konoha, stated Naruto before leaving the 4 other ninja alone. Sometime later, Naruto and Jiraiya arrive at the same bar Tsunade has entered and decide to go in. Jiraiya gets straight to the point. Konoha has requested that Tsunade become the Godime, that's 5th Hokage. Wait, I thought we were just bringing her back so she could actually do her job as a medic. Why would Leaf want this weakling as its leader? Most bothersome. Naruto grumbles. Tsunade glares at the leader of Onsen. Why the hell would I want that shitty job? She snarls angrily. But Jiraiya begins to object. Who selected this woman as the choice for the job to be the village hidden in the Leaves' next leader? Naruto asked with snort. Why you little punk, why the hell would I want that job? Only an idiot, she growls. Tsunade please don't, Jiraiya warns. Would take that job. The legendary sucker barrels on. Tsunade explains that life isn't like money and that ONL. Why an idiot would gamble their life so easily? Even though her grandfather and the second Hokage fought to protect the village, they died before being able to accomplish that goal. She then claims that the third Hokage was the same. If an old man tries to act brave, of course he'll die. The third's not dead, states Naruto sneering, but you will be in a matter of seconds. Naruto slams his hands onto the wooden table. The table explodes into shards. Mokuden Moku Senbon no Jutsu. He growls. What the? Tsunade jumps aside dodging the lethal needles. Shizune and Jiraiya leap away. No one insults the Sandaime of Leaf. The Hitokiri growls. Naruto's eyes flashed turning black, his hair turning silver, as deathly chakra pulsed through his body. In an instant his left hand had unsheathed his wakizashi. You are unworthy to be called a student of Sarutobi Sasuke, you disgraceful little whore. Naruto unleashed a blast of kentatsu from his sword. Tsunade narrowly avoided managing to escape the building. Damn it, how could she be so stupid? I tried to warn her. Oh damn, this is bad. Grumbled Jiraiya. Naruto, chill out, he whispers. Jiraiya-sama, what is the matter? Asks Shizune nervously. That kid is Fire Country's top Hitokiri. If we don't calm him down, Tsunade is one dead Ika paradise. Remarks. Quote ellipsis quote. Tsunade narrowly avoids a sword swipe, only to realize too late it was a feint. Naruto vanishes and slashes her across her back. Naruto, stop it, our orders were to bring her back, not kill here yet. Sarutobi-sensei will set her straight. Shouts Jiraiya. Naruto's sword stops at Tsunade's throat. Humph, fine. I would suggest she keep her mouth silent. Naruto snarls, turning away, sheathing the one half of his daisho. Lady Tsunade, are you okay? Asks Shizune. Tsunade stares at her bloody hand, hyperventilating. Weakling, comments the Hitokiri, turning his head. Naruto, whispers Jiraiya nervously. What shinobi is afraid of blood? What a pathetic ninja. Stated Naruto, walking away. Wait, where are you going? Asks Jiraiya nervously. Humph. The blonde continued to walk. I have things to do, he stated without turning around. Why do you care so much about the title of Hokage? Tsunade asks finally. Who said I do? Naruto responded. I am also a village leader. Sandaime is the Hokage I respect. Not the first, not the second, not the fourth, and most assuredly not you. Naruto growls. Naruto stared at the thug. Naruto refused to address the Kusa-nin as a ninja. Die, shouted the grass ninja, lunging. Loser. Naruto's hand engulfed in dark red chakra the Nar. Aku Rasengan pierced the man's chest and ripped up into the man's throat, ripping apart his chest, throat and skull into a mass of gore. That was the Rasengan. Jiraiya, did you teach him that? Demands Tsunade. That was Naraku Rasengan. I created it, Naruto remarked. Tsunade, don't push it, he's right. I really think we should head back to Konoha. Comments Jiraiya. I'm not going. The legendary sucker responds firmly. We are leaving at the end of the week, you will be there or else. Naruto comments. Shizune sits down next to Naruto, who is sipping a mug of tea. She informs the Hitokiri that Lady Tsunade used to be different but is now bitter, and all she has left of her old life is that cursed necklace filled with memories. Everyone other than Tsunade that wore the necklace has died. Naruto sets the tea aside. Tsunade remembers being a teenager and giving it to her brother Nawaki for his 12th birthday, and he shouted that he'd be Hokage and protect the village and never take back his words. He died gruesomely the day after that, and Orochimaru laughed at her for being upset. Naruto looks at the young woman. Orochimaru is correct, death is inevitable for mortals, shinobi die in conflicts. She weakened herself by being incapacitated by her sadness, instead of focusing her anger into breaking her enemy. He remarked stoically. Shizune looks at him before continuing. Lady Tsunade attended a council meeting, and demanded that each squad have a medical specialist to prevent deaths in the field. Shizune stated. Lord Sandaime Hokage believed this was a good idea, but the village didn't have the resources during the time of war with Iwa. A Jonin named Dan stood up and agreed with Lady Tsunade. She remarks. This Jonin Dan desired to be Hokage one day so he could protect Konoha. And the two of them became very close. Lady Tsunade gave him the necklace. Shizune looks down sadly. He died violently in the field even though Lady Tsunade did her very best to heal him. She developed hemophobia and has lived in a state of confusion since that day. If she doesn't return to Konoha, Naruto hold Kodo Muke parallel to his chest. Then I will end her state of confusion with this sword. Chapter conclusion. Helltanz's notes. I hope to have 200 reviews by the time the capital arc ends, which given recent progress in typing up updates will be a while. People are right. Well, certain people seem to share the same thing as me. Naruto is the leader of another ninja village. Hell, he's not even a shinobi of Konoha. Note I never said he's wearing a headband. This little detail will be addressed in the capital arc, so him getting paired with a Konoha girl. More likely there is a chance of Naruto being paired with a Konoha girl in March of Strife, mainly because the Yondaime could as Naruto's father arrange a marriage as long as he had Aizen's approval for arranging such a union. Tamari might work. Politics. Naruto could conquer Snow, marry Yuki to legitimize his claim over the country. What? Haku definitely works. Well, you get the general idea. Voting on if you wanted Naruto to be able to summon toads, this would be contract number 3, has concluded. Well, not completely. But basically the answer is Naruto will summon toads. Cobras will still be his primary summon, mind you, but he will sign the contract unless there is a sudden and mass outcry against it. Anyway, shortly, I hope. The new chapter 2 will be posted. Onto polls. Iruka's elemental affinities, one of them is going to be water. What do you want the other to be? Vote on that as well. Wind affinity 1, Earth 3, Lightning 1. Vote whether you want Sasuke to stay in Konoha, or whether he should go to Oto. Whether he is retrieved or not is also up for a vote. 5 for Sasuke stays, 10 for Sasuke leave, 9 for retrieval. 3 no retrieval. The number of contracts unless there is a sudden swing toward either 3 or 5 will be 4. Vote on if you want Iruka to have a Kake Genkai. 4 votes for. 4 votes against. Also whether the 4th should come back or not, 3 votes against. 6 votes for a temporary return, 3 votes for. Chapter 37. Chapter 37 Uchiha Memories Arc V. Chapter 37 Uchiha Memories Arc V. I will strive. Disclaimer. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Summary. Mizuki failed to get the scroll after an early attempt. Now Naruto is an assassin of the highest caliber, with an army and an interesting sense of ideals. Heritages are realized but true loyalties and intentions unknown. What will befall the world? Helltanz's notes. Readers get their first look at Onsen. And the plot begins to build for the upcoming arc. Isn't that wonderful? Like I said, this is blatantly for the later chapters of the manga. Let's see. I wonder why could it be Sasuke was turned into fucking god and beat Orochimaru and Itachi after a measly not even 3 years. Chapter begin. Previously, Shizune sat down next to Naruto, who was sipping a mug of tea. The medic informed the high Tokiri that Lady Tsunade used to be different but is now bitter, and all she has left of her old life is that cursed necklace filled with memories. Everyone other than Tsunade that wore the necklace has died. Naruto sets the mug of tea he was drinking aside. Tsunade remembers being a teenager and giving it to her brother Naoki for his 12th birthday, and he shouted that he'd be Hokage and protect the village and never take back his words. He died gruesomely the day after that, and Orochimaru laughed at her for being upset. Naruto looked at the young woman. Orochimaru is correct. Death is inevitable for mortals. Shinobi die in conflicts. She weakened herself by being incapacitated by her sadness, instead of focusing her anger into breaking her enemy. He remarked stoically. Shizune looked at him before continuing. Lady Tsunade attended a council meeting, and demanded that each squad have a medical specialist to prevent deaths in the field. Shizune stated. Lord Sandaime Hokage believed this was a good idea, but the village didn't have the resources during the time of war with Iwa. A Jonin named Dan stood up and agreed with Lady Tsunade. She remarks. This Jonin Dan desired to be Hokage one day so he could protect Konoha. And the two of them became very close. Lady Tsunade gave him the necklace. Shizune looks down sadly. He died violently in the field even though Lady Tsunade did her very best to heal him. She developed hemophobia and has lived in a state of confusion since that day. If she doesn't return to Konoha, Naruto held Kodo Muke parallel to his chest. Then, I will end her state of confusion with this sword. The blonde Hitokiri slid the long sword into his sash, followed by picking up his wakizashi and sliding it in beside his katana. Naruto stood up. Make no mistake, I bear neither you nor your mistress. I will not allow her to shirk her duties. He commented. Would you like to accompany me? Shizune looked up, surprise evident on her face. I am going to get something to eat, he remarked in ever-present polite monotone. Oh. The young medic ninja nodded. Thank you. The city, as to be expected from the Nation of Fire's second largest and one of its major economic centers, had a great many places for dining. The blonde Hitokiri had first arrived at this city during his wandering. During those days some things were different. Most of the gambling establishments, not that they still weren't, were run by the Yakuza. However, during the time of his first wandering, a single black curtain was in control of the majority of the industry. Thrug. A delicate mix of brute force and manipulation. Like so many others that Zetsujin had fallen to that tachi. Naruto had been inexperienced. All he knew in that dark period was the more he killed, the more powerful he became. The infighting that had resulted from the 3 nights of slaughter had broken the monopoly. But that was history. The city was now very different. The Yakuza were less obvious about their presence. While some expressed gratitude in the dark corners for the breaking of the hold, others were fearful such a thing might come again if they weren't careful. The young woman stood up, following beside him. From a concealed spot, Jiraiya chuckled madly, at least until he detected a decidedly large chakra signature looming. Naruto took his seat. The casino's restaurant did not seem to have changed. It was still stylish. However, it maintained a refined look. Naruto spent the next day ignoring Jiraiya's blatant attempts to get his attention, poking at him with strange questions and the like. The Hitokiri stood, sliding his daisho into his sash as he rose. Hey, where are you going? The Toad Sage shouted. The matter doesn't concern you, he commented stoically. The blonde walked off. Jiraiya looked into Naruto's room. A small pile of paper and wood ash was on the floor. Where are you going? Tsunade demanded as the Hitokiri stormed by. As I told that idiot, this matter doesn't concern you, Naruto stated. He exited the building and vanished in a distortion of space. Jiraiya blinked. No wonder he's on bad terms with Iwa, he remarked, before blinking again. I have new resource material, the perv exclaimed. Tsunade promptly made him eat dirt. The Toad Sage complained under his breath when he finally rose out of the crater. Onsen, Onsengakur no Sato. Naruto reappeared in a haze of purple energy. Onsen was situated on a fairly large artificial island, named as the Kami no Shima, or God's Island. Actually, the country comprised the entire artificial, painstakingly created, and by pain agony was a slightly better term, series of islands around the main one. That didn't matter right now. The village itself was verily varied in architecture, perhaps the most noticeable, besides the large and strange stone temple, were the pagodas rising from each major clan's fief, their dominion of control. Tell me the message I just received was an elaborate joke, he semi-growled. The white-haired shinobi bowed. I am afraid it is indeed the case of the matter. It is indeed true, the man stated. Naruto scowled. I see, that is very unfortunate then, he announced, his face returning to its blank slate. No matter, we'll proceed as planned, the death god remarked at last. The blonde Hitokiri stared out over the village. Hattori had double-checked the readout, twice. The original prognosis stood, though the Lord Doctor of the Soma clan had suggested a secondary opinion might be judicious idea, but all in all it appeared trouble was brewing on the horizon. Though with her reappearance on the elemental nations it wasn't all that surprising, well except this turn of events. He turned. Mobilize our forces. Should this be the case, well, let's prepare for the worst. About Lady Kiyoshi, my lord? Inquired the head of the intelligence division. Leave her be, he remarked. I suspect she will make a move shortly. I will deal with it then, he stated, looking at the rapidly darkening sky. He needed to head back, the Hitokiri decided to himself. Hai no Kuni, Tanzaku Gai. Naruto reappeared, offering no explanation to his vanishing in the first place. The blonde Hitokiri had made it clear they would be leaving 2 days, there would be no exceptions for any event. Hey, what's going? That was as far as he got before Naruto blurred Jiraiya was barely ABL. Ida raised his arms in surprise as the reinforced knees of the Hitokiri slammed into the pervy sage's chest, sending him into a koi pond. After spitting out a fish, the Toad Sage spoke again. his face paint quite dislodged. What did I say? Make that we leave tomorrow, the blonde hissed annoyed. Tsunade had foolishly succeeded in drugging that idiot pervert on the upside. She had lead them to Orochimaru. Naruto. Shizune's protest went unheard and the blonde drew his katana. Traitors deserve no mercy. Kenjutsu seppuku kuchiyos, a wave of souls emerged from the Hitokiri's blade as it nded plunging into his stomach, coming into contact with his blood. Naruto, we supposed to bring her back to Konoha? Jiraiya shouted, flailing his arms like a drunk. The blonde ignored him, prepared to die. He spat, returning his katana to its sheath. The wrathful spirits descended on the snake Sannin. The Sage of Toad stared dumbly, until Naruto hurled Tsunade back as he passed her while charging Orochimaru across the wrecked field. A village leader supports his subordinates. He ensures their security. They walk a path of sacrifice. I have no interest in your personal squabbles, the Hitokiri remarked. Nor is this the time to host a reunion. Dark energy swarmed around his arms. The dance of the dead. You haven't done this since that fight with him, Orochimaru remarked. The spirits surged out. To think you would use that. Aren't you worried about the attention? Orochimaru's dead arm punched him in the jaw. Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto, the snake Sannin hissed, removing the bandage from his arm. Ninpu Kuchiyos no Jutsu, Ninpu Kuchiyos no Jutsu. Well, since you're going to be showy, guess I might as well Ninpu Kuchiyos no Jutsu Aohoshi. The hunt has begun. Naruto stated, annoyed ever so slightly by an incoming chakra signature. A large blue-scaled cobra appears. Kyodaija greeted the snake-eater, forked tongue flickering in the direction of the two-headed snake. Jiraiya, you idiot, can't you do anything right? Snarls Naruto, looking at the toad the pervy sage summoned with disgust. Standing in front of the Sannin was a small toad. The serpent sage was quite amused. Yo. You always liked playing the fool, Jiraiya, but you have really outdone yourself, remarked a smirking Orochimaru. Hey, you're supposed to be on my side, whines Jiraiya. It would be so much easier if I could simply kill all three of you, but then fire would suffer, he remarked irritably, and Shirokun would be very annoyed with me for disturbing his plan, mutters the Hitokiri inaudibly. And as low-ing as that's the case, I don't really have to worry. I mean, there's not much more you can do to me, announces Orochimaru. I could take your legs, warns the blonde, fingering his katana. You wouldn't, remarks the other legendary ninja, shifting his weight as his other dead arm came flying at his face. Hey, I am still here, you know, growls the toad sage. Jiraiya, we really don't care, shouted both the snake users simultaneously. Lord Orochimaru might have been able to deal with Jiraiya, but Naruto, especially when he's enacting for the Land of Fire. Do you really intend to allow her to be Hokage? What would become fire? Letting a shinobi who is afraid of blood be the leader of the hidden village of the Leaf. Prince Kazama. Orochimaru states smugly, having decided to change tactics. You're right, I don't approve, but if believe you will be allowed to crush Leaf, you're mistaken. I may not like that village, but I will act for the benefit of my nation. Naruto draws his katana. Are we beginninja? We're moving in. If that is the village's wish, then I will have to take up the slack. Fire cannot afford to be weak. Naruto comments forcefully. Oh yes, your plan will. Onsen will unleash bloodshed on the world. Orochimaru's eyes take on a malevolent sheen. Iwa is always a good place to start this time. I'll kill the entire village, every single one. That should be a good beginning. And then Kiri, and then grass and waterfall. I will make a war. Naruto comments. Uzumaki, the daimyo of lighting. Kazama, the daimyo of fire. Uchiha, the pride of the Leaf, wielder of the Sharingan. O's line come together in you, the greatest of the Hitokiri. Lines start forming on the ground. That, you can't be serious, you're going to do that accursed jutsu. Snarls the Sage of Snakes, his outer age seemingly less imposing considering he still had to dodge his own arms. Kabuto wasn't so lucky, getting knocked off the snake from one of the errant limbs of the founder of sound. Old buddy, what's going on? Comments Jiraiya, not liking Orochimaru's sudden look of nervousness. You mean you haven't seen it? Asks Kabuto, grinning like a loon as he returned to the snake's second head. Am I missing? Even that brat knows whatever technique Naruto's using. Growls the Sage of Toads. Kurohitsugi. A ring of black fire erupts from the ground and cools into a shiny black stone. It's a key. Enjutsu Naruto-kun developed for killing entire armies. The gray-haired medic ninja prodigy remarks. Now, no spoiling the ending. Remarks Naruto. You aren't going to actually use it, so why not? States Orochimaru in response. Who said anything about it not having more than one use? Aohoshi. Naruto barks to the cobra. Right. Kaden Rengoku show. The cobra expels a blast of black flame. Entire circle is encased in a large dome. Kabuto, we must escape now. Hi Orochimaru-sama. Ninpu Kuchio's no jutsu. Jiraiya slams his palm on the ground. Ninpu Kuchio's no jutsu, Tsunade shouts. Ninpu Kuchio's no jutsu. Kabuto smears the blood on Orochimaru's arm, getting hit in a painful area at the same time by the struggling limb. Well, 3 boss summons. Aohoshi, see you later. Naruto remarks as the smoke clears. And the dome breaks. The Hitokiri drops to the ground. So much for ensuring they could fight amongst themselves. Surely those bunglers could deal with Orochimaru. No, not now, he thought. Enough of this. He roared, hands flashing into motion, fingers cracked ominously. Rasengan Sahi has completed it. Indeed, a massive 360-armed sphere surrounded Hitokiri in each of his palms glowed, focused a malevolent energy. The ground trembled and the sky darkened. Showing off, are you? So like you, remarked a voice. Such a vain woman, he remarked, craning his head, unleashing the blast, which turned the whole area to sand, and then glass. All 3 boss summons had the good sense to vanish. The newcomer was veritably unscathed, however, and launched attack. Naruto recoiled, flying backwards. The Hitokiri stood up, his sternum repairing itself in milliseconds. He cackled. Is that the best you can do? He inquired. Kyoshi. The blonde released his powers. Jiraiya, I am entrusting you with the responsibility to deal with Orochimaru, Naruto said as a wave of diamond shards was already heading toward the death god. Chapter conclusion. Heltan's notes. Well, one more chapter till this one ends. Our first other G-class shinobi, not Naruto's equal but surely enough power to match old man Sarutobi in his prime for this story. Of course Sarutobi will get returned to his prime soon. Onto polls. Iruka's elemental affinities, one of them is going to be water. What do you want the other to be? Vote on that as well. Wind affinity 1, earth 4, lightning 2. Vote whether you want Sasuke to stay in Konoha, or whether he should go to Oto. Whether he is retrieved or not is also up for a vote. 5 for Sasuke stays, 12 for Sasuke leave, 11 for retrieval. 3 no retrieval. The number of contracts, unless there is a sudden swing toward either 3 or 5, will be 4. Vote on if you want Iruka to have a Kake Genkai. 5 votes for, 6 votes against. So whether the 4th should come back or not, 3 votes against. 6 votes for a temporary return. As for this one, he can either stay alive and not return to Konoha or get killed again, or something else, which would spoil it if I told you. 6 votes for. Chapter 38. Chapter 38 Uchiha Memories Arc 7 Chapter 38 Uchiha Memories Arc 7 I will strive. Disclaimer. Read the previous chapter for disclaimer. Summary. Mizuki failed to get the scroll after an early attempt. Now Naruto is an assassin of the highest caliber, with an army and an interesting sense of ideals. Heritages are realized but true loyalties and intentions unknown. What will befall the world? Heltan's notes. Conclusion of the Uchiha Memories Arc, blah. Finally. Chapter begin. Naruto dodged the S-level Doden attack as his Oppen Ent steeped onto the battlefield with a full-on attack. Her weapons came horizontally slashing at his chest. One managed to bite into the Hitokiri's shoulder. The manslayer backhanded the second fan. Away, chakra visibly glimmering from his knuckles. She didn't look phased and pressed the attack, adding chakra to her fans. A wind blade came flying at his legs, to which was responded with by vanish. Ingen driving his elbow into a sweeping arc to her shoulder, his limb encased in flames, singing her clothes in the process. Naruto chuckled as his opponent drove a low kick into his thigh, to which he brought his sword down in a lightning-encased swing, to which she dodged. Their fight continued for several minutes with frequent exchanges of high-level jutsus and more than few annihilated trees. The blonde was amused by the situation and dug his fingers into her arm, while his sword held her weapon of choice at bay, drawing blood and a minor squirm as she attempted to break out of his grip. She renewed her offensive before her limb had even completely closed. The woman's chakra-enhanced bladed fans were really becoming quite the nuisance. Naruto narrowly evaded another slash, which most assuredly would have temporarily blinded him. The blonde retaliated, grabbing her extended wrist and tossed her across the ground, ducking under the second fan before he left the range of the weapon. "Is that it?" he mocked, looking smug despite his shredded howry. She didn't rise to the taunt. The fan sent a pair of devastating blasts of chakra-controlled wind at the Hitokiri. The death god laughed, drawing his sword. He spun around as he did so, energy coalesced around his katana's kisaki. The light stretched to the ha portion of the blade. "You have no patience, woman. Are you that eager to spill my guts again?" he teased. Laughing maliciously as he did so, Soryuha, the twisters of the woman's attack were overpowered by the thick arcs of blue lightning which struck the earth, dispersing the tornado. The clouds of lightning coalesced into a single massive dragon which circled Naruto. As if in response, enormous funnels of water erupted from both the ground and the darkened sky water sea. Olest into and large crustacean coursing with electricity. The beast angrily clicked its claws together as it moved onto the ground. Naruto lunged forward, spinning around the dragon, attacked the off-R elemental construct as the creators did battle. Kyoshi crouched, drawing the wakizashi in a single fluid motion as Naruto brought his full-size sword down. "Zan!" she commanded abruptly. Naruto scowled. Eden partially blocked the attack with his katana while his free hand snatched the other G-class up by her neck. "Cute," he spat just before her shin slammed into his kidneys with enough force cause him to spit up blood. "But you're aware my healing abilities will stop you from doing any damage that would permanently harm me." Her wakizashi pierced his lung. The Hitokiri knocked her arm away from the tsuka of the shorter sword, and pinned the limb beneath him, and slammed her into the ground, knocking the air out of her. Naruto brought his sword down, impaling it into her cheek. Her legs slammed against his lower body. One of her legs wrapped around his waist and she brought her heel into his lower back with significant. The Hitokiri barely flinched from the blow, which would have shattered solid rock. "I reinforced my spine," he informed her in a smug tone. Kyoshi hit him across the eye with her fan, spraying blood across the ground. His eye slowly regrew, forming first into a totally black eye. Slowly it turned into a Sharingan with 9 spikes, and then the regular form, and finally to the blue shade, though his pupil was sharper. He head-butted her, sending the woman's head thumping against the ground. "Arrogant as ever, woman," the founder of Onsen rebuked. Her free arm sluggishly reached for the dagger in her sash. Naruto grabbed her shoulder and slammed Kyoshi against the ground, sending her to the brink of unconsciousness. "You still don't have a chance, vain woman." The blonde, though now his hair was turning white from all the energy, reached up and roughly ripped the wakizashi from his lung, and tossed the blade aside. Had he been a few years younger he would have killed her just to absorb her soul. The Hitokiri stood up and glared at the two Sannin. It would seem Orochimaru and Kabuto had escaped. Kyoshi slammed a leg into his knee, breaking it. She vanished as the death god bit back a curse and snapped his healed knee back into position, breaking it again in the process. So it would heal in the proper form. "I give you a simple task: kill Orochimaru, and you fail. Why am I not surprised?" he grumbled, scooping up his sword, carefully examining the deadly blade. Naruto straightened his robes. The sleeves, which were tightly hugging his arms, of which were overlaid with heavy leather and metal-studded bracers. His katana was attached across his shoulders, and the second half of the daisho across his lower back. On the opposite sides of the grip was his ninja gear pouches. Across the lower portion of his robes were pouches slung along a pair of belts. Similar pouches were on his thighs. The shoulders of the robe featured heavy metal pauldrons, which would block any attempt to stab him in the lungs. It was unlikely Kyoshi would try and attack again. She was busy nursing her ego more than any physical injuries. Her own chakra had likely fixed her ribs and clavicle within half an hour of the encounter. Of course she had basically shredded his clothes. The teen slouched annoyed against the wall. Tsunade was procrastinating, which was to his immense irritability. Jiraiya was busy recouping from his bout with getting poisoned, so that was also interfering with their travels plans. Shizune was nervously glancing in the directions of Naruto and Tsunade. The blonde assassin did not seem pleased at waiting, and that was what was worrying the slug Sannin's apprentice. Hai no Kuni, Kanahagakure no Sato. The return to the village was much more welcoming than expected. Naruto faintly wondered if the news had gotten out. That would be a problem, if it had. Naruto. Sasuke shouted, interrupting the blonde's thoughts. The founder of Onsen turned. Was that? He thought something mildly akin to shock as he looked at the scroll. You didn't, he groused in annoyance. You removed Madara's scroll from the shrine. The blonde's eye twitched. Oh, this was bad. Let me see that, the toad Sannin stated, reaching out. Naruto turned. He paused as the defense seal activated and blasted Jiraiya away from the scroll. That's a hell of a seal, the old pervert remarked, trying to stand up without falling back onto his ass. The Hitokiri didn't particularly care. Sasuke, so you're aware there is a very good reason that scroll was locked up, he snapped frigidly. The Sharingan heir remarked, blinking right before a massive fireball erupted out of the ground from the Uchiha complex. Damn it all, and won my first day back too, he complained mentally before launching forward toward ground zero. Naruto, is that a demon? Jiraiya shouted, trying to catch up. The blonde cocked his head back. What the hell do you think this is? Uchiha Madara's scroll we're talking about, he shouted. Sharingan, the sage of toads remarked, confused, seeing Naruto's eyes. What's he gonna do with that? Quote. Sasuke surged past the aging Sannin, who had stopped moving. Wait, where are you going? Demanded Jiraiya to Itachi's younger brother. Sasuke's response was rather obvious. A cobra ripped out of the ground. My master commands you summon the Sandaime Hokage and cordon off the area of that is the Uchiha complex until the beast has been dealt with. That is all, remarked the reptile. The creature was easily 2 stories high, and that was hunched over as it was. The Uchihas had this as their secret weapon, well, one of them, and people wondered why Itachi read to kill his clan before they could launch a coup d'etat. Uchiha, the beast swung a meaty hand at Naruto. Loosing a few fingers was probably being a little lenient, the blonde decided. An Amater. Asu Kekai erupted, stopping the beast's cursed flames. Corrupted shrine spirits were always a real big problem, typically because they were S-level in the danger rating at minimum. It was possible to say the Sharingan Kinjutsu without going to Mangekyo, but this required quite a bit of training, or a shitload of chakra. Most Uchiha hadn't bothered with the later, and well, G-class reserves were a tad on the rare side. The 3-Tomo Sharingan whirled angrily. He hated interruptions, then again he hated using this bloodline, but the creature's weakness to it was too great of a benefit to allow pride to interfere. Translated as the illusion of the sound earth, this Doden Jutsu mixed Nin and Gen techniques. It was extremely effective when coupled with the illusionary powers of a Sharingan. The corrupted spirit sunk into the ground, causing it to roar angrily and release blasts of fire, errantly catching a few Jonin by surprise, or maybe just cause the fire blasts were just that large. Damned pyromaniacs. Naruto, the aging Hokage, called out, conking the struggling beast with his adamantine pole, which was actually rather effective. Then again the mastiff-like creature growled, shaking its head, sending globs of corrosive slobber everywhere. The Hitokiri scowled. Thankfully the creature didn't have a tail, he thought, grabbing the monster's tongue. Chakra surged through his hand. Lightning surged into the beast's mouth. By now, of course, the thing had managed to get one of its tree trunk-sized arm-like front legs loose and bat aside the attacking Konoha ninja. Hey, what are we supposed to do? Jiraiya demanded, waving his arms from atop the head of a massive toad. The blonde scowled. Not getting in my way would be nice. We have to stall it until 1 o'clock. Why 1? Because it's a fire spirit. He left out the obligatory duh, but it was rather apparent given the sentiment. Though admittedly he could simply deal with the problem by drawing on the Shinigami reserves of Ien. RGY Naruto was rather against doing that. Once solar dominance left the field, he'd be able to toast the beast easily. Of course, now he had to watch out for the Konoha ninja. Sasuke rushed forward with Chidori and Sharingan blazing. Naruto sighed, uttering a quiet, "Idiot." It was kind of ridiculous when Kakashi joined in, thus causing a lot of other morons to join in the headlong rush at the creature. Naruto swept his katana forward, releasing a blast of kentatsu. Fire-like water spirits had a particular advantage during noon and midnight respectively, in this case during the hour with regards to tea. His particular creature, its regeneration was heightened several-fold, add in the little fact they were in the land of fire and a heavily populated, friendly area, hence why the founder of Onsen hadn't nuked the beast, so to speak. You know the result, fires and all that. The Hitokiri was a mite annoyed, though he didn't allow it to show. The disturbance generated at the Uchiha residence meant little. Him other than it was a nuisance, the beast wasn't even worth effort of controlling. Sealing other than the basic, summoning an item storage W at best, so other than the Hokage and perhaps Jiraiya th. There were few who could reseal the beast. Naruto doused the creature with sake and placed his hands into a seal. His thumbnails sliced open his palms. He flashed through more hand signs as the blood began to wrap around the fire demon. The beast flailed angrily, catching a few of the Konoha ninjas off guard and batting them across the grounds or into the walls of the once prestigious estate. The Found of Onsen molded the chakra, using blood rather than ink to bind the beast. The aging third fire shadow directed the shinobi to step back. Of course Sasuke, the Uchiha one, being Sasuke assumed th. Is didn't apply to him. After all, he was an Uchiha, so he rushed forward and attempted to use Chidori again. The corrupted spirit lashed out, and surely would have crushed the brat had the head of the Naruto be not intervened, resulting in both getting knocked across the grounds. Naruto continued his task of sealing the beast. Space began to distort. Ninja arts, boundary of earth and heaven, seal the chains of blood and chakra and strung the creature up and began to warp into another dimension. Morons, stay out of the way, unless you want to ruin the sealing. He barked as noon ended. Chapter conclusion. Uchiha Memories Arc conclusion. Helltanza's notes. Well, the next arc starts, but I'll probably see you in January for the next update. No guarantees about that. Haku seen next chapter. Onto polls. Iruka's elemental affinities. One of them is going to be water. What do you want the other to be? Vote on that as well. Wind affinity 1, earth 4, lightning 2. Vote whether you want Sasuke to stay in Konoha, or whether he should go to Oto. Whether he is retrieved or not is also up for a vote. 5 for Sasuke stays, 12 for Sasuke leave, 12 for retrieval. 3 no retrieval. The number of contracts unless there is a sudden swing toward either 3 or 5 will be 4.